Chapter 1450. Lin Fei was overjoyed to have obtained so many good items in one go. Whether it was the demon wings, demon blood essence, or the ruler's cultivation technique, they were all rare items. There's also this demon dungeon. I wonder what's going on. Lin Fei toyed with a black scroll in his hand. At this moment, the scroll was sealed by some sort of power. Ding! Do you wish to open the demon dungeon? Lin Fei rejected the offer. If even a Tier 1 demon was so powerful, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity if the demon dungeon contained even more powerful monsters? Lin Fei decided to make some preparations first. After collecting the experience stones, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he entered the cave that the Tier 1 demon had come from. There should be good items down there. With a few breaths, Lin Fei opened up a passage and entered an ancient palace. What a huge statue! As he descended, Lin Fei was shocked to see a massive palace that radiated an ancient aura. Lin Fei suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The items in this palace were ancient. Carefully, Lin Fei released his divine sense and began searching the palace. Fortunately, the palace was not very large. After scanning it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. The palace was not large. In fact, it was practically empty. Ignoring the demon statue at the entrance, Lin Fei descended into the palace. When he discovered something in a corner, he could not help but reveal a look of joy. Wow! There's actually so much immortal beast blood essence. With a flash, Lin Fei appeared in a corner of the palace. At this moment, there was a dense pile of immortal beast blood essence on the ground. There were at least 1 million pieces. Lin Fei's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Wow! How many immortal beasts did this guy kill? Immortal beast blood essence could only be obtained from immortal ranked immortal beasts. Of course, it also depended on one's luck. If one was unlucky, one might not even obtain one piece even after killing 10 immortal emperor beasts. Now, with a rough sweep, there were more than 1 million immortal beast essence blood of different qualities, which exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. That demon almost has the combat strength of a ruler. Who knows how many immortal beasts he's killed over the years? For example, that giant dragon from yesterday was defeated in a few breaths. Lin Fei took a deep breath. These immortal beast blood essences belong to me. Lin Fei did not hesitate to accept all of them and put them into his storage ring. 1,320,000 immortal beast blood essence. For the time being, this number was an astronomical number for Lin Fei. According to the ratio of 1 to 5, the demons had killed close to 7 million immortal beasts in this area to obtain today's harvest. After collecting the immortal beast essence blood, Lin Fei went to search again, but there was nothing. Originally, the discovery of the immortal beast essence blood made Lin Fei happy for a while. He thought that there would be immortal beast fragments, but after searching for a while, there was nothing. If you don't have it, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. With the immortal beast essence blood, this time, he could raise the 12 generals to a very high realm. Maybe they could break through to the celestial venerable realm. Lin Fei prepared to leave the demon space. Just as he came out, Lin Fei stopped again. This palace exudes an ancient aura. It is the oldest thing I have seen so far. It shouldn't be ordinary. Let's keep it first. Lin Fei turned into a giant and reached out. With a loud rumble, he grabbed the palace with one hand and tried to pull it out. But with Lin Fei's grab, the palace didn't move at all. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. Even an celestial venerable wouldn't be able to dodge his grab. Moreover, it was pure physical strength. Now, he actually couldn't grab it. What a joke. Again, boom boom boom, the soil around the palace exploded. Lin Fei grabbed the palace with both hands. With the support of the great path of true self, the huge palace started to shake. It was pulled out from the soil by Lin Fei. What is this thing? It's so solid. I almost couldn't grab it. Once the palace was out, as Lin Fei returned to his normal size, the palace also shrunk and landed on Lin Fei's palm. He used his divine sense to check back and forth, but he couldn't find anything. Appraisal. This time, the prompt that Lin Fei received was 3 question marks. Mysterious item. Unknown, no way, a palace is a mysterious item. Lin Fei really couldn't figure it out. Although Lin Fei was shocked, he threw it into the storage ring. Since it was in his hands, he would find out sooner or later, so there was no hurry. In Lin Fei's eyes, the demon space was even more extraordinary. In that case, I might as well cultivate the devil's wings first. After being fooled by the mysterious palace, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to get out. He found a place, cleared the surrounding immortal beasts, and took out the devil's wings. It was a pair of black wings covered with ancient patterns. Lin Fei could see that there were mysterious formations carved on it, but he wasn't sure what they were exactly. Ding! Do you want to fuse the devil's wings? With a thought from Lin Fei, a system notification popped up. Fuse. Ding! As the devil's wings are ancient items, fusing will require a certain amount of time and will bring about a certain amount of pain. Player, please take note. Swoosh! The black devil's wings on his hand turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's body. Suddenly, a feeling of blood and water merging spread throughout his body. The devil's wings seemed to be rooted in his body, and he felt intense pain all over his body. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei's body was instantly covered with green veins. This process lasted for 2 hours. During this time, the intense pain almost tore Lin Fei apart. This was the most painful experience he had ever experienced. This time, Lin Fei's physical body was ridiculously strong, and with the support of the great Tao of true self, he endured it without wavering. If this was before, when he was fusing hundreds of divine bodies, Lin Fei had no doubt that he would be torn apart. Ding! Congratulations, player, for fusing the devil's wings. The system sounded again, and the intense pain disappeared as if it had never appeared. Done! Lin Fei felt that there was something extra in his body. With a thought, a pair of black devil's wings that exuded an ancient aura extended from his back. They were more than 10 meters long. Who with a thought, Lin Fei was hundreds of millions of miles away. So fast. It was as if the layers of void blocking him did not exist. 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path. It's really amazing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Fei's figure flashed. With 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path, his figure could no longer be seen. Even his divine senses could not keep up. World Storm. The horrifying World Storm was already at the 6th level, and it exuded terrifying might. Lin Fei felt that he had perfectly fused with it. As long as it was within the range of the World Storm, it would be under his control. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Lin Fei continued to jump. Now that there were no more obstacles, hundreds of millions of miles could be traversed in a single breath. Chapter 1451. In the Demon Space. Lin Fei first successfully refined the demonic wings and made them a part of his body. After that, he started to cultivate the Dominator Grade cultivation technique, Splitting Claw Strike. This Dominator Grade cultivation technique was purely made for close combat. The rank 1 demon relied on this to put Lin Fei at a disadvantage. The power of this claw was a little too much for Lin Fei. If not for the World Storm and Eternal Instant to delay the rank 1 demon, he would have been seriously injured. This cultivation technique was better than the Great Sword Chi's secret technique. It was for this reason that Lin Fei wanted to cultivate it. Especially after refining the demonic wings, this Dominator-grade cultivation technique was more suitable for him. When Lin Fei came out of the demon space, he had already cultivated this cultivation technique to the entry level. Now he just had to find time to push it to the immortal venerable level. Once he reached this level, its power would be even stronger than the great sword Qi. Coming to the stone tower, Lin Fei appeared in the middle level of the training ground with a thought. Bao Mia and the rest were cultivating here. When Lin Fei arrived, they were all sitting cross-legged and refining the essence of the immortal beasts. A fierce aura rushed into the sky, turning into 12 balls of clouds. There were 12 vicious beasts sitting on top of them, and they were currently inhaling and exhaling mist. This was formed from their vicious aura. The stronger the vicious aura, the more powerful they were. As expected of the 12 generals that Insect Queen values the most. Their talent is unimaginable. Lin Fei scanned them with his divine sense and was very satisfied with their speed. At this moment, the strongest was still Bao Mia. He had already entered the 3rd level of the Great Tao. His combat strength could definitely fight against a peak 4th level immortal emperor. The others were also at the peak of the 2nd level. Only they could improve at this speed. As long as there was immortal beast flesh to devour, they could break through all the way without any cultivation. They had the most potential. Right now, the myriad worlds were not peaceful. Lin Fei needed enough experts to guard the great metropolis world. Wake up! When Lin Fei's voice swept over them, everyone woke up. Master! The 12 generals swallowed the ball of evil Qi and all stood up. Your speed of improvement is not bad, but it's still too slow. Lin Fei said, so, I specially brought you something good. Whoosh! Millions of immortal beast blood essence flew out and piled up like a mountain. This thing is of great use to us. Hu Si had a big bald head and his eyes lit up. Master, are these things for us to cultivate? As long as we have these good things, we can improve faster. Er Kong squinted. The 12 generals were the most sensitive to this. Whether it was good or not, he could tell at a glance. The 12 of you will be divided equally. I want you to break through in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei said and then left the space of the stone pagoda. The 12 generals were extremely excited. This thing was much better than the flesh and blood of immortal beasts. The difference was like heaven and earth. What are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to split up so that you can break through your current realm? Explosion extermination, wait until I break through to the celestial supremacy realm. Let's see how you can be the first battle general. Battle General Crocodile shot out his battle intent. Me too. These guys. Lin Fei shook his head. These guys. Wasn't it just the title of the first general? What was there to fight for? However, it was good to fight for it. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. After leaving the immortal beast blood essence, Lin Fei went to grab Hairball and threw it into one of the layers. Master, what good things do you have to eat this time? Hairball had devoured a lot of good things, but it was still a long way from maturity. It was already good enough that Lin Fei didn't go broke. She asked for food as soon as they met. What do you think of this thing? Lin Fei took out the evil demon blood essence. Gulp, gulp. As soon as he took it out, Lin Fei knew that he had underestimated Hairball's appetite. I want to eat, I want to eat. Furball was originally very lazy, but when it saw the fiend blood essence, it was as if it had seen a beautiful woman. It stared at the fiend blood essence, saliva dripping from its mouth. It won't explode, right? Lin Fei had experienced the power of a rank 1 evil demon. It was an existence comparable to a ruler. The evil demon blood essence contained terrifying energy. We primordial evil dragons can eat anything. Hairball drooled. Moreover, a thought came from the depths of my mind. As long as I eat this thing, I might be able to break through to maturity and become a real primordial evil dragon. At that time, I can help Master. I'll eat anyone who dares to disobey Master. Hairball's current combat strength wasn't high, but her defense was terrifyingly strong. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen after she entered maturity. She would at least have the combat strength of an immortal venerable. Here you go. Lin Fei threw the evil demon blood essence over. Hairball shook her body and returned to her original form. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. A terrifying evil aura swept out. Hairball's huge body shook. So satisfying, so satisfying. Lin Fei had long since left Furball's vicinity. He stood in the sky and watched as Furball let out a satisfied cry. Its massive body continued to split apart, and then it grew back to normal in the blink of an eye. Hairball was already very long. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air at the effects of the demon blood essence. Hua hua hua. Hairball's body kept growing, from tens of millions of zhang to billions of zhang. Fortunately, the Realm Lord's stone pagoda was big enough, otherwise, it would have exploded. Furball's body continued to swell under the effects of pleasure and pain, turning into a massive monster. An immortal venerable level demon dragon was very big, but compared to Furball, it was completely incomparable. It was on the level of a small earth. Lin Fei didn't feel good at all. If that immortal venerable evil dragon encountered Hairball, it would probably be sent flying with a single claw. If Hairball uses Rend Claw, I wonder what would happen. After Hairball consumed the evil demon blood essence, Lin Fei didn't dare to leave. If the medicinal effect was too strong and he couldn't suppress it, Lin Fei would have to do it himself. He didn't know when he would come across such evil demon blood essence, so he had to cherish it. When Furball's body reached a length of 200 million kilometers, it stopped moving. Looking over, her body was like a meandering mountain range with no end in sight. As for Hairball's black scales, they had turned dark gold and were flickering with resplendent luster. Hairball's aura was also increasing. The pressure became more and more grand. Half a day later, the pressure wasn't any weaker than an immortal venerable. It was at least 10 times stronger than an immortal venerable evil dragon. Two masses of chi entered and exited, causing the void to tremble. Good posture. No wonder the primordial evil dragon could become a top race in ancient times. Its combat power is really not weak. Lin Fei knew that Hairball was very lucky this time. If not for opening the evil demon space and obtaining the evil demon blood essence, Hairball wouldn't have such a huge change within a few chaos years. Lin Fei stayed in the training ground for 3 days. He didn't move during these 3 days. Roar accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Hairball's huge body turned into a mass of black fog, and a fierce young man walked out. He walked quickly to Lin Fei and grinned, "Master, I've finally entered the mature stage." A young man appeared, exuding a vicious aura. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, Lin Fei would have thought that he recognized the wrong person. "This is what you look like in the mature stage." Lin Fei was happy to hear that Hairball had entered the mature stage. A mature primordial evil dragon. Yes, this is what we look like in the mature stage. Without Master's blood essence, it would take me at least dozens of chaos years to enter the mature stage. Hairball said excitedly, "Master, I can help you kill people now. I can eat anyone who doesn't like Master." Lin Fei underestimated the time it took for the primordial evil dragon to enter the mature stage. Dozens of chaos years was too long. He didn't know what would happen during this period. Lin Fei used his divine senses to check but couldn't see Hairball's realm. "You have entered the mature stage. I don't know what realm you are at now. Tell me. How do I say this?" Hairball scratched her head, "I don't know. Damn, I don't know." Lin Fei was surprised. Are all primordial evil dragons in the mature stage so awesome? Try attacking me. Lin Fei knew Hairball's strength after trying. You really want to try? Come on. Your master isn't as weak as you think. Lin Fei patted his chest. Then I'm coming. Furball swatted at him, and all Lin Fei saw was a blur as the terrifying palm landed on his chest. His entire body was sent flying, crashing deep into the ground. Master! Hairball chased after him as if she had done something wrong. Damn, so strong. Lin Fei was also stunned. That slap just now had a hint of a ruler's aura. Did Hairball become a ruler? Lin Fei looked at Hairball as if he was looking at a rank 1 demon. Master, are you okay? Hairball appeared beside Lin Fei with her head lowered. I'm fine. Lin Fei's blood churned from the impact. Try attacking me again. Hairball was reluctant at first, but Lin Fei ordered her to continue attacking. This time, Lin Fei unfurled his demon wings and barely dodged Hairball's attacks. Stop! Lin Fei retracted his demon wings. He could not help but gasp as he looked at Hairball. She's improved a lot. Although she's not a true ruler, her body is as tough as a tier 1 demon's. Her attacks also contain a ruler's aura. She's barely a ruler now. This news was too exciting for Furball. Hairball, your primordial evil dragon race is truly a terrifying race. You're almost a ruler now. Lin Fei laughed. I'm almost no match for you. Lin Fei had never imagined that Hairball, whom he had picked up in the past, would eventually become a ruler. Moreover, she would be a ruler with first-rate speed and attack power. Master is the strongest. If it wasn't for Master, I would never have reached the mature stage in my life. I might have even died halfway. Hairball flattered. Now that I've reached maturity, I have legacy memories in my mind. So long as I cultivate those cultivation techniques, it should be even stronger than I am now. Crap. This is too heaven-defying. This speed was enough to take someone's life. Chapter 1452. With Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei finally had a true expert by his side. If any major power had a ruler overseeing it, no one would dare to underestimate its influence. No matter how strong an immortal sovereign was, they wouldn't stand a chance against a ruler. The great metropolis heaven now had an expert on par with a ruler. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the fiend blood to be so effective. Unfortunately, the 12 generals couldn't use it for now. If possible, Lin Fei didn't mind entering the fiend dimension to search for fiend blood and nurture enough rulers. 12 sovereigns. That's pretty freaking awesome. But now, Hairball was enough. He could show off with her by his side. In order to allow Hairball to unleash the power of a ruler and learn an inherited secret art, Lin Fei took out a large number of experience pills and let Hairball choose an offensive secret art that was most suitable for her. Even though Hairball's casual attack was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't satisfied. Every day, he killed immortal beasts and dropped experience stones. Lin Fei had a large number of top-grade points left. It was best for Hairball to cultivate now. A ruler needed to unleash the power of a ruler. Lin Fei didn't want to expose Hairball's ruler strength. Lin Fei was prepared to treat Hairball as the mysterious great metropolis heaven god. There was a huge difference between knowing and not knowing. After Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei grew calmer. Every day, he would cultivate and level up. Apart from that, he would cultivate secret techniques and divine abilities. For example, the splitting claw strike from a rank 1 demon was most suitable for immortals with powerful bodies. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would use time acceleration to cultivate it. This claw art was very suitable for Lin Fei. After 3,000 years, Lin Fei managed to cultivate this claw technique to the immortal reverent level. With a large number of experience stones, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to the immortal sovereign level. Moreover, Lin Fei's cultivation was also increasing, saving him a lot of time. Once he mastered this claw art, Lin Fei's strength increased again. Whoosh! Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his bare hands. A black shadow flashed by, and a roaring immortal beast in the distance was grabbed to death by Lin Fei. What domineering power! It was an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. This swipe was even stronger than the great sword Qi's secret art. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Under the starry sky, the three crimson shadows controlled a huge star as they tore through the air. Wherever they passed, anything that blocked their way would vanish into thin air after being hit by the star. On the star, there were three black-armored giants sitting cross-legged. Each of them was 100 zhang tall, like a small mountain, and they sat there without moving. We've been trapped for so many years. The people outside are too weak. Gotcha! One of the giants grabbed a roasted immortal beast and ate it in big mouthfuls. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and his body exuded a bloody aura of slaughter. Hee, all the experts died in that war. What kind of experts are there? They're just farts to us. We can kill them all with a flick of our fingers. The three ate the roasted meat in big mouthfuls. I heard that Di Tian of the great metropolis world is quite capable. He even captured immortal sovereign Sky Ocean. The giant sitting in the middle had a ferocious glint in his eyes. He bit down and ate a large piece of roasted meat. Immortal sovereign Sky Ocean is just trash. When we kill our way to the great metropolis world, we'll uproot the great metropolis world and take everyone into our grotto heaven world. Ha ha ha. The three laughed arrogantly. Big brother, look. It looks like those guys from the immortal court. One of the giants stood up. It was immortal sovereign Blood Sea, the youngest of the three brothers. Billions of miles away, a few auras no weaker than them were advancing with large strides. They were using the great teleportation secret art. They really are from the immortal court. I know a few of them. Another giant stood up. His forehead flashed with blood. This was their big brother, blood-crazed immortal sovereign. He squinted his eyes. It seems like they are heading to the great metropolis world. They are heading in the same direction as us. Big brother, should we teach them a lesson? I heard that the people from the immortal court are very rich. If we kill them, we can get rich. The second brother, blood-crazed immortal sovereign, revealed his killing intent. The people from the immortal court aren't good people either. Since we have encountered them, we have to teach them a lesson. Blood-crazed immortal sovereign's eyes flashed with fierceness. We have arrived. A huge star flew over and stopped outside the great metropolis world. The three blood brothers stood on the star. Big brother, those people from the immortal court are following us. Blood Sea immortal sovereign looked back. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful immortal sovereign treasure. We wasted our efforts. Blood-crazed immortal sovereign didn't even look at them. Once we enter the great metropolis world, we will head straight for Invincible Palace. We won't give them any chance. The three blood brothers did make a move. The only thing they didn't expect was that the immortal court's immortal sovereign would have a powerful immortal sovereign treasure. The three of them used the star to attack, but still couldn't take them down. Let's go in. The three kept the star and broke through the world barrier, charging in. Just as they disappeared, four immortal sovereigns arrived with killing intent on their faces. We are still a step too late. These four were immortal sovereigns from the immortal court. Especially the leader, he gave off a righteous aura that was vast and mighty. It wasn't something the three blood brothers could compare to. Although the three blood brothers are strong, it won't be easy for them to deal with Di Tian. Let's go in immediately. We can't let them snatch all the benefits. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back. The immortal court's immortal sovereigns were furious at the three blood brothers. Only the immortal sovereigns of the forsaken land of immortals would be so despicable and shameless to sneak attack them. Luckily, they didn't get any benefits. Even so, the immortal court's experts were filled with resentment. Let's go in too. The three blood brothers entered the great metropolis world. Their powerful divine senses immediately locked onto the sky above Invincible Palace. Through the information they gathered, Tion had always been in the great metropolis world. They just had to go straight to their lair and start a massacre to force Tion to show himself. Once they locked onto the sky, the three's figures flashed and appeared above Invincible Palace. The blood-red immortal sovereign laughed, blood sea torrential sky. His entire body turned into a blood-colored giant wave that covered the sky. He created a huge wave that was tens of thousands of feet tall and swept towards Invincible Palace. If he was swept up, not many people in Invincible Palace would be able to survive. Tion, come out quickly. Otherwise, we will destroy your entire great metropolis world. There weren't many people in Invincible Palace now. The moment the three blood brothers appeared, more than 10 immortal sovereigns' auras soared into the sky and locked onto them. Demon Sealing Immortal Sovereign and the rest had attacked. I knew you guys would attack. Chapter 1453. The three blood brothers unleashed their unparalleled strength right from the start. It's the blood brothers, they're out. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch and the other immortal monarchs had been in the forsaken immortal land for a long time. They naturally knew that there were many immortal monarchs suppressed in the depths of the forsaken immortal land. Each of them was very powerful. If they weren't suppressed and their strength was greatly reduced, they would have caused quite a commotion in the forsaken immortal land. Fortunately, they weren't simply exiled, they were suppressed. Normally, they wouldn't dare to enter the depths. Those guys were the ones who would go on a killing spree. They had heard of the Blood Brothers. They were most famous for controlling an immortal monarch treasure made from a star. The three of them worked together, their power was increased by 30%. Bloody Battle Immortal Monarch suppressed the attack with the star. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch, you still have the face to attack, I'll kill all of you today. Bloody Battle Immortal Monarch laughed and controlled the star to crush them. Let's see who can save you. Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch, Tion is someone our immortal court wants to take away. Have you asked for our permission before taking him away? A furious roar came from the horizon, a red sun rose up dazzlingly. With just you guys. Only Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch didn't attack, he raised his brows and punched over 100 times. Fist rays crisscrossed and landed on the red sun. I heard that Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch was suppressed by our immortal court back then. Today, I'll suppress you again and let you know that without our immortal court, you'd still be exiled. The red sun faded and a red-robed immortal monarch appeared. His body was covered in flames, especially his eyes which shot out flames, burning the surrounding void. Sciention Fire God Finger. Red Will Immortal Monarch's 10 fingers were like the sun, burning the void. He ordered the remaining 3 immortal monarchs to attack the 2 blood brothers and suppress them. Master, they're fighting. Hairball shouted in the Realm Lord's stone tower, let me go out and eat them. Furball, whose combat strength was comparable to a ruler's, was as delicious as ever. When he saw the immortal paragons fighting outside, he wanted nothing more than to devour them all. It would be best if he could devour them cleanly so that he wouldn't have to waste time outside. The immortal fruit wine was placed in front of Lin Fei, and he drank it unhurriedly. The immortal court and the forsaken land of immortals aren't that peaceful either. The 3 blood brothers aren't weak at all, especially that star treasure. It's really a good thing to increase one's combat power. Hairball, when you attack later, don't break them. They are valuable things. As for those immortal venerables, you can eat them if you want. Anyway, they are here to give us things. This time, be it the immortal court or the forsaken land of immortals, the immortal venerables arranged by them were stronger than the last time. For example, the three blood brothers were able to fight Venerable Demon Sealer's group to a draw. Although they were relying on Xing Chen's immortal venerable treasures, one had to admit that their strength was tyrannical. If they joined forces, they were almost comparable to a high-level immortal venerable. As for the immortal court side, the red-robed immortal reverend was the strongest. He was locked in a stalemate with blood-crazed immortal reverend. The outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short period of time. It's not good to keep fighting like this. I can't let my great metropolis heaven be destroyed. Lin Fei didn't plan to attack. Hairball, you can attack now. Lin Fei said to Hairball. These fellows dare to find trouble with Master. I'm going to eat them all. Hairball had entered the mature stage. She was closer to Lin Fei. Watch me devour the heavens and earth. This was Hairball's sacred art in the past. But now that she used it, the entire great metropolis heaven instantly turned dark. It was an endless darkness. The silent atmosphere made one's heart palpitate. The battle outside suddenly stopped. This darkness seemed to last for 10,000 years, but it also seemed like an instant. When light appeared again, the surroundings of Invincible Palace returned to peace. Everyone was gone. Not a single one was left. The battle just now ended as if it had never happened. Damn, you sucked them all in. Lin Fei, who was drinking wine, nearly dropped his cup. This sacred art was too domineering. There were 20 immortal supremacies. Furball patted his stomach. That's right. They're all in my stomach now. My inherited memories tell me that our ancestors were the strongest, able to eat an entire world in a single bite. The current me can't even chew through a world, so swallowing them in a single bite won't be a problem at all. Lin Fei had seen Hairball's sacred art many times. But the formation this time around was just 2F** King awesome. With a single gulp, all the immortal paragons were swallowed up in one go. Lin Fei knew that he did not have the strength to do so. The primordial evil dragon was a demon. Master, they are in my stomach now. Do you want to take a look? There was another world inside Hairball. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go in. She was a guest after all. It would be a bit inappropriate if the master didn't show up. Of course. Why? They have good stuff on them. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, you swallowed them. The news shouldn't spread, right? Hairball said proudly, Master, don't worry. My grotto heaven is different from others. As long as they are in my stomach, no news will spread. Master, come in. Hairball opened her mouth. A black whirlpool appeared, revealing a black passage. Lin Fei dived in and appeared in a grotto heaven world that looked like a star. At this moment, be it the three blood brothers or Red Will Immortal Supremacy and the rest, they were all at a loss. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Just now, the world was dark. An irresistible force shrouded them. When they reacted and appeared in such a place, their divine sense was suppressed. This was a power that surpassed them. For a moment, they suspected that it was a ruler. But did Great Metropolis Heaven have a ruler? They didn't believe that a ruler was so easy to break through. It was even more impossible for a ruler to appear in a middle-level world. Then what was going on? Boom boom boom, the three blood brothers had already gathered together. They attacked with stars but were reflected every time. Damn it, what is this place? What is your Great Metropolis Heaven plotting? The three blood brothers stared at Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy's group. They appeared in this place inexplicably. Their first suspicion was that they were the culprit. They were horrified. They landed in this place without resistance. Other than a ruler, who else could do it? But was it possible for a ruler? They kept asking themselves if it was Di Tian who did it. Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy's group was also confused. They subconsciously thought that it was their master's doing. Only the great and omnipotent master would do such a thing. Red will Immortal Supremacy called the three Immortal Supremacies to his side. This place has a dangerous aura. You three need to be careful, don't act rashly. Red will Immortal Supremacy had seen the world before, but he only knew that this was a grotto heaven world. Divine senses couldn't explore it as it was suppressed. Everyone, this place is not bad, right? Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in the grotto heaven world. Lin Fei swaggered out. You are Di Tian, you are the one behind this. Blood Sea Immortal Supremacy immediately recognized him. The three blood brothers were telepathically connected, they knew what to do with just one action and one look. The gigantic celestial treasures of the celestial reverends radiated a terrifying aura. The three of them actually joined forces at this moment, causing a terrifying might to erupt forth, locking onto Di Tian. Even Red will Immortal Supremacy was a step slower. You still have the qualifications to be arrogant in my place. Lin Fei shouted and snapped his fingers at the grotto heaven world. Whoosh, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Damn it, we can't move. What kind of power is this? The three blood brothers were immobilized in the air. The star attack's power was also dispersed. This power far surpassed these immortal venerables' imagination. Except for demons sealing Immortal Supremacy, the others were suppressed by the grotto heaven world's power. Master, these guys are really daring, they still dare to be arrogant in my territory. I can suppress them with just a thought, Master can deal with them as you wish. Hairball's voice resounded in Lin Fei's ears. Hairball is really good at handling matters. Even if today's matter spreads out, no one will know what happened. As for suspicion, no one will suspect Hairball. Lin Fei thought, capturing 7 immortal venerables at once, and some of them have quite a strong background, they can only blame their bad luck. Demons sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest immediately flew over when they saw their master. Master! After the previous incident, demons sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest's strength had increased again. They could fight against Blood Battle Immortal Supremacy without losing. Go and strip them of all their belongings. Lin Fei waved his hand, a throne appeared and he sat on it. Di Tian, you dare, we are people from immortal sections. Blood Frenzy Immortal Supremacy roared. Although they were suppressed, they could still speak. How could they bear to hear that they were going to be robbed? All of their possessions were here. Lin Fei did not mind, hee, so what if you are from immortal sects? This is my territory, you can come and go as you please, do you think I am easy to bully? The three blood brothers were ancient immortal venerables. But they had truly suffered a setback this time, they still did not know the reason. They watched as demons sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest charged over and took everything from them. Besides their armor, Xing Chen's immortal venerable treasure was pushed over. Seeing demons sealing Immortal Supremacy coming towards Red will Immortal Supremacy, their expressions changed. Di Tian, by suppressing us, you are going against our immortal court. When our people arrive, your great metropolis heaven will not be able to protect you, even you will be suppressed. Red will Immortal Supremacy's heart turned cold. They came to this place inexplicably and their immortal venerables were suppressed, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that this was Di Tian's doing. Chapter 1454. Threat. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Demons sealing Immortal Venerable and the other lackeys became even more excited. They liked this job now, their eyes shone brightly as they stared at them. Master was simply too amazing. Di Tian, you dare. Di Tian, quickly let us go. You're courting death. Immortal Court's Immortal Venerable shouted furiously. In just a short while, all the things on his body were stripped clean, except for an immortal armor that was left behind to cover his body. Continue cursing. Lin Fei stood up, you won't have a chance anyway. Lin Fei placed the storage ring in front of him. All of them were broken. This star-time immortal venerable treasure is yours to use. As for the immortal venerable treasure, Lin Fei threw it to Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and the rest. With this, their battle strength would rise again. Thank you, Master. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and the rest were excited. Master was too generous. This level of immortal venerable treasure was given to them. This was unimaginable in the past. Who didn't know how precious this thing was? The three blood brothers roared, their eyes were almost spewing fire as they watched helplessly as the treasure fell into someone else's hands. Lin Fei was never polite to his people. You guys can slowly enjoy these good days. Lin Fei transmitted to Hairball. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and the rest appeared in the Realm Lord's Stone Tower in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't care about how Hairball would deal with them next. After coming in, they didn't need to leave. Oh right, you better keep your mouths shut about what happened today. Before sending them away, Lin Fei told them to bury the matter in their hearts. Of course, if Lin Fei didn't say anything, they wouldn't spread it. The more mysterious and powerful their master was, the better their lives were. Compared to the time in the Forsaken Land of Immortals, their lives were much better. For example, their current strength and equipment were things they had never imagined. The Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals had sent out immortal reverence to the Great Metropolis Heavens. Great Metropolis Heaven had more than 10 immortal venerables guarding it. Its power was not bad. Iron Blood Alliance's Devil Breaker leader had suffered a huge loss and was now unwilling to come out of his lair. It was said that Great Metropolis World's D. Tian had detained the immortal paragons of the Forsaken Land of Immortals, not giving the Immortal Court any face. Everyone was watching a good show. In their eyes, D. Tian was a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. Veteran immortal venerables like the Blood Brothers swaggered through the streets. There was no one who didn't know about them. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard about them. But these immortal supremacies disappeared the moment they entered the Great Metropolis Heaven. When the news came out, all the worlds in the universe cried out in alarm. This was inconceivable. It was said that after the world fell into darkness, all the experts of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals disappeared. No one knew who did it. All the major forces in the universe were completely moved. Could it be that the Great Metropolis Heaven was hiding some peerless powerhouse? Once this guess came out, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that there was another major force in the universe? As a neighbor, the Devil Breaker leader was so scared that he peed his pants. They were already so strong before and now there was another peerless powerhouse guarding them. How could he live like this? No one liked to live in fear with a tiger sleeping next to them. When the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals heard this news, they were in an uproar. They couldn't accept this result. The sects of the Forsaken Land of Immortals had just been established. Their foundations were far inferior to the Immortal Court. In the end, they suffered a huge loss in the Great Metropolis Heaven. This time, no one could remain calm. The Great Metropolis Heaven, which originally had some major forces, leaped onto the stage. Whether that peerless expert was just passing by or from the Great Metropolis Heaven became a matter worth considering. Whether or not they should continue to act, the two factions were divided into two factions, and the two factions were in a heated argument. Originally, everyone thought that the Immortal Court and the large sects had sent experts to attack the Great Metropolis Heaven. In the end, they only sent out words of condemnation to Di Tian and Yun Yun. This result shocked everyone. Only a few people who stood at the top knew that they were afraid of the person who had attacked. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't attack again. Facing the condemnation of the Immortal Court and the large sects, Di Tian of the Great Metropolis Heaven said that he didn't know anything. If they couldn't force a confession out of torture, they might have offended someone. They were playing dumb. Just like that, everyone started arguing. The Immortal Court and the large sects are really shameless. Lin Fei knew that they didn't have the guts to attack. After all, Immortal Supremes were treasures. One less meant one less power. This was especially true for the large sections. They had lost the 3 blood brothers and a sky-ocean immortal sovereign. They were about to cough up blood. Hearing the reports, Lin Fei thought of the squabbles between countries back on Earth. They were afraid of each other. But now, they were afraid of the Immortal Court and the large sections. Lin Fei's trump cards were all in the dark. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't send experts to attack. Report, someone from the large sects came, saying that they want to ransom someone. An Immortal King guard came in from outside. If you feel the pain, then come to ransom someone. Hee hee. Lin Fei ordered the guard to bring the person in. Large sects Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign greets Realm Lord D. Tian. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign walked in alone. His cold aura seemed to wander in the darkness. Looking at the young man on the throne, Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign had to suppress his pride. The 3 blood brothers had fallen here, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. So sensible. Lin Fei thought that the people from the large sects would make a big fuss. Now, it seemed like they knew how to control their temper. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to detain them. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign, you are quite bold. You dare to come in alone. Aren't you afraid that I will capture you? Lin Fei slapped the throne and said with a sharp gaze. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign was an immortal sovereign, so no one dared to slap the table. In order to ransom Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, he could only endure. I am just a representative of an emissary. If Realm Lord D. Tian captures me, it will only make the people outside look down on us. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign said, if Realm Lord D. Tian really wants to capture me, then I will accept it. Large sects are large sections. Why would I capture you? It was just a joke. Lin Fei said, I heard that you want to ransom someone. Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign has been in your place for some time. We want to bring him back. I hope you can allow it. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign cupped his hands. This is a small matter. You can ask Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign. Lin Fei smiled. Why are you asking me? Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign thought, shameless guy. If you didn't detain Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, why would I come here personally? It's not easy to be an emissary. Chapter 1455. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable was very confident in this trip. A little bumpkin from the lower realm, no matter how amazing he was still a bumpkin. If it wasn't for the disagreement within the large sects, they wouldn't have arranged for him to redeem Tian High Immortal Venerable. A Tian High Immortal Venerable who cultivated a Dominator-level cultivation technique had a high status in the large sections. Even 10 Immortal Venerables couldn't compare to him. Let's see if you agree. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable thought. The rise of the great metropolis heaven hadn't been long. Before this, the number of Immortal Venerables was few and far between. If it wasn't for the large sects pulling a batch away, how could they have become famous in the great metropolis heaven? Even so, the foundation of the great metropolis heaven was still very weak. They definitely didn't have any immortal venerable treasures, and cultivation techniques were also a problem. The powerful cultivation techniques were all in the hands of the large sections. An immortal venerable level cultivation technique could create a large number of immortal powerhouses. There was a huge difference in the quality of a cultivation technique. A person who cultivated an immortal emperor level cultivation technique was far from being a match for an immortal venerable powerhouse. This time, in order to bring them back, the large sects took out 5 low-level immortal venerable treasures and the 30th immortal venerable cultivation technique. If these things were placed in the outside world, any force that obtained them would become a powerhouse in their lifetime. Even if they couldn't reach the immortal venerable realm, they wouldn't be too far away. Their own force would also become a large force, lasting for hundreds of chaos years. Just these rubbish things. Lin Fei thought that they would take out some good things. Now that he heard it, they were all useless things. Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? Ignorant. Lin Fei had quite a few immortal venerable cultivation techniques and several immortal venerable treasures, but these things were useless to him now. Realm Lord D. Tian, you should know the value of these things. They can't be bought with money in the universe. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable said coldly. Immortal Venerable level cultivation techniques were rarely auctioned because they were too expensive. Men, send the guest off. Wanting to redeem people with just these things, what a joke. Since he had come to redeem them, if he did not take a bite out of them, Lin Fei would not agree to let them go. Not detaining them was already giving them face. The smugness in the eyes of the earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate, who had a good plan, vanished without a trace. He was completely frightened by these words. Realm Lord D. Tian, this matter can be discussed. Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerable didn't expect Realm Lord D. Tian to have such a bad temper. The moment they disagreed, they wanted to send him away. Before coming here, he had promised those people that he would bring the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate back. Lin Fei sneered, your great sects really have a good plan. Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? You want to scheme against me, Lin Fei? The Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate is a mid-level Immortal Venerate and has cultivated a sovereign-level cultivation technique. I don't think I need to say more about a sovereign-level cultivation technique. Its value is not a problem in another world. Moreover, the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate has already started cultivating it. Do you think I will agree to these things? When the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate came, he did not take D. Tian seriously. He thought that if he mentioned the benefits, D. Tian would not agree. He didn't expect D. Tian to fall out with him on the spot. Then I wonder what Realm Lord D. Tian can do to let them go. Lin Fei already had a plan. This is simple. I need at least 100 low-level Immortal Venerate treasures. If there aren't 100, 50 is fine. I need at least 20 mid-level Immortal Venerate treasures. As for Immortal Venerate level cultivation techniques, I need at least 100. After all, the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate is not an ordinary Immortal Venerate. Impossible. The Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. This Realm Lord D. Tian's appetite was simply too big. Wasn't he afraid of bursting? Over 100 low-level Immortal Venerate treasures. To think that you can even mention mid-level Immortal Venerate treasures. In any case, this is my intention. You can go back and tell them yourself. If they are not satisfied, I will not let them go. Also, I have good food and drinks here. I believe the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate will be very willing to stay here. Willing my ass. As the sound of Lin Fei's voice faded, 2 guards immediately came up and asked the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate to leave. If it was during normal times, the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate would have already slapped this fellow to death. But now was not the time. I will help you pass on Realm Lord D. Tian's request. As for whether they will agree or not, that's hard to say. The Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate threw down a sentence and turned to leave. I believe you guys will definitely agree. Lin Fei turned and entered the Realm Lord's stone pagoda. First, he went to visit Bao Mia and the others. Right now, all of them were in a deep level of seclusion. Their bodies were emitting powerful auras, and they were about to break through to a new realm. Soon. Lin Fei's gaze landed on one of the levels of the training ground. His 4 wives and daughters were currently killing immortal beasts to temper themselves. Their strength had risen very quickly and had already reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Fei originally wanted them to slow down their cultivation. But he couldn't withstand their words. Hubby, you are already so strong, we also want to be your helpers. Lin Fei retreated in defeat. In Lin Fei's heart, protecting women was something that a man should do. Arriving at the highest level of the Realm Lord's stone pagoda, Hairball was also here. This fellow rarely went out now. After capturing an immortal venerable and eating one, the remaining immortal venerates actually surrendered. Did you not eat? Quickly roast some meat for me. A red-robed immortal venerable was sent flying by a claw. He didn't dare to show any anger on his face. He immediately ran back and obediently roasted some meat. Good, you are good. Where is my drink? It will be here soon. Immediately, an immortal venerable brought over a huge flask of immortal brew. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei realized that Hairball was the happiest person. When Lin Fei first saw them, he had also been shocked. Furball had not eaten all of them, but had instead kept them by his side. Only after asking did he find out. Later on, he found out that these fellows were all controlled by Hairball. A type of control technique from the primordial evil dragon's inheritance was specially used to serve their race. The service of 7 immortal venerates. This kind of supreme enjoyment was something that not many people could enjoy. At this moment, Hairball squinted her eyes and enjoyed the service of the lackeys. Master, you are here. Seeing Lin Fei appear, Hairball pushed away the people beside her and ran over. Today, I asked them to capture a dragon. Let's eat dragon meat together. Lin Fei took a look. There was indeed dragon meat on it. Its blood energy was dense. It was definitely an immortal emperor dragon race expert. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to enjoy the dragon meat. Only Lin Fei and Hairball could withstand the dense blood energy. Ordinary immortals would explode if they ate it. Lin Fei hadn't eaten dragon meat for a long time. The meat is a bit old. I still need to learn. Lin Fei ate a few dozen kilograms of dragon meat and didn't eat anymore. He wasn't satisfied with the roasted dragon meat. Did you hear that? My master said that you have to learn well. Otherwise, I will eat you directly. Hairball scolded, scaring those people into trembling. Other than roasting and cooking delicacies, the 6 immortal venerates had become Hairball's special sandbags. What they were most afraid of now was being eaten. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with Hairball. These fellows had the guts to come, so they should accept this punishment. It was their luck to be able to become Hairball's servants. He took out the devil key from last time and prepared to enter the devil space. Lin Fei was already prepared. In any game, there would always be a lot of good things in the instance dungeon. Lin Fei had to go take a look no matter what. At most, he would just make a wasted trip. Ding! Do you want to open the instance dungeon space? Open! The instance dungeon key in Lin Fei's hand turned into a black light and disappeared. Ding! The instance dungeon space is opening. Countdown is 10 seconds. Players, prepare for me. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1 instance dungeon space opening. Lin Fei instantly disappeared, leaving behind the 6 immortal venerate servants with a shocked face. They didn't feel any spatial fluctuations. They couldn't do this themselves. They didn't even catch it with their divine sense. Hairball scolded. What are you standing there for? Go and roast the meat. You know my master's ability. Fortunately, my master didn't kill you. Only Hairball knew that if it wasn't for her master, she wouldn't have entered the mature stage and possessed such tyrannical strength. Woo 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 woo, ding. The instance dungeon demon abyss is open. Ding. Players can stay in the instance dungeon for 24 hours. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he appeared in a space filled with all kinds of negative emotions. Anger, resentment, vengeance, and other emotions were swimming everywhere. These emotions rushed toward him as soon as he saw someone. Bang bang bang, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The negative emotions hit his body and turned into fragments. So this is the abyss of demons. There are so many negative emotions. You actually want to take over my body. Why don't you see that my body is also something you can take over? Lin Fei stood on a swamp. There were bubbles everywhere and a rotten smell. Lin Fei was not used to it. Ding. Instance dungeon task released. Ding. Within 24 hours, collect enough demon's heart and you can exchange it for immortal venerate treasures and other treasures. This time, the task was not mandatory. It was up to you whether you wanted to complete it or not. Sure enough, this is a good instance dungeon. Immortal venerate treasures, this was a good thing. Lin Fei immediately moved. The demon's wings spread, and he left the swamp. Swoosh, when they passed by a black forest, a towering tree shook its body and shot out a sky full of vines. There were at least 1,000 of them. Burn! Flames rushed out and landed on the towering tree. Screams could be heard. Ding! Killed demonic tree. Obtained 50 million experience points. Ding! Discovered tree seed. After killing a tree, the system immediately gave him a notification. Demonic tree, it really does look like it. Just now, after the fire, Lin Fei clearly saw the demonic tree's appearance. Tree seed, I wonder if I can plant it. Just now, the demonic tree's combat strength was at the Immortal Emperor level, and its defense was very strong. Lin Fei used the divine fire to deal with it easily. Chapter 1456. Hua 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 hua. In a dark mountain range, a raging fire was burning. In the fire, the demonic treants were trembling and screaming. Green smoke rose from their bodies and turned into ashes. Ding! Killed demonic treant. Obtained 30 million experience points. Ding! Killed demonic treant. Obtained 30 million experience points. Ding! Discovered Trent's heart. Ding! Discovered Trent's heart. The fire in the mountain range was extremely powerful. Along the way, the hidden demonic treants suffered and dropped Trent's hearts. Someone was extremely busy. After burning the flames, Lin Fei collected the Trent's hearts. In less than 2 hours, Lin Fei had collected over 3,000 Trent's hearts. Using divine fire to burn the demonic treants is really fast. More than 3,000 Trent's hearts were enough to fortify Holy Heaven Institute and Invincible Palace. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of more. With the help of divine fire, he burned for another 2 hours. This time, his harvest was even bigger. He had obtained more than 5,000 treant hearts. The demonic treants weren't weak. Coupled with their strong defense, they were as weak as firewood in front of Lin Fei's divine fire. Once the fire was ignited, they would be burned to death within a few breaths. About 9,000 Trent's hearts. That's about it. Lin Fei kept his divine fire and stopped attacking the demonic treants. Spreading his demonic wings, Lin Fei flew forward. Not long later, after passing through the mountain range, the front suddenly became spacious. A tribe appeared in front of Lin Fei. In the sky above the tribe, demons with wings flew in and out. They were huge, about 6 to 7 zhang tall. Around the tribe, there were piles of white bones, surrounding the entire tribe. Finally found demons. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check. This small tribe had more than 300 demons, and all of them were adults. Every demon was in the Immortal Emperor realm. The weakest was at the first step Immortal Emperor realm. There were also about 10 peak Immortal Emperors. Outsiders are here. Kill. The demons in the sky soon discovered Lin Fei. A black shadow charged towards Lin Fei, its ferocious aura blotting out the sky. Lin Fei was completely unaffected by this aura. Kill. Lin Fei turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of a first-step immortal Emperor demon. He smashed the demon's head with one punch and the system's notification sounded. These demons had strong defenses, but in front of Lin Fei, he could kill them with a single punch. Their defenses were a joke. Claw rend. An afterimage swept across the area. In an instant, hundreds of demons were killed by this attack. Fortunately, Lin Fei had turned off the experience notification. Otherwise, he could still have some peace and quiet. This was also the first time Lin Fei had used it, and it was very powerful. In less than an incense's time, Lin Fei had wiped out the entire tribe. The few fourth-step immortal emperor demons were also killed by Lin Fei with a single punch. Things from demonic rage are still the best. Over 300 demons had dropped over 100 demonic hearts. Other than that, many cultivation technique fragments had dropped. They were all Immortal King and Immortal Emperor grade. Lin Fei didn't want to waste them, so he kept them all. In the base of the demon tribe, Lin Fei found a map. It was a map of the interior of the dungeon space. So there's a Devil Abyss city in this dungeon space. It's billions of miles away from here. A distance of billions of miles wasn't far at all. I can come to the dungeon space once. Who knows if I will come to this place the next time. I might as well kill my way to the Devil Abyss city. Why did he think so? There wouldn't be anything good even if he killed his way through the tribes. However, the Devil Abyss city was different. A big city would have at least 1 million demons. Only by killing them and obtaining demonic hearts could he exchange them for immortal reverend treasures. Moreover, Lin Fei discovered that the demons weren't very strong, and the items they dropped were all mediocre. Lin Fei wasn't worried about meeting experts. In the dungeon space, Lin Fei could leave at any time. Of course, leaving was equivalent to giving up on the dungeon space. This was his greatest trump card. As long as he didn't encounter a powerful demon boss, Lin Fei was confident that he could deal with it. Billions of miles away. A black shadow flashed past, and the void trembled. 80 times the speed limit of Heavenly Tao was unbelievably fast. A distance of billions of miles was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After passing through a mountain range, a plain appeared in front of him. A large black city appeared in front of Lin Fei. Demons flew in and out constantly, and it looked very lively. Now this is more like it. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check. He felt that there were at least 1 million demons here. Some demons came in groups of hundreds. 18 hours left. Time is more than enough. Lin Fei looked at the time. As for leveling up to the ruler realm, he still needed a lot of experience points. He didn't care about it now. Kill. World Storm. Once the 6th level World Storm was used, the Devil Abyss city was completely surrounded. Hua hua hua. When the World Storm blew over, the demons that just came out were shredded into pieces. Demons had strong bodies, but their Tao hearts weren't strong. Under the double attack of various negative emotions, demons died one after another in the World Storm. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demons died. Divine Fire Burn. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied with a single World Storm. He took out the heaven and earth divine fire, which flew out from his body and turned into a river of flames. The Devil Abyss city was built with special materials. When the heaven and earth divine fire descended, the scorching heat melted the buildings, leaving nothing behind. The huge city instantly melted. Black masses of demons rushed out. When the flames touched their bodies, their tough skin melted. They couldn't even be extinguished, and they were directly burned to death. Satisfying. If not for the World Storm and heaven and earth divine fire, Lin Fei wouldn't have the guts to fight these demons. These demons were extremely strong. There were countless immortal Emperor Realm demons. The entire great metropolis realm added up couldn't compare to the number of immortal emperor experts here. Who dares to slaughter my people? In the center of the city, a domineering saber intent shattered the world storm and opened up a vacuum zone. A black-armored demon charged out furiously. It's you, outsider. The black-armored demon held a long saber in his hand. He raised his hand and slashed over. The world storm of the 6th level couldn't block this saber. It shattered everything in its path and pierced through the air. This saber was too ferocious. Shattering claw strike. Lin Fei grabbed with one hand, and a shadow swept out, clashing with this terrifying saber light. Boom! The two were evenly matched. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The saber light was shattered, and the remaining saber light hit Lin Fei's body, leaving bloody holes. Chapter 1457. Another rank 1 demon. When Lin Fei said these words, he wasn't afraid, but filled with a strong fighting spirit. Just from the wounds left by the shattered sword light, Lin Fei knew that the other party was a rank 1 demon, the same level as the rank 1 demon boss. Upon closer inspection, the tail of the black-armored demon's wings had a trace of gold. Although it wasn't obvious, it was easy to recognize. This was something ordinary demons didn't have. Encountering a rank 1 demon here, Lin Fei knew that he would have a good harvest. Last time, he was forced to return to the outside world by a rank 1 demon. This time, it wouldn't happen again. Lin Fei moved in the next breath. He turned into a sky full of afterimages, constantly moving and attacking the black-armored demon. Bang bang bang, although Lin Fei hadn't become a ruler yet, his combat strength was already very strong. Great sword energy secret technique and splitting claw landed on the black-armored demon one after another, causing its HP to continuously drop. On the other hand, Lin Fei didn't suffer many injuries. Right now, the entire world storm was under Lin Fei's control. Every time the black-armored demon attacked, Lin Fei could dodge it without getting injured. However, as time passed, the demons in the city below wouldn't be so lucky. Whether it was the divine fire or the world storm, it was a one-sided massacre against the demons. Ah, I'll destroy you, outsider. The black-armored demon's attack speed increased. With each slash, he shattered a world storm, but he couldn't keep up with Lin Fei's pace. More and more wounds appeared on his body. 5 great sword energies were arranged in the surroundings. The black-armored demon let down his guard and was stabbed, losing a large amount of HP. Lin Fei appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every time he used the splitting claw, a large amount of the rank 1 demon's HP would be taken out. I didn't think that I could deal with a rank 1 demon with the strength of a ruler. Lin Fei could still think of his sorry state last time. This time, he could deal with a rank 1 demon with ease. Devil Reincarnation. The black-armored demon's HP dropped quickly. Suddenly, the black-armored demon shot out a cold light, and a berserk aura soared into the sky. A mysterious power filled the black-armored demon's body, and its health bar was restored to full. The saber light flashed again. Damn, do you have to be so shameless? Just as he was about to kill the Tier 1 demon, he recovered his strength in the blink of an eye. So what if I'm full? Do you think I'm afraid of you? There was still a lot of time. Lin Fei was not afraid of not being able to kill this guy, so he continued to attack like last time. This time, it was much slower than the last time. Because the black-armored demon's speed had increased, his combat prowess had also increased by about 20%. Lin Fei's body was also covered in wounds. If not for the demon wings and his tyrannical physical body, he would have suffered quite a bit. It should be the devil reincarnation just now. This guy's strength actually increased by 20%. The devil race has this kind of magical ability. I have to be careful in the future. Lin Fei vomited blood, and the black-armored demon didn't feel good either. The increase in combat power did not injure the Heavenly Beyond Realm expert. Cracks gradually appeared on his body. Ha ha ha, so you have to pay a price for this secret technique. Those cracks were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the black-armored demon was like a work of art. He might shatter at any time, and his HP bar was also nearing the end. The black-armored demon was about to die. You can't kill us demons. The black-armored demon grinned and made a strange hand gesture again. Not good, this guy is going to devil reincarnation again. Looking at this posture, Lin Fei knew that if he let the black-armored demon reincarnate again, he would be out of luck. In order to deal with this guy, Lin Fei had already consumed a lot of energy. Eternal moment. A magical ability blasted out, and time stopped. Splitting claw strike. Lin Fei got close and used his strongest close-range attack, clawing at the black-armored demon's body. Gotcha! With this claw, half of the black-armored demon's body exploded, and the remaining blood on his HP bar was all gone. Bang! Before the black-armored demon died, he also unleashed a terrifying attack. Lin Fei's entire body flew out, and his flesh and blood exploded continuously. He smashed into a mountain range, razing everything within 1,000,000 miles to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Fei lay with his arms and legs spread out. His chest was completely caved in, and his internal organs were all shattered. A ruler's power was continuously destroying. Damn, I almost got overturned. The ruler's power and the great Tao of true self quickly clashed in his body. This battle lasted for a full 4 hours. Phew! Lin Fei stood up and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It really wasn't easy. He returned to the Demon Abyss City again. At this time, this place was razed to the ground. Under the attack of the two powers, this place couldn't be seen anymore. The demons were dead, and only a few managed to escape. Ding! Discovered demon summoning flag. Lin Fei stood in the sky and heard the system notification. He opened the space warehouse and saw a small black flag. In the center of the small flag was embroidered with a huge skull. I killed a rank 1 demon, and I got this thing. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. No matter what, I should at least get a demon's blood essence. He took out the demon summoning flag. He threw an appraisal technique at it. Demon summoning flag, an immortal venerable treasure carried by ancient demons. It can be used to summon dead demons to fight. As this demon summoning flag is a rank 1 demon, it can only summon a rank 1 demon. Lin Fei was still grumbling about how bad the explosion was. Now that he heard it, he became spirited. It can summon dead rank 1 demons. Didn't I kill one just now? Why don't I give it a try? Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of a rank 1 demon. Especially after reincarnating, its combat power was even more terrifying. He almost fell down. Do you want to summon the demon? Yes. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. The demon summoning flag in his hand moved without any wind, and a strange power spread out. Isn't this a rank 1 demon's fragment? Between heaven and earth, pieces of fragments flew over. The original black-armored demon reformed and appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this moment, the black-armored demon's body was covered with a dense death aura. Undead creature. Lin Fei tried to control it. After sending out a thought, the black-armored demon really did it without any hesitation. Why is it only a high-level celestial venerable? Lin Fei took a look. The current black-armored demon's strength wasn't as strong as before. It was just the same as him. Stupid master, this demon's summoning flag can only summon the strongest demon. After summoning, its strength can only be the same as yours. Unless you become a ruler, then it will also become a ruler. So awesome. The little demon rolled its eyes. You don't have to be happy. These demons are already undead demons. Although they are undead and indestructible, even if they are shattered, they can be kept in the demon's summoning flag. However, it needs to be replenished with immortal aura. Once the immortal aura in its body is used up, it will have no strength. What a scam! Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Originally, he thought that it could be used indefinitely. Now, it seemed that it might not be so easy. Where can I get this immortal aura? After hearing the little demon's words, Lin Fei used his divine sense to check. As expected, he discovered a dense amount of immortal aura. This is simple. You just need to give me 100,000 demon hearts, and I can help you collect the death aura here. You can let your demon use it once. The little demon laughed mischievously. Do you need to be so expensive? Hearing 100,000 demon hearts, Lin Fei was also shocked. The little demon sneered, 100,000 demon hearts is already very cheap. Only us demons have this ability to collect immortal aura. Outsiders can't collect it. Lin Fei checked and found that he had received 1,800,000 demon hearts. 100,000 demon hearts in exchange for one use of immortal aura seemed not bad. I agree. The little demon narrowed its eyes. I will help you collect it immediately. Not long after, the little demon came back with a bottle. Seeing this, Lin Fei frowned. This speed is too fast. Did I get cheated? This is a death pill. It is condensed from immortal aura. As long as you inject it into a demon's body, it will be fine. Lin Fei took a look. Sure enough, there was a death pill inside. I want to know what kind of cultivation technique this demon reincarnation technique is. Lin Fei asked, 10,000 demon hearts. The little demon stretched out its small hand. This is a demon's secret. You can't talk about it. Lin Fei looked at it in disdain. Is there a guide like you? Helpless, he paid 10,000 demon hearts. In his heart, he was also curious about what this fellow would use the demon hearts for. Demon reincarnation is one of the 10 great secret techniques of our demon race. The little demon said unhurriedly. Every time you reincarnate, you will consume 10,000 years of your lifespan. Your combat strength will increase. At most, you can reincarnate 9 times. However, the price for each reincarnation is very high. Moreover, the more times you reincarnate, the more damage your body will suffer. For example, that rank 1 demon could only reincarnate once. Because his body was not strong enough, the reincarnation was not perfect. 10,000 years of lifespan for one reincarnation. This was good. To any expert, this technique was very terrifying. Increasing one's combat strength by 20 to 30% could often end a battle. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. He had just killed the black metal demon. If he reincarnated a second time, he would not even need to attack and would have to run. Those powerful demons that reincarnated 9 times would probably have unimaginable strength. How is it? These 10,000 demon hearts were well spent, right? The little demon squinted its eyes. I'll give you another piece of information. As long as you kill a lot of rank 1 demons, you will have a chance to obtain fragments. At that time, you can also cultivate the demon reincarnation technique. Lin Fei did not consider this for the time being. After the little demon left, Lin Fei looked at the time. He had actually fought with the black-armored demon for a long time. It was almost time. Demon 1, go in. Lin Fei's name was simple. With Invincible 1 and Invincible 2, this would be Demon 1. He directly kept it in the demon's summoning flag. After leaving the dungeon space, Lin Fei appeared in the Realm Lord's stone tower. Hairball was not around. He did not know where she brought them to. Chapter 1458. He harvested good things one after another. Lin Fei started thinking about what he could exchange the demons' hearts for. No one was satisfied with the current situation, even if he had harvested good things before. After coming out, Lin Fei opened the system and clicked on the Demon's Heart Exchange mission page. An exchange catalog appeared in front of Lin Fei. The catalog was very comprehensive, such as medicinal pills, immortal armors, weapons, and so on. It was a dazzling lineup. Violent Divine Pill, 99. 9 million Demon's Hearts. Effect: after consumption, the user will unleash a godlike attack that can destroy everything. A must-have item when going out. After opening the catalog, Lin Fei saw a medicinal pill at the top of the list. When he saw the effect, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is too awesome. This price was too expensive. He estimated that he would have to destroy over 100 cities to gather this number. Who knew how long that would take? Continue reading. Heavenly God Sword, 95 million Hearts of Demons. Effect: a divine sword once used by a deity. Heaven and earth tremble in fear when the sword is unleashed. It contains a divine skill left behind by a deity, one sword to destroy the heavens. It's also a must-have item when going out. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air again. I really want to buy it right now. Whether it was the medicinal pill or the sword of the heavenly god, Lin Fei liked them very much. Continue reading. The catalog continued to show some good things. Many of them were things that Lin Fei had never seen or heard of before. All of them had extraordinary power. The price was very expensive. Lin Fei had over 1 million demon hearts in his possession, so it wasn't much at all. Continue reading. Lin Fei didn't look at the things in front anymore, because he would lose control if he continued reading. Ruler's Battle Armor, 5 million Demon's Hearts. Effect: a battle armor forged by a demon. So, barely usable. Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. The Ruler's Battle Armor only cost 5 million Demon's Hearts. This price was a bit cheap. Lin Fei wasn't particularly interested in battle armor. His current fleshly body was almost as strong as a sovereign's, and once he merged with his divine body, it would be comparable to a sovereign's body. When I have money in the future, I can buy a set for the 12 generals. After reaching this page, the prices of the treasures began to drop. The prices were now around a few million demon hearts. Lin Fei could not afford something that cost millions of demons' hearts. He flipped to the bottom of the list to see if there was anything he needed. There were still a lot of items that were worth hundreds of thousands of devil's hearts. These things were not available in the ultimatum system. For example, the treasures of immortal venerables. When he saw the price, Lin Fei grinned from ear to ear. So cheap. This was Lin Fei's evaluation of the immortal venerables treasure. The most expensive immortal venerable treasures in the myriad worlds were as cheap as cabbages here. The sovereign's battle armor was only worth 5 million fiend devil hearts, so it was easy to imagine how much the rest of the immortal paragons would cost. I don't need to buy immortal venerable treasures for now. Lin Fei thought, I need to buy a few immortal venerable battle armors. Among the immortal venerable treasures, the more expensive ones were battle armors. It was not something that anyone could buy. Lin Fei was going to buy one for his wife and daughter. An immortal venerable battle armor that cost 100,000 was too cheap. In the myriad worlds, such a battle armor would cost hundreds of billions of true spirits. Most people would exchange it with other items. No one would sell it for hundreds of billions of true spirits. Lin Fei bought 5 immortal venerable battle armors in one go and spent 500,000 demons' hearts. With this immortal venerable battle armor, even if an immortal venerable attacked, it would be able to block the attack. With a strong defense, Lin Fei was happy to rest assured. Lin Fei did not buy the immortal venerable battle saber and other treasures for now. The immortal sects were about to send them over. Lin Fei did not want to waste the demon's hearts. He could buy other things in the future. Golden Phoenix, one for each of you. Lin Fei gave them the immortal venerable battle armors in the training ground and helped them refine the immortal venerable battle armors. Now, he was completely relieved. This immortal venerable battle armor was kept in his body. It would only appear when he encountered terrifying danger. He did not need to worry about others discovering it. Hubby, you are so good to us. The four women were not ignorant. They were naturally shocked by the origin of this immortal venerable battle armor. This thing was too precious. Their hearts were filled with sweetness. Who didn't want their man to be strong? Lin Fei was very happy. His daughter even planted a kiss on his face. This lass was even more complacent now that she had the immortal paragon battle armor. Lin Fei still wanted to remind his daughter to cultivate well, and when she broke through to the immortal emperor realm, he would reward her with a treasure. Before she raised her strength, she was not allowed to leave the great metropolis world. Master, the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable is here. Bring him in. Half a month later, the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable came again. He didn't let Lin Fei wait for too long. When the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable saw Di Tian again, he was still angry. It was all because of the words he brought back, which caused an uproar in the sect. The voices of crusading against Di Tian were endless. They already gave Di Tian a lot of face by not arranging for people to redeem Di Tian. Yet, this guy actually asked for an exorbitant price. You don't know what's good for you. However, they still attached great importance to a middle-stage immortal venerable who cultivated a dominator-level cultivation technique. In the end, after much discussion, they reluctantly agreed, but the number was reduced. Realm Lord Di Tian, your previous request was too high. We can't agree. Cut the crap. I'm most interested in this. Tell me your bottom line. Lin Fei said indifferently. His words carried an irresistible tone. The Earth's sovereign immortal venerable was also an immortal venerable, and a very powerful one at that. Under this pressure, he also felt a trace of discomfort. The initiative was not in his hands. As Lin Fei kept killing monsters and leveling up, his aura became stronger day by day. The Earth's sovereign immortal venerable naturally felt the pressure. After taking a deep breath, the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable said, Our sect leader said that he will give you 50 low-stage immortal venerable treasures, 2 middle-stage immortal venerable treasures, and 60 immortal venerable cultivation techniques. Low-stage immortal venerable treasures, Lin Fei didn't care about them. 2 middle-stage immortal venerable treasures were not bad. On their side, other than the 2 middle-stage immortal venerable treasures that they plundered previously, they didn't have anything else. It wasn't easy to make the immortal sect spit out such a piece of meat. Most importantly, they had already obtained the dominator-level cultivation technique. With the help of experience points, it wouldn't be a problem to cultivate it to the small success stage. Seeing that Di Tian didn't speak, the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Realm Lord Di Tian, are you still not satisfied? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. However, you're a little stingy. You're only willing to give 2 middle-stage immortal venerable treasures. It's a disgrace to your immortal sect's reputation. Men, bring the Sky Sea immortal venerable here. The Earth's sovereign immortal venerable was very clear that the sect had an intense argument over these things. In the end, it was the sect leader who agreed to take out these things. However, in the eyes of the Earth's sovereign immortal venerable, this Di Tian was simply too arrogant. Chapter 1459. Sky Sea immortal venerable was suffering recently. The reason was simple, he was imprisoned in the courtyard. An immortal venerable from the immortal court era took action and used all sorts of methods. He couldn't stand the torture and had no choice but to divulge the ruler's cultivation method. When can I leave this damned place? Sky Sea Immortal Venerable always thought that he could leave after the immortal sex attacked Tian. Who would have thought that there would be no movement? As the days passed, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable had to get used to it. He felt that his life was dark. He was an immortal venerable. Your luck is good, you can leave soon. What, I can leave? Sky Sea Immortal Venerable stood up. After Sky Sea Immortal Venerable saw Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable in the hall, his eyes were filled with tears. He could finally bid farewell to these bitter days. After seeing the price he paid, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable lowered his head. He would probably be punished when he returned. Who asked him to lose the face of the immortal sects? Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable and Sky Sea Immortal Venerable left Great Metropolis Heaven. They went far away and passed through dozens of worlds before they felt at ease. It was rumored that Tian was a ruthless person. Dao friend Earth Emperor, after we return, you have to seek justice for me. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable cried. For example, his treasures, storage ring, etc., were all robbed by Tian. Preposterous. Tian has gone too far by doing this. Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable was furious. Not only did he rob his storage ring, but he also took everything. This method was too vicious. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable was filled with resentment. After he returned, he would inevitably be laughed at by others. The immortal sects had lost a lot of face. That Tian isn't a good person. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable said coldly, also, they threatened me and took away the ruler grade cultivation method from me. A ruler grade cultivation method was very important. He had to rely on this cultivation method to fight 7 to 8 people. This matter became very important. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable didn't dare to hide it. Are you stupid? Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable's expression changed and couldn't help but scold. Fortunately, Tian won't be able to cultivate it for a while. You don't have to worry too much. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go back first. Tian's good days are coming to an end. Tian High Immortal Sovereign and the others left. Ning Chuan summoned Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and the others and distributed the mid-level Immortal Venerable treasures to 2 of them, as well as the low-level Immortal Venerable treasures. These things had to be put to good use. In the eyes of others, it was precious, but Lin Fei didn't care. As for Immortal Reverent level cultivation arts, it was even simpler. He directly set up a library in the World Lord Palace. These Immortal Venerable level techniques were placed inside, and Invincible Number 1 and Invincible Number 2 were arranged to guard the library. With them guarding the place, Lin Fei was at ease. The cultivation techniques that he had fused in the demonic space were also categorized and placed in the library. At the same time, he took out a set of requirements. As long as one completed a certain amount of contribution points, they would be able to enter and copy the cultivation technique. When this news spread, the entire Great Metropolis Heaven cheered. This was especially true for those who were in the Immortal Emperor realm. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were extremely low grade. The further they went, the more difficult it would be for them to break through. Hearing that there was an Immortal Reverent level cultivation technique, these Immortal Emperors were the most excited. Wasn't it just contribution points? They could earn them. Before this, the strongest cultivation technique in the Great Metropolis Heaven was only at the Immortal Emperor level. There was no higher cultivation technique as it was a level jump. They had never thought of learning an Immortal Reverent level cultivation technique. Now that an Immortal Reverent level cultivation technique had appeared, it was good news for them. They had hopes of cultivating to the Immortal Reverent level in the future. When this library appeared, everyone was tempted. They worshipped Tian even more. Go! In the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei scattered the seeds of the demonic trance. When the seeds landed outside the Holy Heaven Academy, they took root on the spirit vein and absorbed nutrients. Towering trees rose from the ground and stood tall near the Holy Heaven Academy. Good fellow, he was born as a first-step immortal emperor. Near the Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei scattered over 3,000 seeds. Immediately, over 3,000 demonic treants appeared in the surroundings. Lin Fei easily controlled them. As time passed, the demonic treants would become stronger and stronger. These demonic treants were usually trees, but when enemies came, they would become devils. The attack of over 3,000 first-step immortal emperor demonic treants was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Lin Fei left his imprint on them, forbidding them from harming the students of the Holy Heaven Academy. Now, the Holy Heaven Academy had become a nurturing base. With a large amount of resources, cultivation speed increased rapidly. Holy Heaven Academy planted demonic treants. In the Invincible Palace region, Lin Fei also planted demonic treants. He planted a total of 5,000 demonic treants in the surroundings. Lin Fei had also studied the demonic treants. The defense of the demonic treants was very strong. Even immortal reverent power couldn't kill them all. Their life force was very strong. As long as there were resources, they could be indestructible. After knowing this, Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many seeds back then. The large number of demonic treants caused a huge commotion. Master, these fellows aren't easy to deal with. Immortal Emperor Tian Yuan and the others tried to attack them, but they were quickly defeated. It was hard to believe that these demonic treants could be so strong. If they weren't strong, who would plant them? Immortal Reverend Wanner Evil and the others had nothing better to do, so they attacked the demonic treants. In the end, when more than 4,000 demonic treants attacked at the same time, Immortal Reverend Wanner Evil had no choice but to retreat. Master, this is a sinister move. No matter if you are an immortal emperor or an immortal reverend, you will be at a disadvantage in the Invincible Palace region. Immortal Reverend Wanner Evil laughed sinisterly. This is the kind of master I like. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long. Because there was movement in one of the levels of the Realm Lord's Stone Pagoda. With a move, Lin Fei appeared in this training ground. Rumble once he entered this level, time passed quickly. It didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Seeing the soaring aura, he couldn't help but smile. That's great. After eating so much blood essence, I've finally broken through. It turned out that when Lin Fei felt the change in the training ground, he knew that the 12 Ward Generals were breaking through again. In front of him, there was a huge beast in the sky. There were 12 of such beasts, each of them huge. However, compared to Hairball, they were obviously much weaker. The 12 ferocious auras intertwined, turning the sky into a land of destruction. Half a day later, the auras dissipated, and the 12 Ward Generals turned into human forms, landing on the grass. The evil aura on their bodies was 70 to 80% heavier, and the evil aura around them was surrounded by a black fog, preventing people from approaching. Greetings, Master. The 12 Ward Generals knelt on one knee, their voices loud and clear. Good, good, all of you have become immortal reverence, there's no need to do this. Lin Fei waved his hand, helping them up one by one. The 12 Ward Generals had finally advanced to the Immortal Reverent realm after consuming a large amount of blood essence. 12 Immortal Reverent Ward Generals. Each Ward General's aura was very powerful, almost indistinguishable. Lin Fei still sensed that the 3 Ward Generals who had benefited the most were Explosion Destruction, Kong, and Hu Pao. As soon as Explosion Destruction and the others advanced to the Immortal Reverent realm, Lin Fei suddenly had more than 30 Immortal Reverents by his side, and his strength increased greatly. The 12 Ward Generals were not ordinary Immortal Reverents. When the 12 of them joined forces and displayed the 12 Ward General formation, their strength could increase explosively, and they were no less than a great expert. Lin Fei took out the immortal reverent treasures he had collected, a total of 12 of them. I don't have any good treasures now, use this first. The 12 immortal reverent treasures were all chosen by Lin Fei, and they were the most suitable for their cultivation method. He easily refined the immortal reverent treasures. This stick is very good. My saber is much more powerful than the previous saber. And this. The 12 immortal reverents were very satisfied with the immortal reverent treasures. This is the immortal reverent cultivation method that is most suitable for you to cultivate. Not only did he take out the immortal reverent treasures, but Lin Fei also took out the immortal reverent cultivation method and took out the experience stones for them to cultivate. Without matching cultivation methods, their combat power would be weak. The previous cultivation methods could not be used. After training for 100 years, they successfully cultivated the immortal reverent cultivation method and reached the peak of great success. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely fast. After all, it was not an easy thing for anyone to cultivate from the beginning. 100 years to cultivate an immortal reverent cultivation method, most people who cultivated for thousands of years would probably hit a wall. Cultivation methods and equipment were obtained. Lin Fei also went to test their strength. In a one-on-one fight, with the strength of their physical body, each war general's strength could have the combat power of a mid-level immortal reverent. They themselves were extraordinary, otherwise, the insect queen would not have planned to only hatch them in the upper realm, and in the end, they would benefit Lin Fei instead. If the 12 war generals joined forces, they could already deal with high-level immortal reverent powerhouses. It was just that they did not have the equipment now, otherwise, killing them wouldn't be a problem. At worst, they would be seriously injured. The 12 war generals were equivalent to a high-level immortal reverent, which was already very awesome in the myriad heavens and realms. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this strength. Other than the 2 palaces, the immortal court, and the immortal sects, his great metropolis world was probably the strongest. From today onwards, you 12 war generals will go and sweep the nearby worlds. I want to make Great Metropolis World a true great world in the shortest time possible. On the throne, Lin Fei gave the order. Kill them all. Snatch, snatch. The 3 leading war generals were now afraid of chaos. Only Bao Miao was expressionless, but his eyes were also flickering with excitement. They were born to fight. Lin Fei also knew that they were suffocating, and it was time to go out and stretch their limbs. It was also time for the 12 war generals to become famous in the myriad heavens and realms. When Immortal Reverend Demon Sealing and the other Immortal Reverends saw Bao Mia's 12 war generals, they also felt great pressure. Their competitors had come, and their strength was not inferior to theirs. Lin Fei naturally saw these expressions. This was also what Lin Fei expected. It was only interesting when there was competition. After the 12 war generals received the order, they all soared into the sky. The terrifying hostility made everyone feel afraid, including the entire great metropolis world. Chapter 1460. Heavenly Toon World. This was one of the stronger ones in the small world, and its combat power was not bad either. Realm Lord Chu Tian, in addition to the support of his world, his strength also surpassed the peak of the 4th step Immortal Emperor realm. From there, he entered the profound realm of the Great Tao energy. In addition to having a mountain to support him, his position as a realm lord was truly interesting. The central palace of the small world. Realm Lord Chu Tian sat on the throne in the palace, admiring the performances of the courtesans below. However, Realm Lord Chu Tianzhang was not in a good mood and was indifferent to the performance below. Sir, is it not nice? One of the immortal emperors cupped his hands. Sir, could it be that you're thinking about Di Tian? This Di Tian is getting more and more ridiculous. Realm Lord Chu Tian said coldly, this guy is very ambitious, he caused such a huge commotion so quickly. How long has it been since he made Immortal Venerable Primos suffer a loss? Lord, you don't have to worry. With how ambitious Tion is, there will definitely be many people who can't stand it. Sooner or later, they will make a move against him. The immortal emperor said. I hope so. Boom, as the sound of heaven-bending Realmord's voice faded, a terrifying aura descended. The entire palace collapsed with a loud rumble. Everyone revealed looks of anger. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble in the Chu Tian world. Could it be that this person didn't know what kind of place this was? It's here. 12 black figures descended from the sky. Realm Lord Chu's rage towered up into the sky. He used his world energy to augment himself. However, the aura of his opponent was simply too strong. Just the pressure alone caused Realm Lord Chu's expression to change. Who are you? Why did you break into this Realm Lord's palace? Realm Lord Chu Tian, sorry for the offense. One of the 12 figures dashed towards Realm Lord Heaven Song. Realm Lord Heaven Song was greatly shocked. A long black whip suddenly lashed over and Realm Lord Heaven Song was sent flying through the air. Too weak. Chu Tian Realm Lord revealed a look of shock. Immortal Reverend, you are an immortal reverend. The black whip in the hands of that black-robed figure was like a gigantic dragon. Even Realm Lord Chu Tian's strength wasn't a match for it. In just a few moves, he was already heavily injured. Go! Realm Lord Chu Tian leaped away continuously, not daring to stay any longer. It was too terrifying. A gigantic black dragon burst out from the void, coiling itself around heaven-bending Realm Lord tightly. You'd better behave yourself. A person walked over from the void and grabbed Realm Lord Heaven Song. You guys can't capture me. This Realm Lord is someone from the 3 halls. Chu Tian Realm Lord roared in rage, bringing out his backer. What 3 palaces? In front of my master, they are all inferior goods. The Black Shadow sneered disapprovingly. Your master is. Listen up, my master is Tian. Realm Lord Chu Tian's heart sank. He actually wants to devour my world. No, absolutely not. The Heavenly Toon world was easily breached. The 12 black-robed men descended like heavenly gods. The power of Chu Tian world was easily disintegrated and all the treasures of Chu Tian world were swept clean. Let's go to the next world. Leaving the Heavenly Toon world behind, the 12 black shadows disappeared from this world. The cold voice echoed in different worlds. Snowstorm world. The Snow Wind Realm Lord was smashed into the ground by a cudgel. The heavens and earth trembled as a gigantic foot descended from the sky and stomped on his body. It was unknown how much blood he coughed out. Just a trash like you and you dare to threaten this daddy. You better save your breath. The person who came grabbed the Snow Wind Realm Lord and disappeared. Black Flame World. The Black Flame World Lord was also an expert. After encountering the attacks of the 12 black-robed men, the immortal emperor experts that he gathered with great difficulty were defeated in a single move. Such things happened in one world after another. The 12 black-robed men were like heavenly gods. As long as they descended on a world, no one in that world would be their opponent. No matter what backing the other party had, they chose to ignore them all. In just a short few days, they had conquered over 20 small worlds and captured over 20 world lords. These invincible world lords couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of immortal venerables. This matter swiftly spread, causing an uproar in the myriad of worlds. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to do such a thing, swallowing over 20 small worlds in one mouthful. Although they were small worlds, they were still small worlds. The 12 black-robed men also shocked everyone. Their strength had all reached the immortal venerable realm. Mobilizing 12 immortal venerables at once, sweeping through all the small worlds in the myriad of worlds, this was simply too arrogant. Before they could guess where these immortal venerables came from, another shocking news spread. Great metropolis world started to devour small worlds again. Tion's people. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Just how many immortal venerables did this Tion have? Previously, there were already over 10 immortal venerables. Now, another 12 appeared. Their auras were ferocious and not inferior to the previous batch of immortal venerables. In fact, they were even stronger. How inconceivable was this? Tion's actions attracted a wave of curses. These curses almost all came from the nearby worlds. They were already trembling with fear, but now, Tion's actions were too extravagant, continuously devouring over 20 small worlds. Great metropolis world was also continuously expanding. How could they endure this? Although they were cursing, they didn't dare to make a move. The 12 black-robed immortal venerables were each stronger than the other. There was even a world lord that was barely comparable to an immortal venerable, but he was sent flying with a single slap. How were they supposed to continue? No one could stop him. They could only send a message to their backers, telling them to stop Tion. Within the Iron Blood Alliance. Right now, it was not peaceful. Immortal Venerable Permo was originally in high spirits, but after the incident with Tion, he didn't want to go out easily. He was busy looking for new equipment to increase his strength. Hearing this news, Immortal Venerable Permo's eyes flashed with fear. Not the previous batch. Immortal Venerable Permo sat in his palace, listening to his subordinate's report. His brows were furrowed. No, we have asked. The people who came this time are all in black, and their auras are very heavy. Just the aura alone is unbearable for those immortal emperors. This is too terrifying. Immortal Venerable Permo couldn't be angry now. That Tion from back then was already not someone he could deal with. He was so strong that he had to look up to him. Not good, Lord Immortal Venerable. At this time, another immortal emperor came in with a flustered expression. You are an immortal emperor, why are you so flustered? Seeing his subordinate's appearance, Immortal Venerable Permo said gloomily. The more crucial the situation, the more useless his subordinates were. Lord Immortal Venerable, Tion's 12 generals have just conquered a world, they are not far from our sunset world. Lord Immortal Venerable, you have to think of a way. This Tion is too ambitious, he wants to kill us all. Immortal Venerable Permo didn't care about the outside world. Hearing that the 12 generals had conquered the nearest world, Immortal Venerable Permo couldn't help but fly into a rage. What a Tion, this venerable has already been patient, but it's still not enough. Does he want to conquer our sunset world? Rumble, a terrifying aura swept across the entire sunset world. Chapter 1461. 12 tyrannical auras swept across sunset world. Everyone in the world could feel the immortal reverence pressure. In the face of this immortal reverence pressure, they felt an immense pressure. Strength was useless in front of an immortal venerable. The 12 immortal venerables were unstoppable in Sunset World. These days, the 12 generals occupied worlds one after another while the people behind them devoured worlds. Who didn't know of their fame, attacking now was courting death. The 12 generals are here. Too scary. When did Tion have such powerful subordinates? They are not inferior to last time. The 12 generals swept over, everyone in Sunset World looked at the 12 figures in the sky. Permo Immortal Venerable's heart sank when he sensed the Immortal Venerables coming, especially their evil auras. They were unbearable. They were too violent. What was the background of these guys? This won't do. Tion wants to take over the Sunset World. Permo Immortal Venerable never thought that one day, someone would attack him. Fortunately, I have already contacted an Immortal Venerable from Wind Rain Palace. As long as he comes, Tion's people won't dare to be arrogant anymore. After the previous incident, Permo Immortal Venerable hated Tion to the core. he spent a lot of effort and connections to get in touch with Wind Rain Palace. Now, Pemo Immortal Venerable knew that he could only rely on Wind Rain Palace. Activate the formation. Swish 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 above the palace, a formation was activated. Last time, the formation did not activate, causing him to lose face. Pemo Immortal Venerable would not allow this to happen again. What are you doing? After confirming his safety, Pemo Immortal Venerable flew out of the palace and stood above it. Only then did he have a trace of confidence. What a heavy evil aura. When Pemo Immortal Venerable came out and saw their evil auras, he took a deep breath. Where did Di Tian find these people? My master has his eyes on this place, of course he wants to occupy it. Crocodile Kong Immortal Venerable said casually, do you want to hand over the world core or be suppressed by us? You have 3 breaths of time to think. Pemo Immortal Venerable was so angry that he almost glared at them. Di Tian's people were too arrogant. How arrogant of you! Immortal Venerable Pemo sneered, you have conquered so many worlds along the way, nearly devouring the worlds of Iron Blood Alliance, and now you want to attack Sunset World. Don't think this Venerable will agree. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Tiger's Roar Immortal Venerable was also impatient. They were hatched from vicious beasts, so their temperaments were all the same. They didn't fall for reasoning. They were good at using their fists. As long as their fists were good, there was nothing to be afraid of. Kill him. A large black stick smashed down from the sky. Boom! A formation was released to block this attack. Seeing this, Demon Breaker Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed with horror. So powerful. The formation was controlled by Immortal Venerable Pemo. He knew very well how powerful it was. I'm no match for this person. With just one attack, Immortal Venerable Pemo knew that he was not a match. No wonder he was able to sweep through all of them. The Iron Blood Alliance that he had created was probably going to disappear today. He couldn't accept this. Immortal Venerable Pemo was unwilling, but he could only hide in the formation and wait for Wind Rain Palace's people to come. As long as they came, he would still have a chance to rise. At worst, he would join Wind Rain Palace and become an elder. This is a formation created by my world, you can't break it. Immortal Venerable Pemo laughed, don't look at how powerful you are, it will take another 100 years to break this formation. I don't believe it. Rumble rumble, almost all the powerhouses in Sunset World could see this terrifying scene. Some people used their Immortal Venerable Treasure Black Iron sticks to attack the formation, but they were all blocked by the formation's power. Each attack was like a strike to their hearts. No one knew how many attacks were made. The formation on the palace was still not broken. Demon Venerable Pemo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have this tortoise shell. If I charged in just now, I would have become a prisoner and fallen into their hands. Immortal Venerable Pemo thought, I just need to hold on for a bit longer. Just now, Immortal Venerable Pemo received an answer. They are here. They want to avenge me. Ha ha ha, you can't come in, don't waste time, my Sunset World is not so easy to capture. Immortal Venerable Pemo said proudly. Thanks to Immortal Venerable Pemo being both an Immortal Venerable and a Realm Lord, the formation's power was infinitely enhanced, allowing it to reach its current level. Combined formation. Along with a cold voice, the auras of the 12 shadows combined and swept the entire world. Open. In the sky, a huge illusory figure appeared. It looked like a terrifying beast. The illusory figure stretched out a claw and clawed at Lin Fan. Inside the formation, Immortal Venerable Pemo's heart skipped a beat. Not good, something bad is going to happen. The illusory figure's claw landed on the magic formation's power. However, the magic formation seemed to have become tofu, and the illusory figure tore a hole in it. The powerful power destroyed a third of the palace that was covered by the magic formation. Immortal Venerable Pamo, we are inside. The phantom grabbed and broke the formation, letting them in. Swish! The phantom raised its hand again. Immortal Venerable Pamo was scared out of his wits, he fled without saying a word. These people were scarier than he imagined, the powerful formation could not stop a single grab from the opponent. They caught up. They shuttled through the void, changing their position countless times. The phantom charged forward. Facing this phantom, Immortal Venerable Pamo had no will to fight. He was not their match. You can't escape. The phantasm's speed suddenly increased. Pamo Immortal Venerable felt something colliding with him and was sent flying, falling out of the void and crashing into a mountain range. This guy is really dishonest. Outside the mountain range, a huge foot stomped down and turned Immortal Venerable Pamo into a meat patty. Don't stomp him to death. All the powerhouses of the Sunset region couldn't help but shiver when they saw this scene. Their Lord Immortal Venerable was defeated in a few rounds, they even fell into the opponent's hands. You can't capture this Venerable is from Wind Rain Palace. Immortal Venerable Pamo shouted, if you know what's good for you, immediately release this Venerable. Slap! Someone slapped him, shattering Immortal Venerable Pamo's teeth. Hee, Wind Rain Palace, what the hell is that? Seeing the indifference in their eyes, Immortal Venerable Pamo's heart broke. Did they not know how powerful Wind Rain Palace was? What a good subordinate of Tian, they actually don't put our Wind Rain Palace in their eyes. Chapter 1462. I'm saved, this Venerable is saved. Hearing the voice, hope rose in Pamo Immortal Venerable's eyes. Wind Rain Palace's people came. As long as they came, he would not have to worry about being taken away. Pamo Immortal Venerable did not believe that Tian's people would not give him face. They would definitely let him go today. What are you shouting for? Just as Pamo Immortal Venerable shouted, he was hit by an iron fist. Even his powerful Immortal Venerable body could not withstand the power of this fist. You are finished, do you know who came? Wind Rain Palace's people. Pamo Immortal Venerable laughed sinisterly, your master Tian has offended almost all the forces in the universe. If you dare to offend Wind Rain Palace, your days will not be good. Pamo Immortal Venerable threatened them, but unfortunately, he threatened the wrong person. The 12 generals were arrogant to begin with, they were not threatened at all. Pamo Immortal Venerable was simply asking for trouble, he was beaten until his bones were about to fall apart. He no longer dared to speak, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Not long later, a few people arrived in the sky, the leader was a black-robed Immortal Venerable. He appeared in a swagger. Seeing Pamo Immortal Venerable who was being stepped on, his eyes flashed with disdain. This Pamo Immortal Venerable is too useless. Tian's people are quite capable, occupying so much time in such a short time, they are quite courageous. The universe was very big. Tian's actions were spread. Devouring small worlds was something that no one dared to do before. But this time around, Tian acted in a thunderous manner, consecutively conquering minor worlds. Most probably, it wouldn't be long before another mid-tier world would appear, and it would be one of the bigger ones. Lord Windfire, save me. Seeing the person who came, Pamo Immortal Venerable shouted. He could not help it. The person who came was Wind Rain Palace's Windfire Immortal Venerable, a very powerful person, he had a certain authority in Wind Rain Palace. You are Tian's people, you are quite courageous, you even dare to capture my people. Windfire Immortal Venerable shouted angrily, before I get angry, release Pamo Immortal Venerable and go to Wind Rain Palace. Immortal Venerable Windfire had long heard of these 12 Immortal Venerables. When he saw them, he scanned them with his spiritual sense and heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were just low-level immortal reverents. The only thing he didn't understand was that they were giving off a strong aura of hostility. Your Wind Rain Palace is pretty arrogant. You're just a peak intermediate immortal venerable. Bao Mie's eyes flickered with cold light. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right away. Immortal Venerable Pmo sneered inwardly. These fellows were finished. They actually dared to go against Immortal Reverend Windfire. Pmo Immortal Venerable couldn't wait for them to fight Windfire Immortal Venerable. One of the two palaces, Wind Rain Palace, wasn't so easy to deal with. Senior Immortal Windfire was furious. Right now, the two palaces were still the strongest forces. Although Di Tian had a considerable force, it was nothing in front of the Wind and Rain Palace. As long as the Wind and Rain Palace sent a high-level Immortal Venerable, they would be able to suppress all of Di Tian's forces. Good, you guys have guts. Senior Immortal Windfire had long heard that Di Tian was very arrogant. Now, it seemed that his subordinates were the same. They all looked down on everyone. Did they really think that they were just an ordinary intermediate immortal venerable? Then I'll take you down personally. Let's see what your master, Di Tian, has to say. Senior Immortal Windfire didn't hold back and prepared to capture the 12 immortal venerables. During this period of time, Di Tian had been too arrogant. Swoosh, a great world descended, turning the area within billions of li into a country. This is the myriad Luo heavenly country that I cultivate. Accept your fate. Senior Immortal Windfire stood on the throne of the heavenly country, surrounded by hundreds of millions of immortal powerhouses. Swoosh, a dense army of immortals surged towards them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that filled the sky didn't stop. In an instant, they were drowned in attacks. Kill. The 12 immortal venerables turned into black shadows. Senior Pmo finally regained his freedom. He broke free and came before Senior Immortal Windfire. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for holding back, Your Excellency. Di Tian is too ambitious. If it weren't for you, my sunset world would be finished." Senior Immortal Windfire also knew that talking about Senior Pmo at this time would increase his strength. He had to be kind and take him in. Di Tian has gone too far. I'll help you vent your anger. In the Great Luo world, the 12 generals went on a killing spree. Every time they attacked, they killed a large number of immortals. Even so, they couldn't stop the dense army of immortals. Subordinates of Di Tian, just admit defeat. Senior Immortal Windfire waved his hand again. A group of immortal emperors appeared beside him and attacked again. You won't have any chance in my world. Senior Immortal Windfire was disdainful of these brute force fellows. This was a sovereign-grade cultivation method. The number of people who cultivated in this world could be counted on one hand. Watch how this old man explodes in this broken world. Along with exploding destruction's shout, the scattered immortal venerables gathered together. An even more terrifying aura soared into the sky. The moment this tyrannical aura appeared, a large number of immortals were destroyed. Open. The huge phantom clawed and the entire world trembled. Bang! Bang! Wherever it went, there would be no more immortal armies left unscathed. The entire world would be wiped clean by that single grab. What bullshit world is this? It's just a pile of trash. The phantom clawed again. This time, Senior Immortal Windfire's eyes widened. A golden lotus appeared and blocked in front of him. The phantom clawed again and the golden lotus was repelled. Advanced Immortal Venerables. How is this possible? More than half of the golden lotus that was repelled caved in. Senior Immortal Windfire felt heartache. He couldn't stop the phantom claw again. He kept retreating and grabbed Senior Pmo and threw him forward. Crack! Senior Pmo didn't even have time to react and was crushed. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Hua. 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 A large number of phantom claws attacked from all directions. Not good. Senior Immortal Windfire coughed out blood. The great overarching heaven was also broken. Impossible. You guys only have low-level Immortal Venerable's battle strength. Senior Immortal Windfire coughed out blood. His immortal armor was also broken. That's because you are ignorant. The phantom clawed again and Senior Immortal Windfire saw a large hole in his chest. Then, he saw a ruthless man appear in front of him and slap him. Wind Rain Palace, hee hee. Senior Immortal Fingyu smashed into a palace. This guy came looking for trouble. Capture him. A cold voice came. Senior Immortal Windfire found himself in someone else's hand. A terrifying power entered his body. 12 different powers sealed his power. I'm an immortal venerate of Wind Rain Palace. How dare you? Chapter 1463. Iron Blood Alliance was finished. Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable was also captured. Windfire Immortal Venerable of Wind Rain Palace was also captured. The 12 Immortal Venerables under D. Tian were terrifyingly powerful, their fame had spread throughout the myriad worlds. After losing Iron Blood Alliance and Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable, this small world had completely fallen. When this news came out, the entire universe was shocked once again. No one thought much of the former. Now that the myriad worlds were in chaos, it was possible to devour small worlds as long as one had the strength. Moreover, they didn't care about small worlds as it didn't affect their benefits. There was no need to fight a brute like D. Tian. It could only be said that D. Tian's methods weren't ordinary. But one of Wind Rain Palace's immortal venerables was captured. This was a big matter. Everyone thought about how Immortal Court and great sects had suffered great losses in D. Tian's hands. Now that one of the two palaces, Wind Rain Palace, had also suffered losses, it wasn't too shocking. However, many forces shook their heads after learning about this. This D. Tian was courting death. Not only did he offend Immortal Court and great sects, he also offended Wind Rain Palace. This D. Tian's troubles weren't ordinary. A few days ago, the immortal venerables of the great sects and Immortal Court disappeared from Great Metropolis Heaven without a trace. Thinking about this matter, Wind Rain Palace could only swallow their anger. Before figuring out what happened to those people, no one would find trouble with D. Tian. Moreover, D. Tian already had more than 20 immortal venerables. To deal with such a person, no matter which force, they needed to think carefully. Once they made a move, they would have to pay a huge price. No one would do such a thing where both sides would suffer. Even high-level immortal venerables were needed to deal with D. Tian. Everyone knew about Windfire Immortal Venerable's fame. He cultivated the ruler's secret art of great overarching heaven and earth. He could deal with any mid-stage immortal venerable. After losing control, Great Metropolis Heaven devoured everything again. Its area kept expanding and gradually became the largest world in the vicinity. Those small forces directly surrendered after seeing Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable fall. They handed over the world core and became a part of Great Metropolis Heaven. In just a year, it devoured all the worlds that were originally managed by Iron Blood Alliance, becoming a rising star in the myriad worlds. Wind Rain Palace's people didn't make a move, they only condemned D. Tian's immoral behavior and urged everyone to love peace. Privately, he sent messengers to the Great Metropolis world. After spending a large sum of money, he managed to redeem the man. The battle strength of a high-level immortal venerable. This news caused quite a stir in the Wind Rain Palace. In the main hall of the Wind and Rain Palace, Immortal Windfire's expression was unsightly to behold. He cursed D. Tian 10,000 times. His illustrious reputation was ruined in D. Tian's hands. Especially now, he had nothing on him, everything was snatched away by those bandits. You're saying that Tion already has a high-level immortal venerable under him? The high-level immortal venerables of the Wind and Rain Palace were gathered in the palace. Everyone frowned when they heard Windfire Immortal Venerable's words. They had to pay attention to a high-level immortal venerable. No matter how many low-level and mid-level immortal venerables there were, if they didn't cultivate a sovereign-grade cultivation technique, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They just needed to send a high-level immortal venerable to solve everything. If the great metropolis heaven had a high-level immortal reverent, he would have to be even more careful when dealing with them. They should be proficient in a battle formation. Moreover, it should be a very terrifying battle formation. When the 12 of them unleashed it and broke through to high-level immortal venerable's battle strength, my great overarching heaven couldn't trap them and was broken. Immortal Venerable Windfire said helplessly. This was a very depressing matter. If it wasn't for them unleashing the battle strength of a high-level immortal venerable, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. He would soon become a laughing stock. Just look at the expressions of the higher-ups. Is there such a battle formation? Unbelievable. How can there be such a battle formation in the myriad worlds? Instantly raising the battle strength of a low-level immortal venerable to a high-level immortal venerable. Even the immortal court might not have such a top-notch cultivation technique. If it's possible, we'd better get our hands on this cultivation technique. This must be a sovereign-grade cultivation technique. The people of the Wind and Rain Palace were completely shocked. Everyone knew Immortal Venerable Windfire's strength. Once he unleashed his great overarching heaven, he would be invincible in the heavenly kingdom. Yet, he lost so miserably. How to deal with Tion had become a headache for the Wind and Rain Palace. For example, the Wind and Rain Palace didn't dare to act recklessly and could only let Tion continue like this. However, while the Wind and Rain Palace was hyping up the matter, another world came to the myriad worlds, and a piece of news that stunned everyone. Want an immortal king, immortal beast? Then come to the great metropolis world. Want an immortal emperor, immortal beast? Then come to the great metropolis world. This news quickly spread like wildfire until one day, a group of first-step immortal emperor-level immortal beasts were brought out in a grandiose manner. They exuded the aura of immortal emperor-level immortal beasts, causing everyone to be shocked. This shocked everyone. After the shock, it was followed by jealousy and envy. Everyone couldn't sit still. Now that the myriad worlds were in chaos, who didn't want to have another battle strength by their side? When the news spread, everyone ran over. Everyone saw the 99 immortal king immortal beasts in the sunset world. This time, they could finally get what they wanted. Master, is this appropriate? Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling said with some apprehension. What's wrong with that? If anyone dares to cause trouble, we won't let them off easily. We'll kill them all, the leader of the 12 generals said coldly. Ever since Bao Mia captured Wind Fire Immortal Venerable, he was fighting against an ordinary high-level Immortal Venerable. Demon Venerable didn't dare to underestimate him. Now, both sides were competing. At the same time, they were glad that they had chosen to follow their master. Otherwise, they would be terrified if they had to fight their master in the future. They would offend anyone but their master. Didn't they see that the immortal court and the immortal sects had suffered losses because of their master? Stop arguing. Lin Fei's words made them stop. Our great metropolis heaven is no longer a minor world. Blindly using force isn't a good thing. Therefore, I'll take out the immortal king and immortal beast to show them that offending me will not end well. As for those who have other motives, they don't have to worry. Unless a sovereign makes a move, no one will be able to do anything to us. Lin Fei thought about it for a while. They had used force. Then it was time to use treasures. Chapter 1464. Under the starry sky that led to the great celestial world. Now, it suddenly became lively. Everyone was heading to the great celestial world. You're going to the great celestial world too. How can I not go? That Tion is too amazing. He's really amazing. If possible, I want to buy a few more immortal beasts to create a cavalry of immortal beasts. Almost everyone said the same thing under the starry sky. The great celestial world had been quite active recently. First, it devoured the surrounding worlds, raising the great celestial world to a middle-grade world. Then, it launched an immortal beast auction. This was not something that ordinary people dared to do. However, Tion did it, and everyone in the great celestial world knew about it. The great celestial world was not small now. The original territory of the Iron Blood Alliance was gone, replaced by the great celestial world. These small worlds were all swept clean. Without the Iron Blood Alliance's immortal venerable breaking demon, the forces fell apart. With the 12 war generals in hand, no one could stop them. Even the immortal venerable of the Storm Palace was captured. The great celestial world easily devoured the other small worlds. When there was not a single world left, Lin Fei stopped and did not let it continue to devour. Now, it was stabilizing and digesting. After devouring so many worlds, the people living here became stronger again. Although they were not full of talents, they were not far away. All kinds of geniuses appeared. When the worlds merged, there would be essence fusing into the world. There was also something like luck. It was illusory, but once it was added to one's body, experts would naturally appear. Is this the great celestial world? The group entered the great celestial world. The immortal chi of heaven and earth is much denser. This Tion is quite capable, but he can only devour a few small worlds. If he dares to devour a middle-grade world, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. A young man with knife-like eyebrows was surrounded by a group of people, exuding boundless arrogance. The people behind him echoed one by one. There aren't many high-grade immortal beasts in our great celestial world, but so many immortal beasts appeared in Tion's hands. We can go and investigate. The young man waved his hand, and everyone disappeared into the sky. Young Miss Liu, this Tion's tone is not small. Is he planning to compete with our heavenly fortune building? An invincible warship was sailing through the starry sky. The banner of the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion hung high up in the sky. No one dared to make a move against it. Once they saw this name, they would run away without a trace. On the deck of the warship, a golden-haired youth revealed a look of disdain as he spoke to the black-clothed woman beside him. If he has the ability to do business, that's Tion's business. This is a matter of course. What business is there to compete for? A hint of disgust flashed across the black-clothed woman's beautiful eyes, but she perfectly concealed it. The golden-haired young man coldly snorted, right now, the myriad of worlds are not peaceful. Since Tion dares to make such a big fuss and even auction off a powerful immortal beast, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of countless people. This young master wants to see what ability Tion has to face them. The woman in black had a worried look in her eyes. The blonde young man standing next to him was not an ordinary person, but someone with a considerable background. In the world of Greater Heaven. Within the Invincible Palace, a large number of Senfa residences appeared. This area was specially for foreign immortals to rest. Many immortals came to this area and saw towering trees erected near the Invincible Palace. There were at least a few thousand of them, and they were stunned by the sight. When they scanned the trees with their divine senses, they did not see any changes. They were just ordinary. No one paid much attention to them. In less than a few days, over 1,000 immortals were living near the Invincible Palace. There were also people living in places further away. They brought their own Senfa with them, and they could stay as long as the Senfa was released. It was simple and convenient. At this time, the world of Greater Heaven was not a small world. The immortals who came here did not dare to violate the rules here. Immortal supremacies were not to be trifled with. If they made a move, they might be instantly killed by immortal supremacies. There were already rumors that there were more than 20 immortal supremacies in the world of Greater Heaven. Immortal supremacies were a major power in the myriad of worlds. Few people could compare to them. Naturally, everyone here behaved themselves. These days went on and on. Until the day before the auction was about to begin, a large number of powers came together. When these powers appeared, the experts of Greater Heaven were shocked. This was because the powers that came were the top ones, and they did not seem to have good intentions. Otherwise, they would not have appeared at this time. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Ching-an of the Immortal Sect brings people to greet Realm Lord D. Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Juan of the Immortal Court brings people to greet Realm Lord D. Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Luo Sha of the Dark Soul Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord D. Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Ming Chiu of the Demon Ceiling Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord D. Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Yiming of the Light Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord D. Tian. Lin Fei, who was sitting on the throne, gently tapped his fingers on the throne. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Hee, they're finally here. Are they trying to show me who's boss? Lin Fei naturally knew why these powers came together. It was because they treated him as a fat piece of meat and were ready to take a bite out of him. Through the information obtained from the harvest, Lin Fei already knew the identity and status of these people like the back of his hand. Not to mention others, let's talk about the Dark Soul Palace, Demon Ceiling Palace, and Light Palace. These three palaces were the three strongest powers under the two palaces. Their influence covered the entire universe. This time, the three palaces came together. In fact, it was because of the small world that was being devoured. There were some benefits involved in this. Lin Fei was indeed a little surprised that they could come. However, the people from the two palaces did not come. He did not know if they were on the way or if they chose not to come. After all, the Storm Palace had just suffered a loss in his hands and was extorted a large number of treasures. It was enough to make them vomit blood. 5 powers came to visit me at once. If I don't see them, I'm afraid they will say that I'm afraid of them. Lin Fei ordered people to prepare the banquet. These were all rich people. A small banquet like this had to be arranged properly. Otherwise, they would say that he was a stingy realm lord. He had to give them some face. The people from the 5 top powers came one after another. Everyone has come from afar. I have already ordered people to prepare the banquet. Please take a seat. Invincible Palace's main palace. This place had already been decorated. The table was filled with wine and immortal fruits. The people from the 5 top powers walked in front of the immortal court. Behind them were the great sections. They looked at Lin Fei with unfriendly gazes. Lin Fei was speechless. I don't think I owe you money. Didn't I just extort some treasures? Is there a need to be like this? Can't people be more generous? Whether it was the immortal court or the great sects, they looked at Di Tian with ugly expressions. The 2 powers sat down on the left and right. The people from the 3 palaces also sat down on the seats below. Chapter 1465. The 5 major forces didn't just come to visit Di Tian. After all, the current Di Tian was no longer a small figure. He could be considered a major character in the myriad worlds. He had more than 20 immortal venerables under him, including mid-stage immortal venerables. They possessed great battle prowess that could sweep through many great worlds. Apart from that, there was another secret that they hadn't figured out. The powerhouses sent by the Immortal Lyceum and the Immortal Sects had yet to be found. Other than one of their natal tokens that was broken, the rest were intact. Where did these people go? They had always wanted to figure it out. Tian became the target of suspicion. It was possible that these people were in Tian's hands. This also proved that there was a great expert behind Tian. As for who this great expert was, everyone wanted to know. Today, they came to probe and understand. They happened to meet the people from the immortal sects, so the immortal Lyceum and the immortal sects temporarily put aside their grudges. Everyone has come from afar. My great metropolis world is also honored by your presence. Let me toast to everyone. Tian raised his wine cup. Everyone had to give him face. After drinking the wine, Lin Fei called over the singers and put on a song and dance show. One had to say, when the fairies and singers performed, it was extremely wonderful. At the very least, Lin Fei watched with great interest. From the start of cultivation until now, Lin Fei hadn't carefully watched the performances of the singers. He had been wholeheartedly cultivating. Now that he had some experts on hand, he finally didn't have to work so hard. Lin Fei watched with great interest, but for the 5 major forces, watching the performances of the singers was clearly not their main purpose. Immortal Paragon Ju and also realized that this Tian wasn't easy to deal with. He was indeed as overbearing as the rumors said. No wonder the people of the Immortal Lyceum were so angry at him. Daoist Tian, I heard that you are auctioning immortal beasts this time, and they are immortal beasts of different levels. I wonder if we can have the honor to see them. Immortal Paragon Ju An's suggestion was exactly what they wanted. Immortal Paragon Qing'an from the Immortal Sects also said, our Immortal Sects are very interested in cooperating with Daoist Tian. If possible, we also want to see these immortal beasts. Look at my immortal beasts. You have quite a big appetite. This must be one of your goals. Last time, Lin Fei asked people to drag a group of immortal beasts out for a stroll, and the entire universe was completely stirred up. No matter who it was, they would be tempted. This was a good target to raise their battle prowess. No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. Both Immortal Venerable Ju and Immortal Venerable Qing'an were stunned. Since when did Tian become so easy to talk to? Everyone, follow me. Tian asked the songstress fairy maiden to disperse. With a wave of his hand, a path appeared, and he was the first to walk in. The people here were all very gutsy, they weren't afraid that Tian would do anything. They followed along and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at one of the levels of the World Overlord's training grounds. Roar, 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 roar. The immortal beasts were fixed in one area in such a huge training ground. The number of them was so dense that everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 2 immortal venerables of the immortal court and the immortal sects were shocked at this moment. So many immortal beasts. Could it be that Tian had swept through the entire universe? Otherwise, where would they find so many worlds? Immortal King level immortal beasts and Immortal Emperor level immortal beasts. The battle strength of these 2 types of immortal beasts couldn't be ignored. If an Immortal King level immortal had an Immortal King level immortal beast, their strength would increase greatly and they could even fight against an Immortal Emperor level powerhouse. Lord, look over there. Isn't that the rumored meteor Pegasus that can break through the limit of heavenly law? A subordinate of the Dark Soul Palace hurriedly said to Lord Luo Sha. After hearing his subordinate's words, Immortal Venerable Luo Sha noticed the meteor Pegasus leisurely flying in an area in the distance like meteors. There are so many meteor Pegasus. Did Tian rob the entire meteor Pegasus race? The number of immortal beasts was shocking, but meteor Pegasus with such speed were extremely rare in the entire universe. Each of them was extremely precious. But now, these immortal beasts were like cabbages. Immortal Venerable Luo Sha's eyes were filled with jealousy and even a trace of greed. If he occupied this place, the overall strength of the Dark Soul Palace would increase greatly. This thought flashed in Immortal Venerable Luo Sha's mind. The Dark Soul Palace was one of the 3 palaces and ranked behind the 2 palaces. If they wanted to swallow Tion's things, they might have to bite their teeth and suffer a great loss. After Immortal Venerable Luo Sha discovered the Meteor Pegasus, the other Immortal Venerables also discovered the Meteor Pegasus. Immortal beasts that could attack were easy to find. But those that were good at speed were not easy to find. These immortal beasts were too rare. Even if they appeared, they would be bought at an extremely high price. By the time everyone reacted, they would have already disappeared. Fellow Daoist Tian, our Demon Sealing Palace is very interested in this Meteor Pegasus. If possible, we want all of them. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mincho was also envious and said directly. Light Palace's one Fade Immortal Venerable secretly cursed. This guy got it first. Our Light Palace is also very interested in this. The price is not a problem. It was best to have such a good thing in their hands. If they weren't afraid of Tion's strength, they would have already taken action to plunder it. With so many immortal beasts, who wouldn't be envious? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint everyone. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm preparing to bid for these immortal beasts at the auction. Whoever offers the highest price can buy them. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mincho's face sank. Fellow Daoist Tian, are you not going to give us this little face? As long as you sell us, our Demon Sealing Palace will be your best friend from now on. Lin Fei directly despised them in his heart. Best friend? Are these words true? If I didn't have the strength, I'm afraid I would have swallowed everything in one gulp. How could I have the cheek to call myself a friend? Lin Fei wanted them to buy them with their capital. Especially the 3 palaces. Their strength was not much different. However, if anyone had these immortal beasts, their strength would rise and they would be able to stand above the 2 palaces. There were even immortal emperor-level immortal beasts. Maybe there would be even more powerful immortal venerable-level immortal beasts. Therefore, they wanted to buy immortal beasts in private. They wanted to be one step ahead of others and take the initiative. Lin Fei waved his hand. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mincho was enveloped by a force. He couldn't resist and was moved out of Great Metropolis Heaven along with his subordinates. In my territory, you have to listen to me. A cold voice echoed under the starry sky. Immortal Venerable Mincho was thrown under the starry sky. Coincidentally, someone passed by. He was furious and killed a group of innocent people. His face was gloomy. What a good Tion. How dare you ignore our Demon Sealing Palace? Anger was anger. Thinking that the other 2 palaces were still inside, Immortal Venerable Mincho immediately felt uncomfortable. I can't let them have it easy. Lin Fei easily moved Immortal Venerable Mincho out of the training ground. Chapter 1466. They all knew how strong Immortal Venerable Mincho was. Tion could take Immortal Venerable Mincho away without any resistance. Although Tion was a realm lord and could borrow the power of the world, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. Killing Immortal Venerable Mincho would be a piece of cake. His strength was a little terrifying. One Fate Immortal Venerable of Brilliance Palace was eager for Immortal Venerable Mincho to lose his qualification. In the myriad worlds, the 3 palaces seemed to be together, but they were actually enemies. They often fought for benefits and many immortals died. One Fate Immortal Venerable was worried about how to strengthen Brilliance Palace. It would be best if Tion would be hostile to the other 2 palaces. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mincho's actions undoubtedly helped him. He quickly stabbed Immortal Venerable Mincho and increased his hatred. At the very least, he would leave a bad impression. Dark Soul Palace's Venerable Luo Sha was secretly happy. He finally got rid of an enemy and could share less good things with them. Daoist Tian, those guys from Demon Sealing Palace are all ambitious wolves. Such people should be treated like this. Otherwise, they will take a yard after taking an inch. Luo Sha also said seriously. He was really happy for a while. The fights between the three halls had not been going on for just 1 or 2 days. Now that one was gone, they could share some of the benefits. Immortal Venerable Qingyan and Immortal Venerable Juan glanced at each other. This Di Tian was really domineering. He directly kicked them out. That was Demon Ceiling Palace. Thinking about it, Di Tian wasn't afraid of them. Let alone others. Moreover, the guys from Dark Soul Palace and Brilliance Palace weren't good people either. They immediately aimed their guns at them. If Immortal Venerable Mingqiu didn't make a move, it was hard to guarantee that one of them wouldn't be the first to make a move. You two are right. Di Tian sneered in his heart. I, Di Tian, have been fighting my way up since I ascended. I hate people who threaten me the most. In my territory, I don't want anyone to force me to do something I don't want to do. Otherwise, I don't mind letting him experience my anger and even make him lose his qualification. Luo Sha and One Fate Immortal Venerable glanced at each other, glad that they didn't make a move. On their way here, the higher-ups had already warned them not to act recklessly in the great metropolis heaven. Who knows, Di Tian might even be waiting for them to make a move. At that time, he could use them to extort treasures. From the looks of it now, Di Tian did indeed have this inclination. Others might not be able to do it, but Di Tian could. This guy was already used to it, and it wasn't the first or second time either. Every time he extorted treasures, it would cost him a lot of money. Not long after, they sat outside in the palace again. At this moment, the four powers all had their own ideas on how to obtain the greatest benefits from the auction. However, the question of how to start the conversation was a difficult one. Earlier when Immortal Paragon Mingqiu threatened Di Tian, they could already tell that Di Tian wasn't afraid of any threats. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't be bothered. But now, there was a supreme expert behind Di Tian. This was truly a troublesome matter. These tyrannical immortal beasts might have come from the hands of that peerless expert. Until now, they still couldn't figure out where these immortal beasts came from. If they insisted, they might anger that peerless expert. This wasn't a good thing for them, it might even be a bad thing. The two leaders, Immortal Venerable Juan and Immortal Venerable Qingyan, were also feeling uneasy. To think that they, a great power, actually had to lower their heads. This kind of thing had never happened before. For the sake of so many immortal beasts, they felt that it wasn't unacceptable for them to be wrong temporarily. Their immortal court controlled a large amount of resources, but this wasn't their strong point. Especially when they suspected that Di Tian might have immortal venerable level immortal beasts, this was the biggest key. This was true combat power. Fourth step Immortal Emperor immortal beasts were also very powerful, which was what they needed. Sitting on the throne, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Unfortunately, these people didn't make a move because of this. Now, they had lost a chance to extort treasures. If they knew about this, they would probably curse out loud. Di Tian was indeed not a good person, he just wanted to play tricks on them. Daoist Di Tian, we have drunk this immortal brew. Regarding the immortal beasts, our immortal court would like to cooperate with Daoist Di Tian. Under the condition of not destroying the auction, we are willing to pay a high price to buy a batch of immortal beasts. It would be even better if there are higher-level immortal beasts. Immortal Venerable Juan didn't believe Di Tian's words. Our immortal sects will also pay a high price. Immortal Venerable Qingyan didn't want to be left behind. Dark Soul Palace and Radiant Palace couldn't intervene at this moment. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Lin Fei bringing them to see the immortal beasts was actually doing business with them. To Lin Fei, immortal beasts were experience points. They could drop experience stones. In the outside world, they would be in their normal state. Only their combat power was amazing. The rest was nothing special. Lin Fei wanted to create a unique world. Now that the Immortal Court and the Immortal sects were in a state of peace, Lin Fei didn't believe that it would last for a long time. There was still no movement until now. Once these three forces fought, it would definitely be very exciting. Now, Lin Fei would help them speed up the process. If it was before, Lin Fei might not have the guts to do so. But with Hairball, he was immediately full of confidence. His own strength was also increasing rapidly, so he didn't have to worry about being afraid. Selling, that was for sure. How to sell it at a high price was the key. Fellow Taoists, you should know that my place is backward and remote. It's far from the rich resources of those great worlds. Lin Fei complained, listening to the few immortal venerables rolling their eyes. This was the first time they met someone who dared to say such words with so many immortal beasts. This was richer than any other world, and his subordinates were also strong. Even 10 worlds might not be able to compare to the great metropolis world. If they heard what you said, who knows how many people would vomit blood. Lin Fei directly ignored their expressions. These immortal beasts were obtained with great difficulty. If it wasn't for the great metropolis world, I wouldn't have taken them out to auction. Once again, they looked down on him. I can see that everyone wants immortal beasts. I just thought about it, I should be able to share a portion of these immortal beasts. However, the price will be a bit expensive. After all, this is for auction. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, for example, Meteor Heavenly Horse. Each of them can reach the limit of the Heavenly Tao. They are essential items to go out. One of them can be exchanged for 20 immortal equipment. Moreover, they have to be at least middle-grade immortal equipment. The great metropolis world lacked these things. Immortal beasts were free in the evil demon space. Lin Fei naturally wanted to exchange for immortal equipment. Chapter 1467. Great metropolis world lacked celestial artifacts. He didn't need to worry about celestial reverent treasures. Just the devil's heart alone could be used to exchange for many celestial reverent treasures. Last time, he extorted some from Celestial Dynasty and had a large amount left. He didn't need them now as his celestial reverent subordinates all had celestial reverent treasures. Ning Chuan needed a large amount of celestial artifacts this time. Where else could he find a good deal like exchanging celestial beasts for celestial artifacts? Too expensive. Then don't buy it. Lin Fei's meaning was simple. If they wanted celestial beasts, especially high-grade ones, they could only use celestial artifacts to exchange for them. Moreover, they had to be intermediate-grade celestial artifacts. I can give you 3 days to consider. This was the time that Lin Fei gave them. Celestial Reverend Juan and Qing'an were invited out. They were enemies with each other, so they scoffed coldly and left. As for what they chose, that was up to them. After Celestial Dynasty and the others left, there were people outside who wanted to greet him. Tianyun Tower. Hearing that Tianyun Tower wanted to greet him, Lin Fei knew that it was Lu Ziyue. He didn't treat this woman who he had been working with as an ordinary woman. This was a woman with skills. She came to trade with him right from the start. She was someone with good judgment. Hearing that it was someone from Tianyun Tower, Lin Fei asked people to bring her in. He had to thank Tianyun Tower for the information they gave him during the war. It allowed him to raise his strength and get through the life and death crisis. He even opened the demon space and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even if Lu Ziyue didn't come, Lin Fei would find some time to make a trip. Lu Ziyue was here. This time, Lu Ziyue wasn't the only one who came. This surprised Lin Fei. With a casual glance, he knew that the person who accompanied Lu Ziyue wasn't weak. He was actually a celestial reverend. The most surprising thing was that there was a strong power sealed in his body. The power of the seal was hidden perfectly. If not for his strength constantly increasing, he probably wouldn't be able to sense the existence of the seal. If this power exploded out, it could sweep many celestial reverends and could even deal a fatal blow. This young man's background was not simple. With the chaos of the myriad worlds, it wasn't strange for such a person to appear. During this period, Lin Fei also looked at Lu Ziyue. Previously, he couldn't see through this woman's strength. But now, Lin Fei could see that she had already reached the immortal venerable realm. Fairy Lu, long time no see, Lin Fei sat on the throne and smiled at Lu Ziyue. Lu Ziyue was still dressed in black, but this time she wore a black veil. She was very courteous, long time no see. You've already become a great marquis. It's really hard to believe. With more than 20 celestial reverends under them, of course, this did not include the celestial reverend Hairball had. In the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, they were already a very powerful force. Di Tian had also become a great duke. In the past, I was tired of working alone. It wasn't easy to control a big world. No matter what, there had to be someone to guard it. I was just lucky. I don't deserve your praise. Ever since news about Di Tian started to spread, Lu Ziyue found it hard to believe. Di Tian's strength improved too quickly. The celestial reverend realm that others found hard to break through was as easy as drinking water in his hands. There were no bottlenecks or problems. He was outrageously monstrous. The important thing was how to make celestial reverends willingly join the great metropolis world. This was what many people wanted to know. Seeing Di Tian again, Lu Ziyue's emotions changed. The current Di Tian already had the qualifications to talk to her father. He was even a true big shot in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Di Tian already had the strength to speak. Especially in this immortal beast auction, the famous Tianyun Tower was also suppressed by the great metropolis world. Immortal beasts weren't cabbages that could be harvested just by entering. Every time the Tianyun Tower auctioned immortal beasts, they were scattered. But this time, Di Tian was very generous. The upper echelons of the Tianyun Tower were shocked. Since when could immortal beasts be sold wholesale? The important thing was still the high-grade immortal beasts. Lu Ziyue, who was familiar with them, was sent over. If one's luck was good, one could subdue so many celestial reverends. If one's luck was good, one could have a peerless expert as a backer. Lu Ziyue wouldn't believe it. You are the Di Tian whose name shakes the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you are just a bumpkin from the lower realm. Lu Ziyue and Lin Fei were chatting happily, but the young man at the side frowned, appearing very displeased. He directly interrupted the two of them. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Who do you think you are, to have the qualifications to ask me this? With a group of celestial reverends as his subordinates, Lin Fei gradually became domineering. With a raise of his eyebrows, an invincible pressure instantly enveloped the young man. Caw 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 caw. Under the powerful pressure, the young man's body was almost crushed. Di Tian, you dare to humiliate me. The celestial reverend power in the young man's body erupted, a trace of violent power leaked out, and his eyes instantly turned red. Do you know who I am? At the side, Lu Ziyue's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance, and she thought to herself, Di Tian's strength has actually reached such a level, just as pressure can suppress this guy. When this person first came, he defeated many celestial reverends of their Tianyun Tower with a wave of his hand, displaying extraordinary strength, and even the Tianyun Tower was somewhat afraid of him. Lu Ziyue seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. What qualifications do you have to let me know who you are? Boom! Lin Fei suddenly stood up, and his entire aura soared into the sky, as if it had pierced through the starry sky, and an invincible pressure came crashing down on the young man, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. Plop! The young man was pressured into kneeling on the ground with a plop. The main hall seemed to be shaking. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and his violent aura wanted to blast away this pressure, but this violent aura was really not worth mentioning in front of the towering mountain. Lin Fei's current strength was already starting to approach the combat strength of a ruler. Just the pressure alone was not something that the other party could resist. Fairy Lu, your people don't seem to be very polite, and they don't know how to respect their seniors, so I helped you punish them. You don't mind, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. As for the young man who was pressured into kneeling, he didn't even look at him. Lu Ziyue frowned slightly. Gu Tian, you need to change your character. Don't forget, the person in charge this time is me, not you. There was a trace of anger in her words. The young man raised his head, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Lu Ziyue, don't forget who you are. If not for our support, your father would not have today's status, and now you are actually speaking up for an outsider. Boom, another wave of pressure came. The young man only felt a mountain-like weight, and his whole body was pressed to the ground like a dead dog. He raised his head and saw the person on the throne emitting an invincible pressure. You can scram now. A huge finger flicked over, and the young man was sent flying, smashing through layers of the void, and fell outside the starry sky. Chapter 1469. Gu Tianren's body was shattered by a finger. Under the stars, Gu Tianren's body was wrapped by a mysterious power. Although his body wasn't torn into pieces, he quickly recovered. After recovering his body, Gu Tianren's face was cold. What a good Di Tian, to actually look down on our Gu clan. Gu Tianren had a ferocious look on his face, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The rumors outside say that Lu Ziyue, that bitch, really has an ambiguous relationship with Di Tian. Now, it seems that it's true. Before coming, Gu Tianren had already thought of a countermeasure. Who would have thought that he would be flicked out by Di Tian's finger? The other party was ridiculously strong and he couldn't resist at all. Right now, Gu Tianren really didn't dare to go in. One finger was enough to shatter him. If Di Tian really wanted to kill him, there was an 80 to 90% chance of that happening. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just you wait. Gu Tianren originally wanted to recruit Di Tian, but now he didn't have such a method. Why do you have to do this? You've unknowingly made another powerful enemy for yourself. Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes under the veil revealed a hint of joy before returning to normal. Her tone carried a trace of helplessness as she didn't want Di Tian to do this. Lin Fei didn't mind, you know my current situation. Since I have so many enemies, I don't care about one or two. This Gu Tianren is quite interesting. Can you tell me where he came from? With his current strength, if Lin Fei wanted that person to die, that person would die without a doubt. Just now, he felt a slight change in Gu Tianren's body. The power of the seal was very mysterious. Gu Tianren should have been shattered by the flick, but now he was indeed wrapped by the power. This was different. If you asked me like this before, I wouldn't have told you. I was afraid that you would be under too much pressure and blame me. Lu Ziyue smiled, now that you're a great duke, you have the right to know. How many people can kill someone with one finger? How many people can do this? Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that the other party's background wasn't simple. Gu Tianren is from the chaotic ancient country. The person from the chaotic ancient country that disappeared. Lin Fei had read about this in the ancient records. In fact, he had even encountered a chaos giant in the primal chaos. They didn't disappear, they retired. Lu Ziyue nodded, there are people from the primal chaos ancient kingdom behind the Tianyun Tower, and the Gu's surname belongs to the noble bloodline of the primal chaos heaven kingdom. What a powerful background. Now that the primal chaos heavens had appeared, Lin Fei didn't find it strange at all. Lin Fei had already guessed this. You've provoked yet another powerful enemy. Lu Ziyue didn't want Di Tian to do this from the bottom of her heart. However, even if you don't make a move against Gu Tianren, you probably won't agree to anything that Gu Tianren proposes. Sooner or later, you will offend him. You're not trying to recruit me, are you? From the first day they met, Lin Fei did not like Gu Tianren. You guessed it right. The Gu family of the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom wants to recruit you to become their subordinate and make the great metropolis heaven their proxy world. Right now, Lin Fei was not afraid of being bitten. Especially with the Immortal Beast auction, he was afraid that all the forces would want to take a bite out of him. Their appetite is not small. Lin Fei sneered, the Immortal Court, the great sects, and the two palaces don't dare to say such words. A mere Gu family is really not ordinary. Do they really think that I'm so easy to deal with? If I had known earlier, I would have killed a few more times to vent my anger. Lu Ziyue giggled, Gu Tianren coming to see you was really a wrong choice. I also have to thank you. Who knows how many people in our Tianyun Tower hated this guy to the point of gnashing their teeth. Now, he finally fell into your hands. Lin Fei's heart moved. If that's the case, I'm afraid that your Lu family's days in the Tianyun Tower won't be good. In the past, the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom belonged to a superpower in the myriad worlds. They were born in the Primal Chaos. There were Primal Chaos gods, Primal Chaos immortals, and Primal Chaos divine beasts. Their bodies were tyrannical and terrifying, and they were undying and indestructible. Now that he was walking in the myriad worlds, it was not hard for Lin Fei to think of Lu Ziyue's situation. You don't have to worry about this for now. Lu Ziyue smiled, our Lu family is not a small power in the Tianyun Tower. We are one of the 10 great elders. If you are worried about me, this little girl will be flattered. Are you worried? Lin Fei asked himself this, but it seemed like he was not. Thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that he was worried about Lu Ziyue, otherwise he would not have asked this kind of thing. He already had a few wives at home, so Lin Fei did not want to provoke any more women. We have cooperated for so long, I am worried that we cannot continue to cooperate. That would not be a small loss. Lin Fei barely found an excuse. Lu Ziyue lightly snorted and said in her heart, what a hypocritical guy. Our Tianyun Tower does want to have a deep cooperation with you. Lu Ziyue revealed the shrewdness of a merchant, however, before that, I represent my father and want to have a deep cooperation with you. I wonder if you have a secret space here. Lin Fei knew that Lu Ziyue came with a purpose. If he did not make a move to chase Gu Tian away, Lin Fei believed that Lu Ziyue would have a way to propose it. That is not a problem. Lin Fei waved his hand and brought Lu Ziyue into the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda. This is the most tightly guarded place. Other than rulers, no one else can enter this place. The Realm Lord Stone Pagoda is a good place. Lu Ziyue was not surprised at all. Father, you can come out now. A door opened behind Lu Ziyue. This door is not big, only one person can walk through it. Your Tianyun Tower is rich, you even used a teleportation gate. Lin Fei can recognize that this is a teleportation gate with a glance. It is very expensive, and many disciples will bring a teleportation gate with them when they go out. When they encounter danger, they will return to their own world. The passage of the teleportation gate can only withstand the power of a certain realm. The higher the realm, the higher the price of the teleportation gate, the more expensive the Immortal Emperor's teleportation gate is. Ordinary people can't afford it. No matter how rich you are, I'm afraid it won't be as big as you. Lu Ziyue replied. Boom! From the door, a black leather boot broke through the world and stepped on the floor of the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda. What followed is a tyrannical aura, it is the immortal venerable realm. A middle-aged man emitting an elegant aura finally came out from the door and appeared in front of Lin Fei. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, his gaze stopped on Lin Fei, sizing him up in admiration and cupping his hands. "Dao friend Di Fei, I have long heard of your great name, I finally get to meet you today. This is my father Third Sage Lu." Chapter 1470. This wasn't the first time Third Sage Lu had heard about Di Tian. Now, there wasn't a single person in the myriad of worlds who didn't know about him. He had subdued an immortal reverend expert with mysterious means, and from an unranked small world to a powerful mid-level world, no one would underestimate this Di Tian. "Father, Di Tian sent Gu Tianren flying just now, and he even used a single finger to shatter Gu Tianren. His strength is already unfathomable, and even I can't see through his cultivation level." If not for the previous incident, Lu Ziyue might not have reminded him. But now, it was completely different. He had to tell his father. Third Sage Lu's heart shook. Gu Tian wasn't too strong. His body was tough, comparable to an immortal venerable beast. Many genius disciples of the Tianyun Tower had been defeated by him, which caused quite a stir. It took a lot of effort to suppress it. With regards to Di Tian, Third St. Lu's understanding was limited to some information. He only knew that Di Tian was someone who could create a legend. His strength rose like a rocket, and in addition, he had a powerful backer supporting him. He was already standing at the peak of the younger generation. Third Sage Lu's impression of Di Tian improved after hearing his daughter's words. "Fellow Daoist Third Sage, you came all the way here. Why don't you sit down and have some tea? Other than rulers, no one else can come here. You don't have to worry about anything being leaked." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and took out a table. He placed some immortal fruits and other things on it. At this level, Lin Fei was already giving Third Sage Lu a lot of face by calling him a fellow Daoist. Not everyone could say the word fellow Daoist. Unless you had enough strength. Without strength, you wouldn't even know how you offended someone. The two of them sat down on the table and chatted. Lu Ziyue, who was sitting next to Third Sage Lu, secretly rolled her eyes. It seemed like Di Tian didn't know what was going to happen next. He just didn't want to ask. Lin Fei indeed didn't want to ask why Third Sage Lu had come. They were on a different level now. He didn't have to ask everything. If news of this got out, he would be looked down on. Since Third Sage Lu had a favor to ask of Lin Fei was naturally not in a hurry. He talked about everything and said whatever he wanted to say. "Fellow Di Tian, I'm afraid it'll be the era of youngsters like you in the near future." This was the first time Third Sage Lu had met Lin Feng. If it weren't for Third Sage Lu's achievements in the outside world, no one would have believed that the person before them was a terrifying existence. "You flatter me," Lin Fei said with a smile. "The myriad worlds are so big, and now even the primal chaos ancient kingdoms have come out. The number of young geniuses is even more uncountable. It is still too early to say this all." Third St. Lu saw it clearly. Using the treasure in his hand, Third Sage Lu could see clearly that Di Tian was merely at the immortal venerable realm. There was no dense energy in his body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it if he concealed it perfectly. Third Sage Lu could imagine that if Di Tian had the opportunity to ascend to become a sovereign, the current sovereigns would have a headache and wouldn't know how to deal with him. It was worth the risk to come here this time. "This time, I came from afar and even used the teleportation gate because I want to make a deal with fellow Daoist." Third Sage Lu was one of the 10 great elders of the Tianyun Tower. No matter where he went, everyone would be polite to him. As long as he revealed a small thought, many people would fight to be the first to do it. But in front of Di Tian, Third Sage Lu didn't dare to do so. Just now, his daughter had already made it very clear that Gu Tian was forced to kneel on the ground by Di Tian because of his arrogant tone. From this, it could be seen that the rumors of Di Tian having a bad temper were indeed true. Young people were high-spirited, and who wouldn't have a bit of a temper? Third Sage Lu himself was like this in the past. In the future, Tian would definitely become one of the main characters of the Myriad Worlds. Taking the initiative to speak, Third Sage Lu didn't have any feelings for him. I am very interested in this deal to be able to invite fellow Daoist here. Lin Fei was speaking the truth. Personally coming here represented a type of respect. It could be seen that this matter wasn't small. I want to buy a batch of experience pills from fellow Daoist. If fellow Daoist allows, I hope to buy as many as possible, Third Sage Lu said seriously. Lu Ziyue also became nervous. Because this matter was too important. They couldn't help but be nervous. Lin Fei thought that it was something important. So it was necessary for him to come here personally. Wouldn't it be fine if Lu Ziyue just told him? However, Lin Fei didn't know the value of the experience pills. The more powerful the Celestial Venerable's secret art, the harder it was to learn it. Moreover, many people wouldn't be able to learn it in their entire lives. Experience pills were different. As long as one had enough experience pills, they would be able to learn it. This was too important. Experience pills aren't a problem. I have cooperated with Fairy Ziyue for so long, and she arranged for the Celestial Emperor to be stationed in the great metropolis world when I wasn't around. I will remember this kindness. If it wasn't for Lu Ziyue's help, the great metropolis world would be in an unknown state. His wife and daughter would also be in trouble. This was what Lin Fei didn't want to see the most. Experience pills didn't really matter to Lin Fei now. This might be a very large batch of experience pills. Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of color. You don't need to worry about that. Daoist Di Tian, I want to cultivate a Dominator rank secret art. I need a lot of experience pills. Are you sure you have no problem with that? Third Sage Lu asked. I'm very curious. What will you use to trade? Now that the demonic space had opened, experience pills were divided into many levels. Explode Extermination, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil, and the others were sent to cultivate Dominator rank secret arts. The large amount of experience pills didn't give Lin Fei a headache. Third Sage Lu let out a sigh of relief. He had come to the right place. True spirits and the like are no longer of any use to you, fellow Daoist. As for treasures, I'm too embarrassed to take them out. After all, everyone knows that fellow Daoist's body is already the best treasure there is. Apart from sovereign treasures, I'm afraid there's really nothing else that can catch your eye. What Third Sage Lu said was the truth, something that was publicly acknowledged by all immortals. Lin Fei waited for Third Sage Lu to say something. Just as Lin Fei had said, he couldn't use any of these things. With the few Dominator rank secret techniques he had, not many people could stop him. There were just too few things that were worth his attention. Lin Fei really wanted to know what Third Sage Lu could take out. If he really took out a large amount of true spirits, it would only make Lin Fei look down on Third Sage Lu, and he wouldn't become one of the 10 great elders of the Tianyun Tower. The two palaces are going to establish an emperor dynasty. All of a sudden, Third Saint Lu uttered those words. Emperor Dynasty. Chapter 1471. P.S. I'm busy these 2 days. Everything will be stable from tomorrow onwards. This is a big deal. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. The myriad heavens and myriad realms were now filled with feudal vassals of all sizes. Although the two palaces were the leaders, in private, no one gave face to anyone. Establishing an emperor dynasty was indeed not a small matter. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the intelligence agency of the Tianyun Tower for being able to obtain such important information. What does this have to do with me? Third Sage Lu brought this up to sell a favor. Third Saint Lu almost coughed out blood when he heard this. He treated his words as a waste of time. No wonder there were rumors in the outside world that Di Tian's temper was unpredictable. To establish an emperor dynasty, all of us have to go see the immortal emperor. I'm afraid some people from the two palaces will target your great metropolis world. Daoist D. Tian is too angry. Lin Fei didn't care, that's their own business. Since they dare to target my great metropolis world, I'll make sure they suffer. Moreover, the immortal sects and the immortal court aren't pushovers. They won't easily establish an emperor dynasty. Why should I worry about it? Third Sage Lu finally understood what kind of person D. Tian was. This was a guy who was not afraid of anything. This was good. Cooperating with such a person had its benefits. Perhaps in the future, then let's get back to business. I plan to pay for your experience pills with the star stones you need. Apart from that, there's also a treasure that's barely at the Dominator rank. Third St. Lu took out a storage ring and a golden saber that had its aura sealed and was covered in cracks. The heavenly star stone was not essential to Lin Fei right now. Lin Fei was very interested in the golden saber. Dominator rank weapon. This was a good thing. What's the origin of this saber? Asked Lin Fei. This thing isn't from our world. It's from another world. I bought it from someone at a high price and tried to repair it. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Third Sage Lu said, the golden saber consumes too much great Dao energy. With my strength, just one slash consumes all my great Dao energy. Although the golden saber was sealed, Lin Fei could still feel the extraordinariness of a Dominator rank weapon. But now it was damaged. Lin Fei pondered and thought to himself, my current strength is almost at the Dominator level. I'm not far from leveling up. Having a Dominator rank weapon in hand isn't a bad choice. Even if I don't use it, I can give it to Hairball. Experience pills were cheap to begin with. Now that they could be exchanged for a Dominator rank weapon, it was a very good deal. Seeing your sincerity, I agree. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more. However, I have a question that I really want to know. What kind of place is the other world you mentioned? Isn't it the myriad heavens? Yes, it really isn't the myriad heavens and realms. Third Sage Lu could see that D. Tian didn't know about this. He didn't mind saying it. If he didn't say it, D. Tian would find out sooner or later. It was better to leave a good impression. Our myriad heavens and realms is just a small place in this territory. The number of dominators is also very few. It's far from the outside world. Just a big city alone has 1 or 2 dominators. Our Sky Fortune Tower barely opened a few branches outside, and they're all mediocre. Damn, I'm in such a miserable state. Lin Fei almost cried out. In the myriad heavens and realms, the Sky Fortune Tower was very powerful. He didn't expect it to be like this outside. Lin Fei didn't dare to accept this disparity. Third Sage Lu laughed bitterly, there's nothing we can do about it. I heard that you fought with Gu Tian and beat him out. That kid is very arrogant. I don't like him. Lin Fei didn't have much to explain. Young and impetuous. Third Sage Lu would have said such words when he was young. Now that he was older, he had to consider many things. He wasn't as frivolous as before. Primal Chaos ancient countries are actually factions in other territories. Third Sage Lu didn't mind saying more, the Gu family is one of the bigger factions. Do you know why the two palaces want to establish an emperor dynasty? Other than internal reasons, there are also external reasons. They are preparing to be one step ahead. Hearing this, Lin Fei finally understood the reason behind it. Looks like I have to break through to the Dominator realm as soon as possible. Lin Fei thought, otherwise, I won't even be able to fight back when they come. Does that mean that the Gu family will find trouble with me? According to the Gu family's character, they might. Third Sage Lu said awkwardly, I will get my people to talk to them. After all, this matter isn't your fault. No need. I, Di Tian, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. Lin Fei waved his hand. If they come, I don't mind leaving a few more heads. The great metropolis heaven isn't a place where they can come and go as they please. I, Lin Fei, am not a decoration. Third Sage Lu smelled killing intent. A very heavy killing intent. As expected of a fellow with soaring killing intent. The Gu family is not prepared. I'm afraid they will pay a huge price. Third Sage Lu thought. Lin Fei and Third Sage Lu chatted for a while. Then, they took a large amount of experience pills and left through the transfer gate. Lu Ziyue stayed behind to participate in the Immortal Beast auction. After Third Sage Lu left, Lin Fei arranged a place for Lu Ziyue to rest while he went to study the Golden Blade. It's not light. Inside the World Lord's stone pagoda, Lin Fei laid down layers of restrictions. After releasing the seals, a terrifying killing intent was released. The Dominator rank energy wave caused the void around the restrictions to become unstable. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a rebounding force shook him. This rebounding force seemed terrifying, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. Behave yourself, or else I will destroy you. Similarly, a terrifying force crushed over. The golden blade also landed in Lin Fei's hand. He casually swung the blade and slashed out, breaking a rock in the distance. This was a primal divine stone. So sharp. Lin Fei took out another celestial sovereign treasure. With a slash of the blade, the celestial sovereign treasure was broken into two. He didn't care about losing an celestial sovereign treasure. There were many of these. Good stuff. With this, even if I encounter a Dominator rank expert, I can cut them down. Lin Fei smiled. I need to deal with the cracks on the blade. Otherwise, the blade will shatter. Third Sage Lu couldn't repair it, but that didn't mean Lin Fei couldn't. Otherwise, who would want it? Now, Lin Fei's standards were very high. After searching in the top quality system, Lin Fei really found a repair tool. The price wasn't cheap. With the star stones, he didn't have to worry about not being able to repair the Dominator rank weapon. Use of repair stone successful. Use of repair stone successful. Every time he used the repair stone, one of the cracks on the blade would be repaired. There were too many cracks on the blade. Only the Dominator rank weapon didn't shatter. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of using points. He used the repair stones piece by piece. He didn't know how many points he used, but he didn't bother counting. Boom! When the last crack was repaired, a terrifying aura was released. It was 10 times stronger than before. Chapter 1472. The Great Metropolis World's auction was in full swing. None of the people who came to participate were stable. They all wanted to take advantage of others to make a fortune. Unfortunately, it did not work in the Great Metropolis world. No matter who wanted to see the Realm Lord Di Tian, it was all in vain. Those who were lucky were directly chased out. Those who were unlucky were directly thrown under the starry sky. No one dared to look down on the 12 immortal venerables guarding. One immortal venerable could instantly kill them, let alone 12 immortal venerables. This time, everyone obediently participated in the auction. As the Realm Lord, Lin Fei became a hands-off shopkeeper. Everything was handled by Golden Phoenix. She was very passionate about this matter. Moreover, she was the boss of a gang in the past. The auction was well organized under Golden Phoenix's leadership. The first day of the auction set a new record. During this period, a group of masked immortal venerables tried to snatch the immortal beasts and make a fortune. Unfortunately, they encountered 12 immortal venerables. They directly joined forces with high-level immortal venerables. One immortal venerable's sacred art smashed down and this group of people suffered heavy injuries. Some died, some were injured. It was a one-sided situation. Capture them, strip them naked and hang them on the flag in the middle of the square. Lin Fei's punishment was very simple. He directly stripped them and hung them on the flagpole. A total of 5 immortal venerables were hung on the flagpole just like that. It was unknown how many people's glasses were broken because of this. These were immortal venerables. Now, not only were they stripped naked, they were also hung naked on the flagpole. This slap was very serious. It was unknown how the immortal venerables' families would react if they knew. The 12 immortal venerables once again showed their terrifying strength. Everyone became obedient. The following auction went very smoothly. The immortal beasts were auctioned off at extremely high prices. This auction lasted for 3 days. Hubby, aren't you going to watch? After the auction ended, Golden Phoenix came over happily and took out the statistics from today. It must be a great harvest. It doesn't matter if I watch or not. Lin Fei did not look, moreover, you are my wife. It's good that you know. Doesn't that mean I know? Only Lin Fei could come up with this theory. By the way, bring the 5 immortal reverends to the auction tomorrow as well. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Those who dare to covet your man's things must have some guts. If I don't vent my anger, they'll really think that I'm a sick cat. Auction a celestial prime. The Golden Phoenix wondered if she had heard it wrong. Can't I? Lin Fei was going to auction the immortal prime. Just do it. Since you dared to snatch the immortal beast, you must accept the consequences. Wow, that's great. Jin Feng jumped 3 feet high. Actually, I also had this plan at the beginning. The head of an immortal venerable is worth a lot of money. With the restriction formation, whoever buys it will have the combat strength of an immortal venerable. Everyone here today is rich. You don't mind to bleed for once. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Jin Feng disappeared in a flash. Is there a need to be so fast? Lin Fei shook his head. He really couldn't do anything to Jin Feng. On second thought, Lin Fei felt proud of his idea. There was no benefit in killing an immortal reverend. Only Lin Fei would dare to auction an immortal reverend. An immortal reverend is auctioning it. The 5 immortal sovereigns from yesterday are going to hold an auction. No way, this kind of thing actually happened. This was added at the last minute this morning. I just found out about it. When the sun rose the next day, a sudden piece of news came out. Everyone was shocked by this news. What a joke. The great metropolis heaven wanted to auction off an immortal reverend expert. This was not an ordinary level of guts. However, when he thought about the fact that Di Tian had been killed by an immortal reverend, and that the immortal court did not have to give face to him, it seemed like it was not impossible to auction off an immortal reverend. This greatly tempted the people from the major forces. Celestial Supremes. If they had such an immortal reverend, the strength of the family or sect would increase by a large amount. The great metropolis heaven said that every immortal reverend had a restriction placed on them. It could not be easily broken, so they could only accept their punishment. As such, everyone was pondering whether or not they should bid for an immortal reverend. This morning, the great metropolis heaven was especially lively. As for those immortal emperors and even immortal reverends who had not bid, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost auctioned off. Di Tian could not be offended. Not only was he stripped naked and hung on the flagpole, he was now going to be auctioned off. His methods were not ordinary vicious. He was selling his entire life. This bastard. At the auction hall, there were immortal beasts being auctioned outside. The quality was better than yesterday's. Everyone was bidding. They were afraid that they would be too slow and fall behind. However, in one of the private rooms, curses could be heard. Fortunately, the private room was soundproof and blocked divine senses. A gloomy young man walked back and forth. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. Young Master Gu, you have to avenge us. Apart from the young man, there were 3 middle-aged men in the private room who were frowning. I will definitely avenge you guys. Gu Tian's face was dark. I will not let anyone else win the immortal reverend. Gu Tian was originally chased out. Under Lu Xue's pleading, Lin Fei allowed the ancient celestials to enter. The people from the primal chaos ancient kingdom did not have much ability, so if they dared to play any tricks in their own territory, they could only blame themselves for seeking death. Gu Tianren came back, and he came back in anger. A bumpkin from the lower realm did not give him face, which meant that he did not give the primal chaos ancient country any face. Thus, Gu Tian pondered and decided to teach Di Tian a lesson. Thus, the previous scene happened. Gu Tian had calculated many things, but he did not expect Di Tian to be so vicious. Di Tian directly took out an immortal reverend for the auction. This almost angered him half to death. The 5 immortal venerables were also transferred over by Gu Tian from a few clans. Now that they were all filled with resentment, Gu Tian was filled with resentment, so he could only bid them down first. The 5 immortal reverends were a force to be reckoned with. If they were won by someone else, it would be hard for Gu Tian to explain and he would hate Di Tian even more. A low-level immortal reverend, starting price of 3 low-level immortal reverend treasures. Golden Phoenix pondered for a night and knew that she would maximize the benefits. She used the method of bartering and did not care about the immortal reverend treasures. Those who could participate in the auction today, which one of them did not have power? Among them, there were even some realm lords from the great worlds. Who would lack immortal reverend treasures? Our wind and cloud world offers 3 low-level immortal reverend treasures. The realm lord's voice came from one of the private rooms. Immortal reverend treasures were dead, but people were alive. There were people who were not afraid of death who would bid for immortal reverends. Chapter 1473. 8 immortal venerable treasures. 10 immortal venerable treasures. 12 immortal venerable treasures. One had to admit that the allure of an immortal venerable powerhouse was very great. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. As for where these immortal venerables came from, no one was interested in finding out. They were also not worried that someone would come to take revenge. Why would they worry about revenge when they could buy immortal venerables? Who didn't have a backer and background? The first immortal reverend expert was bought away by 20 immortal reverend treasures. This was a high price. Exchanging 20 inanimate objects for a living immortal venerable, the strength of the clan or sect would increase by a huge amount. This was a good deal. Damn it, I'm going to destroy them. Inside the private room, Gu Tian was furious, killing intent surging. When you all go out, don't tell me you don't know how to bring more immortal supreme treasures. We didn't know it would be like this. An immortal venerable of our clan is gone just like that. The few patriarchs wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood. When they heard that the immortal venerable was going to be auctioned, they wanted to buy it back. But when they realized that they didn't have many immortal venerable treasures on them, they were all dumbfounded. They could only watch helplessly as the immortal venerable of their clan was bought by someone else. They did not dare to say anything to Gu Tianren and could only bury their resentment in their hearts. If not for the fact that Gu Tianren had requested for them to step in, their immortal lord would not have met with such a fate. How were they supposed to vent their anger now? This was all Di Tian's fault. Gu Tianren was also at his wit's end. Previously, he had put on a good show, but when he realized that he didn't have many immortal lord treasures on him, he immediately collapsed. Shoot my ass. Gu Tianren shifted all of his resentment onto Di Tian. Well done, Di Tian. Let's wait and see. Today's auction was exceptionally smooth. The auction of the 5 immortal venerables was undoubtedly the climax of the day. This kind of scene would probably not happen even once in a lifetime. It happened today. As for the immortal sovereign families, after paying the immortal sovereign treasures, they left the great metropolis heaven without a second word. There were also some experts who sneaked out of the great metropolis celestial world. No one dared to make a move there. They were afraid of being auctioned off. Not long after, there was news of a battle under the starry sky. Someone secretly tried to snatch the immortal venerables, and there were heavy casualties. Lin Fei didn't care about all of this at all. In any case, he had received the celestial reverence treasure. As for who snatched it away, it had nothing to do with him. Not bad, 5 immortal venerables sold 90 immortal venerables treasures. With a dominator rank weapon, Lin Fei really didn't want an immortal venerate treasure. He casually glanced at it and returned the storage ring to the golden phoenix. If we had prepared well, the price could have gone up. But we were in a hurry today, and they took advantage of us. Jean Feng was not happy about today's harvest. How about you go and catch a few more? Damn, you're addicted to it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On second thought, this was a good idea. Fighting and killing, how boring is that? This was worth considering, and it was a good deal. The 3-day auction soon came to an end. Great Metropolis Heaven earned a lot this time and everyone was satisfied. They were fortunate enough to see the immortal venerable auction it, so they had something to brag about when they returned. Not long after the auction ended, a group of uninvited guests broke into Great Metropolis Heaven. The experts led by the immortal venerables released their auras and rushed towards Invincible Palace. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven were already used to this kind of scene. With the great realm Lord D. Tian here, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. They were full of blind confidence. Not far above Invincible Palace, a group of people arrived. D. Tian, I'm from Wind and Rain Palace. I'm here to discuss something with you. Come out quickly. The immortal venerable in the lead didn't have any reverence in his tone. He only said, D. Tian, come out. What kind of person was Lin Fei now? He wasn't someone anyone could see. If he wanted to see anyone, he probably wouldn't have any free time. The 12 battle generals came out. All of them looked ferocious. In the sky above their heads, the vicious beasts were swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. My master is very busy. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, then scram. The one who spoke was Hu Pao. He had a big bald head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He swept his gaze across the people in front of him. Those who were weaker were directly swept by his gaze. How dare you speak like that? An immortal emperor shouted, Do you know who we are? We are from Wind and Rain Palace. We are people you can't afford to offend. Long-winded. Hu Pao's temper was wild. In Great Metropolis Heaven, there weren't many people who could make him listen to him. As the sound of his voice faded, Hu Pao stretched his hand and grabbed. The immortal emperor exploded. Blood mist filled the sky. Even in death, this immortal emperor didn't know why they dared to make a move. Wind and Rain Palace. Hu Pao was filled with disdain. I'm not afraid of threats. You can't even block a single grab from me. You still have the cheek to say this. You dare to kill people. The immortal venerable in the lead raged. Hu Pao pointed with his finger, Why don't I dare? If you have the ability, say it again. Let's see if I don't kill you. I'll say it again. If not, then scram. 12 immortal venerable battle generals. Each of them could fight against a mid-stage immortal venerable. The immortal venerable leading them was only at the peak of the mid-stage. Facing the 12 immortal venerables, he felt pressured. These 12 immortal venerables had combat skills. Once they used them, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough. He was very afraid. Our Wind and Rain Palace heard that your Great Metropolis Heaven is auctioning immortal venerables. We want to know what's going on. Don't you know that experts aren't allowed to be auctioned? The immortal venerable suppressed his anger and threw out a difficult question. Let's see how you explain. The 12 battle generals roared with laughter. Nonsense. This is the great metropolis heaven. Our master can do whatever he wants. It's none of your business. Ekong sneered, if you're willing to give it a try, we don't mind capturing you and sending you to the auction stage. You dare. The immortal venerable was furious. These guys didn't give him any face. He was an immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace, but he dared to say such words. I heard that your Wind and Rain Palace is one of the leaders of the great metropolis heaven. I really want to see how powerful your Wind and Rain Palace is. Hua and Afterimage grabbed towards the immortal venerable. The immortal venerable was also shocked. He threw out an immortal venerable treasure shield in an attempt to block it. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying by the Afterimage, and a faint cracking sound could be heard. The 12 battle generals were ferocious beasts with extraordinary strength. Not everyone could resist them. Seeing the Afterimage approaching, the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace could only resist it head-on. He then used a secret killer move. With this block, a huge force surged over and directly sent him flying. Too weak. The virtual figure appeared with a sneer. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was no match for the opponent. After a round of close combat, he spat out blood repeatedly. His body was also smashed once. Run! The immortal venerable didn't dare to attack again. He turned around and ran. Just you wait. The Wind and Rain Palace won't let this go. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace dared to say ruthless words after leaving the great metropolis heaven. He was so embarrassed. He couldn't help it. The immortal venerable of the battle generals was too powerful. He couldn't resist them at all. Looking at the tattered immortal armor on his body, he wanted to cry but had no tears. What was going on? Damn it, this is all Gu Tianren's fault. The Wind and Rain Palace's great metropolis heaven adopted a soft policy. They didn't do anything against the great metropolis heaven. This time, he came here in private. Who would have thought that the great metropolis heaven would be so fierce and beat him down in a few moves? He even suspected that if he wasn't the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace, he might have been captured. Next time, I will never listen to Gu Tianren. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace left with his people. After leaving over 20 worlds, under a starry sky, the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was healing his injuries. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the sky. It covered the entire starry sky and slammed down towards them. Not good. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace cursed and slammed down. The billions of miles of starry sky shook and calmed down. The flying ship in the sky turned into pieces. There were broken limbs and debris everywhere. There was no one alive. Even the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was killed by this attack. So weak. The huge hand retracted. A sneer came from under the starry sky. Half a day later, people who passed by found traces of battle. When they saw the symbol on the flying ship, they couldn't help but gasp. This is the symbol of Wind and Rain Palace. Who is so ruthless to kill the people of Wind and Rain Palace? The people who encountered them were afraid of being suspected. They immediately found someone to report the news. They didn't leave but stayed at the same place, waiting for the people of Wind and Rain Palace to come. This matter isn't a small matter. Once Wind and Rain Palace is angry, many people will suffer. Not long later, 3 more immortal venerables appeared at the scene. Their expressions aren't good. They are the closest immortal venerables. They immediately rushed over after hearing the news. The people of Wind and Rain Palace were killed. No one was left alive. Isn't this a provocation to their wind and rain palace? What do you think? A fat immortal venerable asked. What else can we think? Someone is definitely targeting our wind and rain palace. A hot-tempered immortal venerable snorted, immediately send someone to investigate. We will know what is going on. I will use spacetime reversal to take a look. This is the most effective way to find evidence. All right. This immortal venerable who is proficient in spacetime reversal had just used it when his expression changed. Someone has disrupted the spacetime here. They must have predicted that we will use this move. Could it be the people of the three palaces? It shouldn't be possible. The people of the three palaces shouldn't have the ability to go against our wind and rain palace. Who doesn't know that our two palaces are going to establish an emperor dynasty? The three immortal venerables couldn't come up with a feasible solution. They can only send someone to investigate. After this investigation, they found out that the people of Wind and Rain Palace went to Great Metropolis World and were beaten up by them. This made them furious. A mid-tier world dared to teach them a lesson. Could it be D. Tion's people? Chapter 1474. D. Tion's name had been resounding recently. The Immortal Court and the Immortal Sects had suffered a setback one after another and had no choice but to swallow their anger afterwards. Now that it involved the immortal venerables of Wind and Rain Palace, it was no small matter. How to deal with it became a headache. If it was an ordinary force, they would not say a word and directly arrest them. It was fine even if they didn't admit it, they could just use the soul-searching technique to see if they would confess or not. Unfortunately, this method didn't work on D. Tion. This guy's strength was tyrannical. Others had to cultivate for thousands of years before they could improve, but D. Tion improved at the speed of a rocket. Moreover, there was a mysterious expert in Great Metropolis Heaven. Before they could discuss how to deal with it, this matter had spread in the outside world. The people of Wind and Rain Palace were killed by D. Tion, but there was no movement from Wind and Rain Palace, etc. This undoubtedly made Wind and Rain Palace uncomfortable. They wanted to investigate it, but they couldn't find anything in private. The person who spread the news was very cunning, so they wouldn't be able to find anything. When Lin Fei heard this news, he had just finished cultivating. I killed the people of Wind and Rain Palace. Listening to Demon Venerable's report, Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrong. Who is so vicious to frame me? Lin Fei had no interest in secretly killing people of Wind and Rain Palace. Master, this matter should be caused by some force. Demon Venerable said his thoughts. The people who target us are most likely from the force behind the immortal venerables. Inexplicably framing him, Lin Fei was unhappy. Are you sure? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. Since they dared to frame him, they had to pay the price. There is a 30 to 40% possibility. Demon Venerable said, immortal venerables are the main fighting force of any force. Without this fighting force, the force's strength will be greatly reduced. Now that there are 5 immortal venerables, they are equivalent to 5 main fighting forces. The force behind them naturally can't take this lying down, so it is very easy for them to frame us. Lin Fei felt that this made sense. Master, do you want me to make a trip there and uproot these forces? Senior Immortal Myriad Evil laughed sinisterly, daring to offend Master and even daring to do such a thing. It would not be pitiful even if you were exterminated 100 times. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable, take some people with you. Lin Fei did not intend to go personally. Since he had subordinates to use, he had to use them reasonably. Capture all the higher-ups behind those immortal primes in one fell swoop. It's best if you don't kill them. Bring them all back and sell them at an auction. Regardless of whether they had such thoughts, if they dared to play this game with him, Lin Fei would make them regret it. I'll bring some people over right away. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer received the order and left. A group of more than 10 immortal venerables charged over together. Master, How do you plan to deal with the Wind and Rain Palace? Venerable Myriad Evil rolled his eyes. The Wind Rain Palace had a juggernaut, and it wasn't just one juggernaut. As long as he didn't defend them, Lin Fei didn't want to fall out with them so quickly. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Fei didn't go to the Wind and Rain Palace, but the messenger of the Wind and Rain Palace came, delivering a letter. The people of Wind and Rain Palace left behind a letter and prepared to leave. The moment Explosive Extermination made a move, he captured the emissary. Go back. We even doubted your identity. Master, these are the invitations from the two palaces to participate in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. Explosion Destruction tossed the man aside and opened the invitation himself before reporting to Lin Fei. Di Tian, what do you mean by this? I'm a messenger from the Wind and Rain Palace. Aren't you afraid that the Wind and Rain Palace will blame you for detaining me? The messenger relied on the fact that he was a member of the Wind and Rain Palace to attack Di Tian. You're courting death. Bao Mia's palm slapped down, turning that person into a meat patty. Blast Extermination, you're finished. You killed him. Explosive Destruction was indeed strong. He could kill someone with a single slap. F*CK, I thought this guy was very strong. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Explosion Destruction lowered his head. Master, I didn't mean to kill him. I just can't stand it. He was already dead, so Lin Fei wouldn't say anything. A messenger was so arrogant, and Lin Fei was a little unhappy. He had accidentally killed him, and he could only say that he was unlucky. Who didn't know that the 12 generals had bad tempers? It was inevitable that they would be killed. Should he go to the Wind and Rain Palace or not? Blame him. Lin Fei wasn't afraid. With a repaired Dominator-grade weapon, he could easily kill an immortal venerable expert. Lin Fei really didn't want to miss such a big event like establishing an imperial dynasty. Lin Fei decided to go. If he didn't go, people would really suspect that he had a guilty conscience and they would look down on him. He was doing the right thing, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if the Wind and Rain Palace was a tiger's den, Lin Fei was prepared to go and see who was afraid of who. He wanted to tell everyone that he, Lin Fei, wasn't afraid of anyone. 3 days later, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable returned. During this trip, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable revealed his ruthless methods. The backgrounds of the 5 Immortal Venerables weren't easy to figure out. Fortunately, Lu Ziyue was present, so it was easy to find out their origins. They belonged to 3 clans. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable led his people and charged forward. He had nothing to say, so he threw away the accusation that they dared to frame his master. He activated Star Immortal Venerable's treasure, broke the clan's formation, and charged in. More than 10 of them worked together to activate it. The amplification of their attack power was very terrifying. No one in the clan could stop them. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was also shrewd. When he attacked, he put on a big accusation and spread it to the entire world. In his master's words, he had to act openly. More than 10 Immortal Venerables attacked. When the powerhouses of the world saw this, they all retreated. Who dared to attack? They couldn't afford to offend Great Metropolis World's Di Tian. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable easily swept away the upper echelons of this clan and captured the Immortal Emperors and Immortal Venerables. The rest of the people left. Such a large clan had long been eyed by others. Now that there were no experts holding down the fort, it would be completely annexed by others. After they left, in less than half a day, the huge clan vanished into thin air. When the news spread, all the worlds in the universe were shocked again. No one expected Di Tian to be so ruthless, directly attacking the 3 forces. He didn't even need any evidence, he killed anyone he suspected. His methods were ruthless. The three clans used 3 days to capture all the people. There were 200 to 300 people, all of them were the upper echelons of the 3 clans. Master, these are the clan leaders of the 3 clans. 3 middle-aged men were thrown on the ground rudely. Right now, their faces were ashen. When they saw Di Tian, who was sitting on the main seat, they showed anger. Di Tian, you will die a horrible death. One of the clan leaders stared at Di Tian and said. Lin Fei sat on the throne and flicked his finger. A saber light slashed at the other party's body. A huge head flew up. You want me to die a horrible death? I will send you to hell first. With this slash, there was no chance of revival. You two still want to say more? Lin Fei said lightly. Chapter 1475. The 3 patriarchs were not strong, around peak 4th step immortal emperors. Sometimes, the patriarchs did not have to be strong, they could be ordinary people. Those who were talented and strong would have already broken through to higher realms, they would not let such things delay them. Lin Fei killed one of the patriarchs. 4-step immortal emperors were not worth much anyway. There would definitely be an effect. The 3 patriarchs relied on their backing, they naturally had something to say when they saw Di Tian. Unfortunately, they met someone who did not play by the rules. Before they could even say a word, Di Tian killed one of the patriarchs. This saber strike caused the 2 patriarchs to tremble in fear. Di Tian, you captured us for no reason. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? Lin Fei did not care about this public anger. If you say another word, I will kill you immediately. Lin Fei said calmly and flicked his finger. They immediately shut up. They saw the scene just now, they naturally did not dare to speak again. That's right. Lin Fei smiled, tell me, who ordered you to arrange the immortal sovereigns of your clans? Well said, one of you can live, or both of you will die. I will count to 3. Lin Fei did not give them any chance to think. 1. 2. When Lin Fei counted to 2, the 2 patriarchs instantly treated each other as enemies. I will speak. Gu Tianren arranged for us to do this. Unfortunately, one of the patriarchs saw a saber light and saw his head flying. I said it, why do you still want to kill me? Who asked you not to say it clearly? That head was unwilling to die, and directly fell into darkness. The last patriarch secretly heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he said his name, otherwise his old friend would have ended up like him. Gu Tianren. Lin Fei really did not expect this person to be the one who ordered him to do this. Isn't he too narrow-minded? I did not kill you, but you found someone to take revenge on me. Do you really think that I am a good person? Tell me, what is your relationship with Gu Tianren? I want to tell you everything. He had heard Lu Ziyue mention it before, but now it seemed that Gu Tianren was not as simple as he seemed. In order to survive, the patriarch spilled out everything he should and shouldn't say. Previously, he had thought that he could make things difficult for Di Tian. It was only now that he understood that these little tricks were useless in front of the powerful Di Tian. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have sent an immortal reverend back then. One wrong step was followed by many more wrong steps. There was nothing that could be salvaged. The people of the chaotic ancient kingdom are quite ambitious. After hearing this, Lin Fei had a new understanding of the ancient celestials. In the myriad of worlds, many small families were supported by them. You guys, you gave up your good days and got involved in this kind of thing. Who can you blame? Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer, who was next to him, slapped him to death. You said you wouldn't kill me. I didn't kill you. The one who killed you was someone else. I didn't say that they couldn't kill you. Lin Fei did not plan to let the patriarch live. After the 3 patriarchs died, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer said, Master, should we go and capture Gu Tianren? I'm afraid that he has already left and is waiting for you to go and capture him. Lin Fei knew that this kid was vicious and would have slapped him to death back then. Lin Fei remembered the chaotic ancient kingdom. Hand those people over to Madame Golden Phoenix and let her deal with them herself. Great Metropolis Heaven announced another auction. This time, there were 3 immortal reverends and a peak 4th step immortal emperor from the 3 families being auctioned. Naturally, it attracted a lot of cheers. Right now, which family did not lack experts? As long as they paid the right price, they could buy them. Where else could they find such a thing? At the same time, they secretly warned their families not to offend Di Tian. Didn't they see that the people of the 3 families were either dead or the upper echelons were wiped out and sold as slaves? They did not want to follow in their footsteps. Great Metropolis Heaven's auction of slaves might be shocking, but it was far from the other big news. The 2 palaces were going to establish an emperor dynasty. Many people in the myriad worlds received the invitation. They were preparing to witness this sacred day. Great Metropolis Heaven's matter could be ignored. Everyone's thoughts were on this matter. After dealing with the people of the 3 families and finding out the mastermind, Lin Fei had a target to deal with. The other party would not have a good time if he met them. Let's go. Bringing the 18 immortal reverend generals and hundreds of immortal emperor-level beasts, Lin Fei swaggered towards the 2 palaces. Such a grand entrance was unique under the starry sky. Anyone who saw hundreds of immortal emperor-level beasts would run far away. They could offend anyone but Di Tian. Of course, there were also people who gritted their teeth but could only endure. The distance between the 2 palaces was not far. They only needed to cross worlds. Lin Fei directly charged forward. Who knew how many people were frightened by this? Lin Fei did not think much of it. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. If they could not withstand the aura, it was because their cultivation levels were too low. This could not be said of others. As for those major factions, who dared to say anything? They were already very satisfied that they did not cause any trouble. Close to the 2 palaces, the number of people who were invited gradually increased. Who dared to go when the 2 palaces asked? No one dared to not give face. If they did not go, they would be the first target after the emperor dynasty was established. Everyone who received the invitation came. Lin Fei's appearance was still very eye-catching. No one dared to stand in front of Lin Fei. The surroundings were empty, for fear of offending Lin Fei. The 3 families had only sent out immortal reverence, but they were wiped out and the higher-ups were taken away. Those who thought they were domineering really could not do so in front of Lin Fei. Didn't they see the 12 immortal reverence? How many people could bring so many immortal reverence when they went out? Get out of the way, Di Tian is here. So many immortal emperor-level beasts, how rich. When will I be able to pull the same amount of damage as Di Tian? Seeing this scene, it was unknown how many people were envious and jealous. A country bumpkin from the lower realm could have such achievements. How many people in the entire universe could do that? Master, we're there. Bao Mia said in a servile manner. It's quite lively. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan and saw the situation outside. There were countless people coming and going, all for the establishment of the 2 palaces. Not long after, an immortal palace jade platform appeared. The grand manor was filled with the aura of a world overlord. This was the territory of the Wind and Rain Palace. The establishment of the court was also in the Wind and Rain Palace. It could be seen that the strength of the Wind and Rain Palace was vaguely above the other palace. Now that the Emperor dynasty was established, the 2 palaces were equivalent to one, preparing to take over the power of providence of the universe. The Wind and Rain Palace vaguely had a trace of overlord aura here. This was the convergence of providence. Lin Fei had to admit that this power of providence was really amazing. Outside the Immortal Palace, there were people stationed. As long as they handed in their invitation and registered their name, they would naturally be arranged. When Lin Fei and the others arrived, there was no one else around. The aura produced by 100 Immortal Emperor-level immortal beasts was still very shocking. This is the Wind and Rain Palace, quickly put away your mounts. The people of the Immortal Palace had ugly expressions. This was the Wind and Rain Palace, not any mount could enter. Naturally, they had to scold them. The 12 generals had bad tempers, they were naturally unhappy when someone scolded them. What are you shouting for? Don't you see that my master is here? Aren't you embarrassed to ask my master to walk in? Hu Pao did not give them any face, he threw out the invitation, quickly register, if you anger me, I will kill you. Too arrogant. The guards of the Immortal Palace were first-step Immortal Emperors. Because they were from the Wind and Rain Palace, everyone was polite to them. Now, someone actually said that he wanted to kill him, this was simply looking down on him. You have the ability. Before the guard finished speaking, he was pulled down. Immediately, another Immortal Palace guard came up and stopped that person, Lord Di Tian, he is new, please don't mind him, I will immediately arrange it for you. The previous Immortal Emperor guard was very unwilling, he was stopped by a sharp gaze, especially after hearing that it was Di Tian, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Hu Pao really wanted to kill this guy, a person who was not ambitious, he would not even know when he would be killed. At least you have some eyesight. Hu Pao roared, if it was another place, I guarantee that you would become a corpse. Just do your job properly, that way you can live longer. Lord, this is where you will be staying. Immediately, someone opened the Immortal Palace gates, letting Di Tian and the others in. Only when all of them entered, the guard said unhappily, Captain, isn't it just Di Tian, we are the Wind and Rain Palace, we cannot allow them to be arrogant. The guard captain sneered, he looked like he was looking at an idiot, if you have the ability to stop them, do you believe that you will be killed immediately? Moreover, if you die, the higher-ups won't say a word for you. There are 12 immortal sovereigns outside, you can try and offend them. This guard broke out in cold sweat, he always thought that he was from the Wind and Rain Palace, he could ignore Di Tian, he brought up the Wind and Rain Palace, Di Tian would have to lower his head no matter what, he nearly brought him to death. These little bastards, they only know how to bully others. On the war chariot, Hu Pao roared, he was very unhappy with that kid, he dared to ask them to keep their mounts, he was really arrogant, he didn't even look at who they were. These people don't look too friendly. Not long after they entered, Bao Xian frowned, the surrounding gazes were filled with hostility. There were many such people. It was hard for them not to notice. Who cares about them? Bao Xian snorted, a bunch of ants, they probably think that Master killed the immortal sovereigns of the Wind and Rain Palace. Bao Mie's guess was right. Chapter 1476. You want us to live in such a place? Lin Fei didn't care much about the hostility along the way. It wasn't like he would lose anything. It would be best if they attacked. Lin Fei didn't mind killing them. When they reached the place, Lin Fei's subordinates were angry. Especially since they were ferocious beasts, their tempers weren't small. Only Lin Fei could control them. Outside one of the immortal palaces of Wind and Rain Palace, Lin Fei arrived at the place where he checked in and found that he was staying in the worst palace. This infuriated Bao Mia and the others. They glared at him fiercely. This is arranged by the higher-ups. I can't do anything about it. The immortal in charge of registration broke out in cold sweat. Lin Fei knew very well that there were people in Wind and Rain Palace who couldn't stand him and used this kind of method to disgust him. Tell the higher-ups that I, Di Tian, won't be staying. You can arrange it however you want. Lin Fei threw out these words and was about to return to his residence. Disgust me. I'll make you uncomfortable first. Lin Fei wasn't someone anyone could bully. If Wind and Rain Palace wants to find trouble with me, you can do it openly. This kind of disgusting method will only make me look down on them. Only Lin Fei could say something like that and leave. In all the worlds, the two palaces were the leaders. Who dared to not give face? Lin Fei didn't. He believed that after he said this, there would be people more anxious than him. Don't look down on great metropolis heaven. It was a mid-level world. Its overall strength wasn't inferior to a great world. No one dared to underestimate it. As expected, after Lin Fei said this, the person in charge of registration panicked. Others could leave, but Di Tian couldn't. Dao friend Di Tian, please wait. At this time, a person came out of the palace and landed beside the chariot. It was a middle-aged man who emitted the aura of an immortal venerable. Lord Wenbai. The person in charge hurriedly said. Step aside. I'll take care of this. Venerable Wenbai continued, fellow Daoist Di Tian, please forgive me for my negligence earlier. This must be a mistake by the higher-ups. I'll immediately arrange a new residence for fellow Daoist. Bao Mia coldly snorted, who knows if what you said is true or not. My master came all the way here to arrange for a yellow-level palace to stay. Aren't you looking down on our master a little too much? This snort caused Venerable Wenbai's body to tremble. He thought to himself, this seems to be the first general of the 12 generals, exploding destruction. He is indeed ferocious and terrifying. His entire body is emitting a vicious aura. I really wonder where Di Tian found him. Ever since the rise of the 12 generals, the Wind and Rain Palace had paid attention to them. The most terrifying thing was that these 12 generals possessed a mysterious battle formation that could erupt with the battle strength of a high-level immortal reverend. This was the most terrifying strength. Hearing this, Venerable Wenbai revealed a trace of awkwardness. He laughed dryly, fellow Daoist Di Tian, you misunderstood. How could our Wind and Rain Palace arrange a yellow-level palace for a famous powerhouse like you? I've already arranged for someone to arrange a heaven-level palace for you. I hope fellow Daoist Di Tian will give me some face. Since the Venerable of the Wind and Rain Palace was so humble, Lin Fei who was sitting in the chariot was also too embarrassed to leave. When he said that he would leave just to make the Wind and Rain Palace uncomfortable. He came all the way here to participate in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Lin Fei said lightly. Venerable Wenbai heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, this Di Tian is really arrogant. Sigh, who asked him to have such strength? After a slight sigh, Venerable Wenbai led the group into the heaven-level palace. It turned out that the people who were invited this time stayed in different grades. They were divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. This was also the reason why Bao Miao was so angry before. This Di Tian is really arrogant. After Lin Fei's group left, 3 young men stood in a pavilion outside the palace. Their faces were filled with displeasure and even disgust. He killed our people and still dares to come here. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. A one-eyed young man said angrily, if it were me, I would have directly surrounded and killed Di Tian. Brother Baiji, you can't say such things. An older man shook his head and said, right now, Di Tian has a bad reputation. Although he has a bad reputation, no one dares to go against him. However, he can't be arrogant for too long. Once the two-palace imperial empire is established, Di Tian's good days will come to an end. The one-eyed young man Baiji smiled, senior brother is right. No matter how arrogant Di Tian is, he will only be arrogant for a few days. Once the emperor dynasty is established, Di Tian will become a subject and there will be many ways to deal with him. A heaven-level palace. Lin Fei's group moved in. They were the only people in the palace. There were specialized ferry services, pavilions, and waterside pavilions. Master, the people of Wind Rain Palace are clearly trying to attack us. Why don't we just go back? In the palace, Lin Fei had brought a pot of tea in front of him. Leaving is so boring. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Moreover, if we leave, I'm afraid they will have other reasons. It's impossible to guard against them. It's better to stay here. Lin Fei was very clear about the Wind Rain Palace's plan. Lin Fei didn't care. No matter what they were planning, he would use force to break through. Even if they drew out rulers, it was just a big battle. It was no big deal. This was Lin Fei's plan. If it really came to that, Lin Fei believed that the people of the Emperor dynasty would not sit still. This time, it was unknown whether the two palaces could establish an Emperor dynasty. The Immortal Court and Immortal sects would not be willing to let the two palaces establish an Emperor dynasty. They would only know after fighting. Lin Fei was in no hurry. After staying in the heaven-level palace for half a day, Lin Fei took the 12 generals out for a walk. Last time in Heaven Absolute Palace, he didn't walk around much, and his strength was not as good as now. Now, it was different. Only rulers could threaten him. This kind of threat was not very big. When Lin Fei appeared on the street with the generals, everyone made way. No one dared to offend them. The immortal venerable aura of the 12 generals was too fierce. Even if they had restrained it, there was still a pressure. Lin Fei didn't scold them. He let them release a faint pressure. If they were high profile, then so be it. Anyway, no one dared to do anything. Daoist Di Tian, long time no see. Do you dare to come up for a chat? After strolling around the streets for a while, near a restaurant, Zhang Xian heard the voice of a spiritual sense, and it was a familiar spiritual sense. So it's Fairy Sue's invitation. How would I dare not come? Lin Fei smiled and led the generals up the restaurant. He pushed open a private room. The 12 generals all stood outside, so no one dared to come up. Daoist Di Tian, you brought the 12 generals out. You can't find many people in the entire universe with such extravagance. How enviable. Chapter 1477. Venerable Su Feng was sitting in the private room. After letting Venerable Su Feng go last time, Lin Fei didn't expect to see her again so soon, let alone under such circumstances. Seeing Venerable Su Feng in this place, Lin Fei was quite surprised. He sat down and said with a smile, "This is the territory of the two palaces. You're quite bold to come here. Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" Venerable Su Feng was a person of the Immortal Lyceum, and her status was quite high. Lin Fei believed that the two palaces would be very interested in her. The two palaces are now busy establishing the imperial dynasty. They won't pay attention to people like me. Venerable Su Feng chuckled. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Di, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has improved beyond imagination. You're indeed worthy of being a reincarnated deity. Last time, Lin Fei tried his best to deal with Venerable Su Feng. This time, Lin Fei didn't have to worry about it. He was just curious as to why she came to see him. It seemed that he had no contact with her. During this period, he used his spiritual sense to scan Venerable Su Feng. But to his surprise, he couldn't see through her strength as it was isolated by a layer of force. You've improved again. Lin Fei was shocked. Last time, she already had the combat power of an immortal venerable. It couldn't have improved again, right? I'm lucky. Isn't it the same for you, Fairy? As for the so-called reincarnated deity, Lin Fei didn't explain it. He felt that it was unnecessary. It was good to add a sense of mystery to himself. In the past, Lin Fei already knew that Venerable Su Feng was extraordinary and worthy of young Master Fan's attention. Meeting her again today, he felt that she was extraordinary and knew many things that he didn't know. Apart from the people around him, Lin Fei couldn't find anyone else who could improve in such a short time. Venerable Su Feng was one of them. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to Venerable Su Feng. She was also an extraordinary woman. Venerable Su Feng didn't want to talk about this anymore. Actually, the reason why I invited fellow Daoist here today is for one thing. I hope fellow Daoist can help me. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. Fairy, you're too serious. I don't seem to have anything that I can help you with. Fellow Daoist must be joking. Venerable Su Feng smiled very brightly. A few days ago, fellow Daoist could fulfill Third Sage Lu's wish, so why can't you fulfill this little girl's wish? In your eyes, it's the same thing. Lin Fei was shocked. He even knew this. Back then, the trade with Lu Sanqing had been completed through the teleportation gate, so it was impossible for outsiders to know about it. Lin Fei also believed that Lu Sanqing would not spread this matter, unless he was an idiot. Now that Fairy Su Feng knew about it, it was inconceivable. This proved that Third Sage Lu had Venerable Su Feng's spy. This was not an ordinary method. You're amazing. Lin Fei admitted it. I'm not as powerful as you. Venerable Su Feng chuckled. I only knew about it by chance. Fairy's strength is unfathomable. You don't need my help to succeed in your cultivation. You want me to help you? I feel very embarrassed. I'm afraid you're too late. Lin Fei didn't want to agree. Regarding the experience pill, Lin Fei didn't want to spread it out for the time being. If this matter were to spread out, Great Metropolis Heaven would no longer exist. At that time, even the rulers wouldn't be able to help but snatch it. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he wouldn't be able to deal with such a ruler. Fellow Daoist, don't be so distant. Venerable Su Feng didn't think that it would be so easy to get her hands on it. I heard that a few days ago, an immortal Venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was killed, and fellow Daoist took the blame. I can tell you that the ones who did it were Gu Tianren's forces, and they also came to Wind and Rain Palace. I've known about this for a long time. Venerable Su Feng seemed to have expected that Di Tian would say this. She threw down another message. After the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, your great metropolis Heaven will become a vanguard world to resist the attack of foreign legions. Are you ready? Lin Fei frowned. What do you mean? Lin Fei launched an intelligence agency regarding the matter of the 10,000 worlds, but compared to the intelligence agencies of the major forces, there was still a big gap. For example, the outside world mentioned by Third Sage Lu, which he didn't know about for the time being. Venerable Su Feng's words made Lin Fei a bit confused. What was this related to the great metropolis Heaven? Do you know why the two palaces want to establish the Emperor dynasty? Venerable Su Feng threw out another matter. You definitely don't know. Lin Fei really didn't know about these secret matters. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. You guessed it right, I really don't know. From the things that Venerable Su Feng threw out, Lin Fei knew that Venerable Su Feng came prepared today. Lin Fei had no interest in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, but he was very interested in the matter regarding the Legion, which involved the great metropolis Heaven. The 10,000 worlds wanted to establish the Emperor dynasty because they were forced to do so. Venerable Su Feng smiled, because if the Emperor dynasty wasn't established in the 10,000 worlds, the 10,000 worlds would be invaded and controlled by the alien races, or even the people of other domains. It's because the 10,000 world strength is relatively weak and insignificant among the domains. If it wasn't for the influence of the Emperor dynasty in the past, I'm afraid that we would have been invaded and enslaved by now. Lin Fei seemed to have heard something. So, your Immortal Lyceum and the Immortal Sects won't take action in establishing the Emperor dynasty this time. Do you think they will? Lin Fei already knew that the establishment of the Emperor dynasty had been discussed internally, and all that was left was a ceremony. The three major forces gave up the fight and chose to cooperate for the time being to stabilize the 10,000 worlds. Has the 10,000 worlds really reached such a dangerous point? Lin Fei asked with a frown. This news seemed to have come too fast for him to digest. Several forces from other domains are already ready to go to our 10,000 worlds domain. It won't take long. They have used their domain warships to break through the limit of the heavenly Tao by 100 times. According to my information, your great metropolis world is located in a remote area, and it happens to be the entrance of a force. You know what this means. Venerable Su Feng said with a faint smile. This is really a problem of internal and external aggression. Lin Fei previously learned from Third Sage Lu that there were not only 10,000 worlds under this starry sky, but also other domains. Now, the forces of other domains wanted to attack Great Metropolis World. What is this? Great Metropolis World's remote location made it a place to log in, which made Lin Fei even more puzzled. Doubt? Lin Fei did think so, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. This kind of thing shouldn't be so coincidental. Venerable Su Feng didn't seem to have any reason to lie to him. This was not good for her. I can only say that your luck is not very good. Venerable Su Feng said with a smile, as for why it's your great metropolis world, I can tell you that it's because of the Gu family. Gu family? Lin Fei's face sank. This was the second time he heard about it today. The first time was Gu Tianren, and the second time was the Gu family. Is this Gu family really that powerful? Lin Fei asked casually. The chaotic heaven kingdom was also a hidden existence in the 10,000 worlds in the past. Later, it left the 10,000 worlds and went to another domain. It is said that the chaotic heaven kingdom has 5 rulers, one of whom has reached the peak ruler realm. What do you think of their strength? So. 5 rulers. Lin Fei wasn't scared. After hearing so much news, Lin Fei finally understood what Lu Ziyue was afraid of. Third Sage Lu buying experience pills was something he could imagine. It seems that I have no choice but to owe you a favor. If Venerable Su Feng didn't say these things, Lin Fei wouldn't know. I also want to know the strength of the army that will enter the great metropolis world. Whether it was true or not, Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. It's the Battle Wolf Legion. You probably haven't heard of them. Venerable Su Feng said, they are all aliens, and the leaders will be the 3 wolf kings with battle strength comparable to rulers. Although they haven't reached the ruler realm, their strength is no different from rulers. Moreover, their bodies are especially tyrannical. No one under the ruler realm can break their defense. Someone is not going to let my great metropolis world have an easy time. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The experts of this alien world were really tyrannical and terrifying. 3 people with battle strength comparable to rulers. This kind of combat strength was indeed terrifying. There were only a few rulers in the 10,000 worlds, yet the people sent by other domains were already so terrifying. The Battle Wolf Legion is a terrifying force in the domain. I don't know how many worlds they have destroyed. Prepare yourself. No one can help you in this matter. If necessary, the Emperor Dynasty will choose to sacrifice a part of the world. Lin Fei now had to believe Venerable Su Feng's words. There was no point in lying to himself. How many experience pills do you want? Lin Fei added, there's nothing I can do if it's too many. He had to return this favor. You believe me? Lin Fei smiled, why wouldn't I believe you? Fellow Daoist is really a straightforward person. I want 100,000 experience pills. Venerable Su Feng said, as long as you give me 100,000 experience pills, I will owe you a favor after this matter is over. That's not a small number. In Lin Fei's eyes, 100,000 experience pills were not worth mentioning. Every time he killed a monster, he could get tens of thousands of experience pills. Not to mention 100,000 experience pills. For those who didn't know, 100,000 experience pills was not a small number. For you, it's completely worth it. Venerable Su Feng also knew that this was a large number of pills. Such a number of pills was very useful to him. You win. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I need time for such a large amount, and I have to report it. This is my communication talisman. Once there's any news, you can contact me. Venerable Su Feng took out a communication talisman, which was used to send messages. No matter where he was, he could receive the message. After receiving the communication talisman, Venerable Su Feng stood up and left. Lin Fei didn't leave but continued to sit. Establish the Emperor Dynasty, Battle Wolf Legion, Venerable Su Feng, a deep voice echoed in the private room. Lin Fei stayed in the private room for half an hour before he finally came out. Master, where are we going now? To find someone to settle old scores. Chapter 1478. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a very bad mood. I didn't go to look for you, but you plotted against me first. If I don't vent my anger on you, who else should I vent my anger on? The 12 generals also knew that their master's temper was not good. They were wondering if they should deal with Di Tian ruthlessly when the time comes. When Venerable Su Feng left, she mentioned Gu Tian's whereabouts. Needless to say, her intention was obvious. Lin Fei didn't mind at all. He was so willful. No matter where he was, he would deal with them first. Just like that, Lin Fei led the 12 ferocious fellows out. He really went. After Lin Fei left, Venerable Su Feng appeared in another restaurant. It was hard for Venerable Su Feng to explain what kind of person Di Tian was. Gu family, you may not know, but in order to target Di Tian and get his cultivation technique and everything, I'm afraid you will encounter a great disaster in the future. Logically speaking, in the clash between Di Tian and Gu family, most people think that Gu family will win. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Saintess, where are we going next? A woman in black with a strange aura came out from the side. Let's go back. Venerable Su Feng played with a pill in her hand. It was an experience pill. I'm going into seclusion. The two figures disappeared from the restaurant just like that. 10,000 Li Mansion. Lin Fei and his generals came to a main street and easily found the place Venerable Su Feng mentioned. This was a money-squandering den. As long as you have money, you can play with anything here. You can even play with female immortal emperors. The cost was naturally not low. Except for family disciples, ordinary people couldn't afford it. Not to mention anything else, when Lin Fei arrived, he scanned with his divine sense and saw 16 immortal emperors standing at the door. Immortal emperors were guarding the door. And all of them were third-step immortal emperors. This was not a small amount. At the very least, it was intimidating and not daring to make any moves. They still have some power. Lin Fei's divine sense swept the entire 10,000 Li Mansion again. With the current strength of his divine sense, he found out the overall strength of 10,000 Li Mansion. 5 immortal venerables, 2 low-level immortal venerables, 3 mid-level immortal venerables, and one of them is a peak mid-level immortal venerable. This strength was indeed very powerful. Venerable Su Feng even mentioned that the 10,000 Li luxury court had the support of Wind and Rain Palace's elders. Ordinary people would frown upon hearing this and lose all their courage. Master, is this the place? Annihilation was the most direct method. Should we fight? Paying a visit and taking the initiative to ask someone to come out was either a gentleman first or a villain second. None of the 12 battle generals could do such a thing. Just now, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Fei discovered traces of Gu Tianren. He seemed to be drinking with a group of people, chatting and laughing, looking very carefree. Lin Fei naturally understood what was going on. They had secretly tried to frame him. They clearly knew that he was coming to the Wind Rain Palace, yet they still dared to drink here. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to make a move? Fight your way in, don't give face to anyone. Lin Fei really did not take a mere 10,000 miles mansion to heart. It was the same for the Wind Rain Palace elders. No one would make things difficult for him if he caused a huge disaster at this time. After all, the myriad heavens and realms weren't having a good time either. Allow me. Hu Pao was the most excited. He was the first to open his mouth and roar. A terrifying sound wave attack blasted towards the door of the 10,000 miles mansion. Its might could also be felt. Who's there? The third step immortal emperors at the door cursed inwardly. Just as they were about to speak, the terrifying sound wave attack came. The 16 third step immortal emperors vomited blood and fell to the ground. While all of the building at the door collapsed, causing dust to fly everywhere. The area of destruction continued to extend inside. Nothing could stop this sound wave attack. In an instant, the door of the 10,000 miles mansion turned into ruins. It was a complete mess. It was too horrible to look at. The main street was filled with people. When they saw this scene, many immortals inhaled a breath of cold air. Who was so daring to directly destroy the door of the 10,000 miles mansion? This was a slap to the face. Who didn't know the strength of the 10,000 miles mansion? Hu Pao's actions alarmed everyone in the 10,000 miles mansion. Immediately, a fourth step immortal emperor flew out and shouted in anger, "You are dead. How dare you do this in the 10,000 miles mansion?" Kacha before he finished speaking, Hu Pao slapped the fourth step immortal emperor to the ruins and killed him. Gu Tianren, how dare you frame my master? Come out if you have the ability. Don't hide. Bao Mie's voice was loud and clear. It was impossible not to know. In a palace within the 10,000 miles mansion, Gu Tianren was drinking with a group of deacon disciples from the Wind Rain Palace. Naturally, he didn't care about the commotion outside. The 10,000 miles mansion had a deep background. Even an immortal reverend wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. In the next second, his name reverberated in the 10,000 miles mansion. It's Di Tian. Gu Tianren stood up with a swoosh. His expression turned ugly. Back then, he was flicked away by a finger and was even killed once. Gu Tianren still remembered it vividly. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't have any courage to fight head-on. Brother Gu, could it be that bastard Di Tian who killed our Wind Rain Palace? As mentioned before, everyone present was a deacon disciple from the Wind Rain Palace. Those who became deacons in the Wind Rain Palace were all genius disciples who were close to the immortal reverent level. They could break through to the immortal reverent level at any time and become the main fighting force of the palace. Gu Tianren panicked when he heard the name. But when he heard the words of the person in front of him, he had an idea and complained, "Brother Mo, that person outside should be Di Tian. I didn't expect him to be so despicable and shameless. He actually made a big scapegoat for others and even came to us. Everyone should know what kind of person I am. Our Gu family would never do such a thing." Immortal Emperor Mo Tsong knew a little about Gu Tianren's background. He naturally knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. He was full of anger towards Di Tian. "Brother Gu, don't worry. This is the territory of the Wind Rain Palace. I didn't want to find trouble with him. Now that he has come to us, we will help you vent your anger. Di Tian, this kid, must be taught a lesson. It's best to capture him and hand him over to the law enforcement hole. We will interrogate him to find out if he killed our immortal reverend. Di Tian is playing with fire. How dare he kill someone in the Wind Rain Palace?" These deacon disciples looked down on Di Tian who came from the lower domain. Gu Tianren sneered in his heart. D Tian, let's see if you dare to make a move. Let's see what you can do after killing someone from the Wind Rain Palace. At the entrance of the 10,000-mile mansion, 7 to 8 fourth-step immortal emperors were killed one after another. They weren't a match for General Hu Si. No matter who you are, you better give us an explanation for killing people here. In the blink of an eye, 5 immortal reverends appeared from the depths of the 10,000-mile mansion. The leading immortal reverend was a gray-robed immortal reverend with the battle strength of a peak intermediate immortal reverend. The moment he appeared, he released the aura of a peak intermediate immortal reverend. He was prepared to suppress everyone once he appeared. Once the aura was released, 12 oppressive auras crushed down. They were even more ferocious and tyrannical. The 5 immortal reverends fell from the sky and smashed into the ruins. Chapter 1479. The 5 immortal venerables of the 10,000 miles mansion had a bad start. They didn't even look at their strength when they came up. Now, immortal venerables had very tyrannical combat strength. Once the 5 of them came out, they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, when they came up and released their immortal venerable pressure, they were pressed to the ground by someone else's pressure. They reacted, the people who came were all immortal venerables. With this sweep, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all middle-stage immortal venerables, a total of 12 immortal venerables. How could they fight? The 5 of them came out to bully people, relying on their backing. There was usually no trouble they couldn't solve, and they were also very arrogant. Who would have thought that there would be someone more domineering than them? Who are you? Why are you attacking our 10,000 miles mansion? The middle-stage immortal venerable gray-robed old man was afraid. This is the reason. Ho Si Battle General rushed up and released his pressure, punching the other party's body. The speed was so fast that he couldn't resist and was directly sent flying, smashing into another palace. Because you are harboring my master's enemy, it is normal to tear down your door and kill you. Ho Si Battle General was also quick-witted. Who cares, he beat them up first, not forgetting to put a big hat on them. Master, I did the right thing, didn't I? Ho Si Battle General proudly rushed up again. Lin Fei said with a smile, the few of you should learn from Ho Si Battle General, this is called attacking with a good reason. Before beating people up, find a reason for yourself. We got it. Lin Fei didn't know that after saying this, the 12 battle generals became extremely shameless. The surrounding people kept rolling their eyes after hearing this. What kind of words was this? They really had never seen such shameless people. Master, the things on their bodies can atone for their crimes, I'll go and strip them. Heavenly Rat Battle General laughed and also rushed up. The 4 immortal venerables who just came out of the ruins had extremely ugly expressions. I'll go too. Together. The 4 immortal venerables were directly besieged, suppressing the 4 immortal venerables and beating them to death. No, my battle shield. This is my immortal armor. You bunch of bandits. How could the 4 immortal venerables resist the ferocious beasts? In less than a moment, all the things on their bodies were stripped off. Even their storage rings were forcibly cut off. Master, this guy was so arrogant just now. I helped you take care of him. The tiger warrior had already returned with a large pile of things in his hands. All of these came from this peak intermediate stage immortal venerable. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. The immortal venerable of the 10,000 miles mansion was quickly defeated and even stripped naked. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too cruel. Did they still want to live? Ancient Celestial, why are you still not coming out? Do you wish for everyone to be like these immortal sovereigns? The Destruction Battle General could also speak. The people of the 10,000-mile mansion were originally watching the show. In the 10,000-ly mansion, no one dared to cause trouble. But today, they met an even more tyrannical person who took care of the 10,000-li mansion in just a few breaths. We don't know ancient celestials. We'll leave immediately. These people who came to play immediately wanted to leave when they saw the situation. Just as a few people came out of the palace and were about to break through the air, their mounts were shattered, and they fell, landing in the hands of the ferocious battle general. All of you, stand properly. The one who attacked was Battle General Crocodile Kong. He caught the people and threw them on the ruins. Everyone who came out was caught and thrown on the ruins. No one could leave. In the blink of an eye, most of the people were caught. They did not dare to move in front of the immortal venerables' pressure. What a joke. These were immortal venerables. They could crush them to death with a flick of their fingers. Threatening them. They should just wash up and sleep. Sir, don't you know that doing this will bring trouble to yourself? The peak intermediate stage immortal venerable said coldly. Whoosh. Lin Fei flicked his finger and chopped off one of the other party's arms. He said indifferently, trouble. Do you think I'm afraid? Lin Fei did not plan to be afraid of trouble after tearing down the door. Di Tian, this isn't the great metropolis world. This is the territory of the Wind and Rain Palace. Don't be arrogant. A sharp voice came from the ruins. A resplendent sword light pierced towards Lin Fei's face. The sword light was sharp and fierce. You dare to attack my master. Bao Mie rushed up, and the resplendent sword light was shattered. A muffled groan came from the depths of the ruins. A black shadow flew out and fell not far from Lin Fei. With this shout, everyone came to a sudden realization. So it was Di Tian. Di Tian, whose name shook the heavens. No wonder he was so arrogant. He brought 12 immortal venerables with him when he went out. The peak intermediate stage immortal venerable of the 10,000 miles mansion turned deathly pale. He had offended Di Tian. This guy was famous for being ruthless and dared to kill immortal venerables of the Wind and Rain Palace. He had even tried to threaten Di Tian. He was courting death. At the same time, the gray-robed immortal venerable hated Gu Tianren. If it wasn't for this guy, how would their 10,000 miles mansion end up in such a state? It was as if someone had swept them clean. At this moment, he even had the intention to kill Gu Tianren. Di Tian, if you dare to attack me, do you believe that you won't be able to walk out of the Wind and Rain Palace? The black-robed deacon on the ground said with hatred. Lin Fei flicked his finger and sent out a saber light at the other party. A large head flew off and blood splattered everywhere. You dare to kill me? This fellow's consciousness sank into darkness. Lin Fei hated threats the most. Why did you have to use your background to suppress me? Aren't you forcing me to kill you? What an idiot. All of you have watched for so long. How much longer are you going to watch? Suddenly, 5 people appeared in front of them. Gu Tianren was expressionless, but there was a trace of hatred in the depths of his eyes. Have you thought about the consequences of killing a deacon of the Wind and Rain Palace? Deacon Mo Chio said coldly. The one who attacked was a deacon. Mo Chio didn't expect Di Tian to have such a strong killing intent. He didn't even care about the Wind and Rain Palace's face and just killed him with one blade. This was a celestial venerable. Wind and Rain Palace celestial venerables weren't cabbages on the streets. Killing one meant one less. Deacon Mo Chio didn't dare to attack. To protect the Wind and Rain Palace's face, he had to speak up. If not, people would really think that the Wind and Rain Palace was afraid of Di Tian. If you don't want to die, then stand to the side. Lin Fei's gaze landed on Gu Tianren. You are not bad, really. Gu Tianren felt a chill down his spine. I am from the Gu family. What do you want to do? Come over. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed Gu Tianren was covered by the power and couldn't resist at all. He was grabbed in front of him and slapped. Gu Tianren's face swelled up right away. You dare to scheme against me? Have you thought about this day? Another 2 slaps landed on Gu Tianren's face, and Gu Tianren's teeth flew out. Gu family, how arrogant. Voila. Chapter 1480. On the ruins of the 10,000-mile mansion. Everyone saw a brutal scene. Di Tian from Great Metropolis World chopped off one of Gu Tianren's arms. Blood splattered all over the ground, and the surroundings were filled with the smell of blood. Everyone had seen Di Tian's brutality. For the sake of an enemy, he destroyed the enemy's gate and killed a deacon disciple of Wind and Rain Palace. Who could do that? But Di Tian did it. Even the celestial venerables of the 10,000-mile mansion didn't dare to make a sound. If they made a sound, they would be killed. Di Tian, you dare to chop off my arm. I won't rest until you die. Gu Tianren cried out in pain. Gu Tianren didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring to attack him in public and even kill a deacon of Wind and Rain Palace. If he knew, he wouldn't have come out even if he was beaten to death. Another blade light flew past, and Gu Tianren's other arm was chopped off. Blood splattered all over the ground. Gu Tianren, if you have the ability, then threaten me. Every time you open your mouth, I will chop you once. Let's see how many things you have to chop off. Lin Fei didn't care about Gu Tianren's threat. He had to vent his anger today, and no one could stop him. Gu Tianren didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Fei directly slapped him. Speak, continue speaking. I spared your life last time, but you actually dared to secretly attack me. You really have the ability. Another slap landed on Gu Tianren's body. If you don't have the ability, then don't come out and cause trouble. Do you really think I don't dare to deal with you? Lin Fei slapped Gu Tianren's face just like that. His originally handsome face became like a big fat pig, and it was almost impossible to recognize him. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of miserable. Lin Fei's terrifying power suppressed the recovery of Gu Tianren's arms, causing Gu Tianren to continuously bleed. Lin Fei had enough and threw Gu Tianren on the ground. Dealing with this fellow would at most vent his anger. Our Lin Fei already bore a grudge against the Gu clan. Capture him, let's go. Lin Fei didn't want to kill Gu Tianren yet. Killing him would be so meaningless. All right. Immediately, a general went up and lifted Gu Tianren up. Gu Tianren was left with a venomous gaze as he spat out blood at the general. This time, the general turned his hand around and whipped at Gu Tian. How could Gu Tianren withstand such a fierce beating? He almost rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Master didn't allow me to beat you to death, I would be the first to beat you to death. Who do you think you are? Gu Tianren's gaze grew even more venomous as he thought to himself, once I'm free, I'll definitely make you, Di Tian, die a horrible death. I'll kill everyone you know one by one to vent my anger. The onlookers outside had already retreated far away. Why? Wasn't he frightened? The master was so cruel, and the subordinates were also so cruel. Who would dare to offend them? The immortal venerates of the 10,000-mile Grand Court heaved a sigh of relief. They could not wait for Di Tian to leave immediately. For some reason, facing Di Tian and his subordinates gave them immense pressure, even the threat of death. They didn't want to die. Get out of the way, who's causing trouble? A sharp voice came from the front. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they opened up a path. A group of black-armored soldiers barged in with murderous intent on their faces. Law enforcement team, you've come at the right time. Di Tian is killing innocents here. I'm a deacon disciple of the Wind and Rain Palace. Deacon Mo Chio looked as though he had found an army when he saw his own people. quickly capture him. The law enforcement team of the Wind and Rain Palace was made up of fourth-step immortal emperors. They were proficient in arrays and restrictions, and their combat strength was extremely strong. No one in the Wind and Rain Palace dared to offend them. If they were captured and brought to the law enforcement hall, they would definitely lose a layer of skin. If they were unlucky, they would be sent to mine for a few thousand years. You talk too much. A cold voice resounded in Mo Chio's ears. He saw a familiar figure, but it wasn't the lower half of his body. Deacon Mo Chio's body had been chopped into two without him noticing. He was no longer breathing. Lin Fei hated people who talked too much. So what if you're the law enforcement team? Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully? I'll kill you, I don't need a reason. There were a total of 16 people in this law enforcement team. It was unknown how many people they had killed, but their killing intent soared into the sky. You dare to kill. The law enforcement team recognized that person as a Wind and Rain Palace disciple. At this moment, all of them were furious. The Destruction Battle General and the other 12 battle generals stepped forward. You dare to say such words to Master? You're asking for a beating. Swish swish swish, the 12 battle generals charged out. The law enforcement team had dealt with all sorts of people, but when they saw who it was, they all inhaled a breath of cold air. Damn, they were all immortal venerables. Who reported this news? The law enforcement team was very powerful, but it didn't mean that they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Moreover, there were 12 immortal venerables in front of them. Each of them had a powerful aura that could suppress them. The moment the 12 battle generals appeared, the law enforcement team was torn apart. They weren't a match for them. They were all beaten to the ground, and their equipment was stripped clean. The law enforcement team's equipment was very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to call themselves law enforcement team disciples. How could they deal with enemies without good equipment? I'm staying in the Immortal Palace courtyard. If you want to find trouble with me, come. I, Di Tian, will welcome you anytime. Di Tian left with a swagger. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was the first time they saw someone like Di Tian, who killed someone from the Wind Rain Palace. Di Tian brought the group back to the palace where the Immortal Palace courtyard was. As for what was happening outside, he wasn't interested in finding out. Gu Tianren, you're mute now. Weren't you very arrogant? Inside the palace, Gu Tianren was thrown to the ground. You'd better let me go. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and directly broke Gu Tianren's Qihai acupoint. He even broke the power sealed in his body, turning Gu Tianren into a cripple. Now, do you still want me to let you go? Gu Tianren roared. His entire body seemed to be sucked dry, and his face was deathly pale. You dare to cripple my Dantian? People like you won't be honest. Lin Fei had long seen through Gu Tianren's hatred. This kind of person could be killed with one slash, but he was prepared to keep him alive. So, he could only break his Dantian first. Anyway, it's useless for you to keep your strength. Based on what your Gu clan has done, crippling your Dantian is still a light punishment. Gu Tianren's talent was not bad. He had cultivated to immortal venerable long ago. How could he think of being crippled by a country bumpkin in the lower realm? He could only stare at Di Tian. I'm finished. You won't have it easy either. Our Gu clan won't let you go. This was the only thing Gu Tianren could do now. He wanted Di Tian to feel fear, to live in fear. Chapter 1481. Inside the Wind Rain Palace's main hall. A murderous aura filled the air. What happened in the morning had reached the ears of the Wind Rain Palace's upper echelons. To the peak existences of one of the two palaces that controlled the universe, today was no less than a resounding slap in the face. 2 deacon disciples were killed. The enforcer disciple was beaten up badly. All of his equipment had been snatched away. Aside from the armor he wore, he had nothing else. Elder Sue, the backer of the 10,000-mile mansion, also stood up because they had encountered an unexpected disaster. Outrageous. Tian is too arrogant. He doesn't take our Wind Rain Palace seriously at all. I suggest we immediately mobilize experts to capture Tian. Elder Sue said sternly. At this moment, many upper echelons were gathered in the palace. Elder Sue was the backer of the 10,000-mile mansion. Everyone in the Wind Rain Palace knew that he supported the 10,000-mile mansion. But who usually didn't give him face? Great, they were slapped in the face today. They had to vent their anger no matter what. The moment Elder Sue said this, the rest of the immortal reverend elders fell silent. That's right, silenced. It was quiet in the palace. Capture Tian. Go and capture him if you can. Tian brought 12 immortal sovereigns, and they were all intermediate ones. They even knew secret battle formations and had high-level immortal sovereign battle strength. How could they fight him? High-level immortal sovereign battle strength. Tian was a very mysterious person, especially his strength. Nobody knew what trump cards he had up his sleeves. If they really wanted to capture Tian, they would have to pay a huge price. Who could accept such a loss when establishing the Emperor dynasty? Elder Sue, you're right. Tian has been arrogant and overbearing more than once. I think it's best if Elder Sue deals with him. I also suggest Elder Sue deal with him. With Elder Sue making a move, the brat Tian will still be obediently waiting to be captured. The other immortal sovereigns directly recommended Elder Sue to deal with him. Elder Sue cursed. Who didn't know Tian was not easy to deal with? I criticized them harshly just now because I wanted them to deal with him. You want me to deal with him alone? You're deliberately sending me to my death. Who didn't know Tian's influence now? Elder Sue had also heard about it. Even though he was a mid-level immortal venerable and had cultivated a few sovereign-rank secret arts, he didn't have the guts to go over. After all, the 12 generals under Tian were not to be trifled with. There was no need to make a move. Tian is extremely vicious. I think it's better for us to discuss this. Elder Sue said seriously. Everyone sneered in their hearts. I knew you didn't have the guts. The palace master of the Wind and Rain Palace, who was seated on the throne, shook his head slightly. These people were shouting very loudly. If he really asked them to make a move, none of them would dare to. The palace master of the Wind Rain Palace was extremely annoyed that Tian didn't give him any face. This was the Wind Rain Palace. Did they really think that no one would dare to make a move? The Wind Rain Empyrean also felt a headache as to how to resolve this matter. If it was an ordinary person, they could just capture him. But Tian's temper wasn't ordinary at all. At least not now. Palace Master, although Tian is arrogant, he definitely has his reasons for capturing Gu Tianren of the Gu clan. Since that's the case, why don't we inform the Gu clan of this matter and let them handle it themselves? Why do we have to interfere? I think so too. The Gu clan has contacts in the myriad heavens. I believe that there's no need for us to make a move. The people of the Gu clan will also make a move. It is said that this Gu Tianren has a certain status in the Gu clan. The immortal venerables of the Wind Rain Palace clearly didn't want to deal with Tian, but they also knew who was the best choice. But a disciple of our Wind Rain Palace has died. Elder Sue wasn't willing to give up and nagged again. At this time, the palace master spoke. Isn't it just 2 people who died? It's obviously the Gu clan's matter. Why would they interfere? You asked for it. Alright, the Emperor dynasty is about to be established. This is what we should worry about. Tian's matter is just a small matter. It's not worth our concern. Di Tian was a headache. They wouldn't deal with him if they could. Just like that, the matter regarding Di Tian's matter was settled. In the myriad heavens, under a desert in a dead world. In the myriad heavens. A person walked quickly and arrived at the end of the palace in the blink of an eye. There was a throne there. A man with a golden mask sat on the throne, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. A letter from the Gu clan. The man with the golden mask stretched out his hand and a jade slip fell into his hand. After a while, the jade slip broke into pieces and fell. The Gu clan is too much. They even want us to deal with this kind of matter. The man with the golden mask revealed a dissatisfied expression. Are the platinum assassins back? Lord, they have returned. Summon them here. Yes. Very rarely, 3 black shadows appeared without a sound. It seems like you have already cultivated the void escape technique to the immortal venerable level. You can go and complete this task. Who should we kill? Di Tian of the great metropolis world. The man with the golden mask said indifferently, this person's strength is unfathomable. He is at least a peak intermediate immortal venerable. What you need to do is to kill him. Yes. The 3 figures disappeared just like that. There wasn't even a bit of spatial fluctuation. This was the headquarters of the Blood Rain Tower's assassins. The Revenge of the Wind Rain Palace didn't appear. This made the people who were paying attention to it dumbfounded. Since when did the Wind Rain Palace become so easy to negotiate with? If it was during normal times, no matter who it was, they would be attacked by the law enforcement disciples. Master, I think they don't dare to come. Bao Mia and the others were still rubbing their palms. They were very disappointed when they didn't see the people from the Wind Rain Palace coming. They didn't even have the chance to warm up. Lin Fei had expected this, it would be strange if they dared to come. From the beginning, Lin Fei knew that the people from the Wind Rain Palace wouldn't dare to come because they didn't have the courage or even the preparation. At least, under the situation of not solving the external threat, neither the Sky Absolute Palace nor the Wind Rain Palace would find trouble with him. It was hard to say after that. Of course, at that time, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about them. Now, after the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, he could leave. Lin Fei didn't want to care about other things. It was better to go back and prepare for the battle. The people from the Wind Rain Palace didn't dare to make a move. Actually, some people had expected it. Di Tian was such a big force. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make a move. There was the immortal court in front and the immortal sects behind. Soon, everyone's attention was on the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. In the next few days, the representatives of the immortal court and the immortal sects came one after another. Chapter 1482. The small storm that Lin Fei caused in the Wind and Rain Palace was over just like that. In the eyes of everyone, this was very normal. Who would bring 12 immortal venerables, and they were all mid-level immortal venerables? It could be said that such a small number of people could completely destroy countless sections. No one could stop them. Lin Fei stayed in the immortal palace for 8 days. On the evening of the 8th day, the Wind and Rain Palace sent a message, informing them to attend the Imperial Dynasty establishment ceremony tomorrow. Because people from all over the heavens and realms had come. Because he knew some inside information from Venerable Su Feng, he really didn't have much interest in the establishment of the Imperial Dynasty. He just treated it as meeting the big shots from all over the world. The next morning, Lin Fei brought his subordinates out of the Immortal Palace courtyard. Because of what happened a few days ago, when Lin Fei brought his people out, the surrounding area was immediately emptied, as if they would be beaten up if they approached. Am I that scary? Today, the Imperial Dynasty establishment was arranged on the sacred mountain square of the Wind and Rain Palace. When Lin Fei arrived, there were many famous people gathered on both sides of the square. After all, the establishment of the imperial dynasty wasn't a small matter, but a grand event. They might not experience it even once in their lives. Daoist Di Tian, this way please. As soon as Lin Fei arrived with his people, a deacon disciple immediately came to greet him. However, no matter how Lin Fei looked at it, he felt that this deacon disciple was afraid of him. Looking at that smile, it was as if his parents had died. Lin Fei really guessed correctly. The deacon disciple who was arranged to come was indeed afraid. Several disciples of the Wind and Rain Palace had died in the hands of Di Tian. A person's name was like a tree's shadow, anyone who saw it would feel uncomfortable. With someone leading the way, Lin Fei followed. It turned out that on both sides of the square, there was a high platform. When Lin Fei brought his people over, he saw a few old acquaintances, such as the people from the 3 palaces. They had arrived a step earlier and had already sat down. The deacon disciple brought them to the location and immediately slipped away. The pressure was too great. Lin Fei sat down and found that his seat was not bad. Lin Fei didn't care too much about the arrangement of his seat. He also believed that at this time, they wouldn't dare to arrange a seat that was too far back, lest they agitate him and cause trouble. That would not be worth it. Not long after he sat down, Lin Fei felt a gaze on him. When he raised his head, he saw a group of ferocious people. They're from the immortal sects. With a glance, Lin Fei knew where these people came from. Such a ferocious aura could only be possessed by the celestial sects. They had gathered many wicked people from all over the heavens and realms, and among them, there was no lack of wicked people on the wicked list. Master, they're from the immortal sections. I know the one leading them. His name is Noble Sword. I heard that he's Hegemon Rongzhan's final disciple. The immortal sects had 3 hegemons. Among them, the strongest was Venerable Rongzhan. There was no one who didn't know this news. Lin Fei had once pretended to be Venerable Immortal Rongzhan's disciple, but he didn't expect to meet Venerable Immortal Rongzhan's disciple today. However, from the looks of it, the other party was hostile towards him. Right now in the immortal sects, who among them didn't feel enmity towards Di Tian? They had yet to vent their anger. Now that they saw Di Tian, they couldn't help but feel enmity towards him, venting their emotions. Lin Fei didn't care. His eyes were on someone else's body, and he couldn't do anything about it unless they made a move. He's Di Tian. I really couldn't tell. The immortal sects were not far from Lin Fei. Noble Sword sat down and also sized up Di Tian. It was this person who caused the immortal sects to lose a great deal of face. They had no way to deal with him. A low-level immortal venerable repeatedly caused the large sects to suffer losses. For example, the 3 Bloodkill brothers. Even now, no one knew if they were dead or alive. The immortal sects were all holding their breaths, and the overlord wouldn't even let them make a move. Because of this, when he saw Di Tian's true self, his resentment immediately surged. Sooner or later, I'll have to fight against Di Tian. Let's see who's stronger. Noble Sword was very confident in his own abilities. After all, he was Hegemon Rongzhan's final disciple. The Immortal Court's young Lord Fan has arrived. As the 3 terrifying auras approached, everyone's gazes were attracted, and their expressions began to change. It's an immortal venerable level immortal beast. How extravagant. I heard that young Lord Fan has a peerless physique. His strength is unfathomable, and he's the future overlord of the Celestial Court. In the distance, 3 giant green bulls pulled a chariot. They ignored the rules of the Wind and Rain Palace and flew across the sky. Master, this guy is even more arrogant than you. Bao Mia and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Young Lord Fan. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard this name. This was the second time. Last time, he heard a little from immortal venerable Su Feng. He knew that this young Lord Fan's strength was unfathomable, and he wasn't any weaker than himself. Even immortal venerable Su Feng was afraid of him. He's indeed more arrogant than me. He directly used 3 immortal venerable level immortal beasts. Moreover, this chariot is a high-level immortal venerable treasure. With a light bump, it can kill a low-level immortal venerable. Lin Fei's current eyesight was very powerful. One look at this chariot and he knew what grade it was. Lin Fei didn't doubt that young Lord Fan most likely had a sovereign weapon. This was a powerful opponent that those small fries couldn't compare to. The chariot slowly descended. It wasn't young Lord Fan who came out, but 2 white-clothed fairies. Their strength was actually at the immortal venerable level, and they were beautiful. Everyone who saw them would be moved. Lin Fei even heard the sound of gulping around him. That was the sound of people swallowing saliva. The 2 beautiful immortal venerables half squatted down and pulled open the curtain of the chariot. A young man in luxurious clothes walked out respectfully under the 2 beautiful immortal venerables' welcome. When this young Lord Fan came out, many people couldn't help but exclaim. This was an extremely handsome young man. He was so handsome that the fairies present frequently gave him flirtatious looks. They were simply infatuated with him, especially his pair of deep eyes. They were like 2 shining stars. Young Lord Fan came out of the chariot. The chariot shrunk and landed in his hand. He stepped down from the void. With each step, a red cloud rose, one after another, until he reached his position. Such a pretentious fellow. This was Lin Fei's evaluation. Not only was he handsome, but he was also pretentious. As expected of the young lord from the immortal court. Indeed pretentious. Bao Mia and the others nodded. It was unknown whether it was because Bao Mia's voice was too loud or because of some other reason, but 4 cold gazes shot over and transformed into 4 large hands that slapped down. You have quite a temper. You even dare to attack people. Bao Mia shouted and punched out with his iron fist. The 4 large hands were shattered one after another. Humph, you're only so-so. In terms of strength, Bao Mia's strength was extremely terrifying. At this time, probably only high-stage immortal venerables could suppress him. A few mere gazes were really nothing and couldn't pose a threat. No need to attack. Young Lord Fan said indifferently and revealed a charming smile. He's Di Tian. The woman who imprisoned young Lord. This Di Tian deserves to die. After the 2 female immortal venerables found out, they revealed killing intent. The surrounding people all felt a terrifying killing intent. Smelly woman, say it again if you dare. Bao Mia and the others weren't weak. They glared over. Do you believe that I won't kill you all right now? The people in the distance also sucked in a cold breath. Young Lord Fan was really famous. Now, Di Tian's subordinates actually wanted to kill him. This wasn't just a normal kind of arrogance. You can try. A celestial sword appeared in the hands of the 2 female immortal venerables. They emitted the terrifying pressure of high-stage immortal venerables' treasures. The sword intent locked onto Bao Mia like they were about to attack. The people from Wind and Rain Palace didn't dare to go up. The sword intent was too terrifying. They were worried that if they went up, they would be pierced by the sword intent. Bao Mia had a bad temper, especially when facing 2 female immortal venerables. Naturally, he wouldn't lose his reputation. If you have the balls, try. Hong at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. The confrontation between the 2 was directly dissolved by this aura. A ruler was here. How could a ruler not be present when establishing an emperor dynasty? The first to appear was Tianju's ruler. He also appeared the most. When Tianju's ruler appeared, all the pressure disappeared without a trace. Only the pressure of a ruler was left in the world. This time, Tianju's ruler didn't deliberately release his pressure. Everyone still felt suffocated. A ruler expert was indeed not someone they could offend. So strong. This was the second time Lin Fei saw a ruler since the last time. Hairball and the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda had the combat power of a ruler. Compared to this ruler, Lin Fei could still feel how strong Tianju's ruler was. I wonder how long I can last if I fight him now. Lin Fei was eager, but he quickly suppressed it. Now wasn't the time to experiment. Recently, Lin Fei's strength had been increasing rapidly. He had long broken through to the 6th stage and was close to the ruler level. After Tianju's ruler appeared, Ruler Fengyu appeared too. Compared to Tianju's ruler, Ruler Fengyu's aura was even more ethereal. This Ruler Fengyu seems to be even harder to deal with. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense. He just sensed that Ruler Fengyu seemed to have 10,000 layers of space around him. He was constantly moving through space, unable to find any traces of him. Unless he destroyed all space, it would be hard to defeat Ruler Fengyu. 2 rulers appeared. This wasn't the end. Celestial Court also sent a ruler. He was dressed in black and was called Extermination Ruler. He had a very vicious aura around him. Celestial sects also sent a ruler called Boundless Ruler. He was one of the 3 strongest celestial paragons. The 4 rulers were pretty much the same. They represented the 4 strongest powers in the universe. They could decide everything and not be shaken by anyone. Emperor Dynasty, begin. Actually, although it seemed simple, it was actually very complicated. There was a series of procedures. These procedures were very complicated. For example, there was the sacrifice to the heavens. It was a dazzling sight. In everyone's eyes, it was very sacred and not to be profaned. The entire process lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the sacrifice to the heavens ended and the ruler made his move. Stars, come. Tianju's ruler made a grabbing motion. The stars outside the universe flew over and landed in the starry sky. Many mountains and mountain ranges gathered together. This was where the Emperor Dynasty would be built. Chapter 1483. The rulers attacked one after the other. It was a shocking scene. 4 rulers attacked at the same time. They were just casual attacks, but they contained thousands of variations. Even a casual attack wasn't something anyone could block. In less than a moment, an imperial dynasty was established. This imperial dynasty was extremely huge, shockingly huge. Furthermore, it was created by 4 sovereigns, and was filled with terrifying sovereign power. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel shocked. As soon as the imperial dynasty was established, the providence of all the worlds in the universe flowed into it. Founding of the imperial dynasty. Just like that, the Skyend sovereign's voice boomed out, echoing out to all the worlds in the universe. It didn't matter which corner of the universe they were in, everyone could feel the pressure of the sovereign lord. It was almost as if the sovereign lord was right next to them. The hunting immortal beasts lay on the ground, not daring to move. The immortals fighting the immortal beasts all stopped. His voice was filled with a terrifying aura. The ruler's voice didn't just resound throughout the universe, it also reverberated outwards. Founding of the Imperial Dynasty. Founding of the Imperial Dynasty. Founding of the Imperial Dynasty. His voice was as majestic as ever. When these few simple words reverberated, the huge emperor palace seemed to have been reborn. That kind of grandeur was unconsciously felt by everyone. This was the birth of a new imperial dynasty. From now on, the universe was no longer a scattered world, but a truly organized imperial dynasty. Everyone lived under the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, and at this moment, they felt a sense of belonging, a very strong sense of belonging. So it's called the Imperial Dynasty. Lin Fei thought to himself. This imperial dynasty was called the Imperial Dynasty. The word imperial had many meanings. This wasn't an ordinary imperial dynasty, otherwise it wouldn't have been named with the word imperial. To Lin Fei, all of this didn't have much of a sense of belonging. The creation of the imperial dynasty in the universe was actually a combination of many factions. It was this combination that gave rise to the imperial dynasty of today. When the announcement of the imperial dynasty spread throughout the universe, Lin Fei knew that the Tao of Heaven had blessed the imperial dynasty with providence. For the time being, the imperial dynasty was the strongest, and no one could contend against it. This was a type of great momentum. At Lin Fei's level, he knew very well what this momentum was. In front of power, any struggle was futile. At least for now, that was the situation. The Sage Emperor dynasty was established. The 4 sovereigns entered the sacred dynasty first. Wherever the 4 sovereigns flew past, there would be flowers and birds everywhere. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other, giving the sacred dynasty new life. It was no longer lifeless like before. The sacred dynasty had become the rising sun. Everyone felt pressured in front of the massive Emperor dynasty. This was pressure from the Emperor dynasty. Even a realm lord would feel immense pressure in this place. This was a pressure that came from the depths of the soul. Apart from a limited number of people, the rest were not spared from this feeling, so they all became apprehensive, afraid that they would do something wrong. Everyone entered the huge palace one after another. Everyone understood that there would soon be a change in the structure of the universe. The establishment of the Emperor dynasty and the enfeoffment of the world were necessary. The world overlords and the others here were all subjects of the Emperor dynasty. None of them would be able to escape. How to gain a foothold in the new imperial dynasty had become something that many people desperately wanted to do. Times were different now. This was the era of the sacred dynasty, no longer the era of 2 scattered palaces. The presence of the 4 sovereigns was the best proof. From today onwards, the sacred dynasty will be overseen by the 4 of us. The Tianjue ruler's words were not surprising at all. This was something that had to be done. With the 4 sovereigns in the sacred dynasty, everyone knew that the competition would become more intense in the future. The sacred dynasty would also become more chaotic. Without some ability, it would be difficult to stand firm. Greetings, 4 holy sages. Everyone shouted loudly. Their voices traveled all the way outside. Rumble rumble, the heavenly axiom also expressed its approval. Dense immortal chi descended from the sky above the sacred dynasty. The flowers, grass, and immortal beasts living in the sacred dynasty all transformed into ordinary bodies, displaying extraordinary strength. This kind of thing had not happened for a very, very long time. The appearance of the 4 holy sages was recognized by the heavenly axiom. It could be said that this position was very stable. Not everyone could be shaken. The heavenly axiom statement was the best proof. After the 4 holy sages' announcement, the next step was to enfeoffment of the world. This was not a good thing for the realm lords present, especially the realm lords without any backing. Those who knew them knew that this time, they might not be able to sit still in their positions. The myriad worlds would undergo a new reshuffle. The reshuffle would also start with the realm lords. Enfeoffment of the world. In fact, it was the division of power between the 4 holy sages. The realm lords who had already submitted to them heaved a sigh of relief this time. Not only did they have an honorable identity, but they also had the opportunity to devour the surrounding worlds. That's right, this was an opportunity to expand. Realm lords without backing, then sorry, it was their fault for not choosing a backing in the first place. As long as they were not in one of the 4 holy sages' factions, they would be cleansed this time. At the same time, their worlds would be devoured and used to expand the world. The myriad worlds used to be a complete world, but after a great war, they were completely separated, and finally, there was the current myriad worlds. Those whose names weren't called had a very bad look on their faces. The realm lords who were sent to other worlds could only sigh helplessly. Resist? They did not have the ability to do so at all. Then they could only obediently accept the punishment. They had been realm lords for such a long time, and had gained enough benefits, at least they did not have to worry about being killed. The first realm lords were all realm lords of great worlds, and they were all from the central region. Finally, the realm lords of great worlds were divided, and there were a total of 108 great realm lords. This was a new reshuffle. Originally, in the myriad worlds, there were more than 108 great worlds, but this time, they were directly compressed. The originally numerous great worlds, under the leadership of the 4 holy sages, directly became 108 great realm lords. This was equivalent to a feudal lord. After the division, the status of these 108 great realm lords was not low. It could be said that their authority was extremely high, and at the same time, they could participate in the Holy Dynasty Conference. This was the qualification. After that, it was the division of the middle-level worlds. This was also a process of compression. There were many middle-level worlds, and they were all below the great worlds. Now, there were only 108 great worlds left in the myriad worlds, and the middle-level worlds were also going to be devoured. It was unknown how many middle-level worlds would be left. As for the small worlds below, they would be declared to have completely disappeared in the long river of history, letting the wheels of history roll by. There were not many middle-level worlds that were divided. Chapter 1484. 108 Great Worlds. 72 Middle-Level Worlds. The result of this reshuffling was very cruel. It could be said that countless realm lords would lose their qualifications to be realm lords from today onwards. They would return to being ordinary immortal emperors and immortals and lose their illustrious identities. No one could change the Holy Venerable's decision. Unless you were a ruler. Otherwise, you would not have the right to say that you could change everything. Master, now there's something to do. Among the 72 medium worlds, Lin Fei was naturally qualified. It would be a joke if he did not get his turn. Now, Lin Fei's subordinates could be considered strong. It was not impossible for a seemingly medium world to directly become a great world. The Holy Venerable did not announce it, which was equivalent to a change in direction. This was because he did not want Di Tian's forces to expand too quickly and suppress the medium world. They are quite wary of me, circling such a large territory for me. Unfortunately, it's nothing much. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Great Metropolis World used to be a small world. The location was not good either. In the myriad heavens, it could only be in the periphery. If it encountered a powerful immortal invasion, it would be the first unlucky target. Now, it seemed to be one of the 72 medium worlds, but in fact, it was also in the periphery. If he had not heard about the Battle Wolf group from Venerable Su Feng, Lin Fei might have been happy and cocky. Now, he was not in the mood. The territory was big, but it was still not the vanguard. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. However, he did not have the strength to fight against the Holy Venerable ruler. 108 great worlds and 72 medium worlds were divided just like that. He thought it would end like that. But it was not that simple. Next, Tianjue ruler announced another major event. The reason was simple. In view of the chaos in the sacred dynasty, he was preparing to reorganize them to set an example in the sacred dynasty. The 10 great immortal sects were created just like that. The sects in the myriad heavens had always been led by the 2 palaces, followed by the 3 halls and so on. Now, they directly established the 10 great immortal sects. It meant that in the future, they would be famous in the myriad heavens. At the same time, they would also be top sects. This is the rhythm of wiping out everything in the myriad heavens and realms. Lin Fei knew very well what the 10 major immortal sects represented. This was the extension of the four holy venerables' influence, completely dividing up the various realms. In the future, the sects would just have to watch others live. Lin Fei even dared to say that the sects below him would also be divided into levels. This integration allowed the myriad worlds to quickly emerge from the chaos. This way, he would be able to control these forces perfectly. This way, it was unknown how many sects would be taken in. At the very least, unranked sects would be taken in. With regards to this, Lin Fei didn't really have much to say. He was only curious about which of the 10 great immortal sects would there be. If they managed to gain the title of the 10 great immortal sects, their influence would be even more resounding compared to the 108 world overlords. The number 1 immortal sect, Immortal Court. The Sky Terminus Hegemon announced the first immortal gate. When this result came out, everyone didn't seem too surprised. It seemed like it wasn't surprising that the Immortal Court had become one of the 10 great immortal sects. Second immortal sect, Heavenly Rain Palace. Everyone knew that this was a brand new sect formed by the integration of the two palaces. Its strength was even stronger than the era of the two palaces, and was not inferior to the Immortal Court. Third immortal sect, Immortal Sect. These 3 immortal sects were the extensions of the 4 holy venerables. Fourth immortal sect, Dark Soul Sect. Fifth immortal sect, Demon Sealing Sect. Sixth immortal sect, Light Sect. Seventh immortal sect, Demon Emperor Sect. Eighth immortal sect, Group of Immortals Sect. Ninth immortal sect, Tower Beyond Tower. 10th immortal sect, Brotherhood Sect. When the 10 great immortal sects were announced, everyone actually knew what was going on. The forces of the 3 halls were already very strong. It wasn't surprising that they had now advanced to the immortal sections. As for the later ones, they were combinations of forces, such as the 4 sects, 5 emperors, 6 demons, and so on. It could be said that these 10 great immortal sects were the 10 most powerful immortal sects in the myriad worlds. Among them, the 10 great immortal sects relied on which holy venerables, but no one knew. They might have cooperated, but no one could say for sure what was going on. After the 10 great immortal sects were announced, the enfeoffment didn't stop after that. After all, the establishment of the sacred dynasty wasn't a small matter. It was a big matter, so there were too many things that needed to be done. It wasn't until night fell that the framework of the sacred dynasty was completed. From then on, everyone was a subject of the sacred dynasty. At the same time, they were also people of large organizations. After the meeting, the 4 holy venerables held a banquet for 3 days. During these 3 days, everything in the myriad world stopped. There were no wars, no fights, and everyone was celebrating. Lin Fei also stayed in the sacred dynasty for 3 days. Finally, he received the decree and returned to the great metropolis world. During this period, nothing happened. For example, the holy venerables summoned him. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was impossible for a troublemaker like him to be summoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slandered him in private. Lin Fei couldn't wait to return to the great metropolis world. Time was precious. Lin Fei wanted to leave, but some people weren't willing to let him leave just like that. Di Tian. Lin Fei led his people out of the Immortal Palace courtyard. When he came out, he saw a very handsome person. Even Lin Fei felt envious. How could there be such a man? Beside this handsome man stood 2 female celestial venerables. It looked like the 2 female celestial venerables had bad tempers. Young Master Fan, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of young Master Fan. In fact, he couldn't wait to spar with young Master Fan. Among the younger generation, young Master Fan was the strongest person Lin Fei had ever seen. It was most interesting to spar with someone like this. He also wanted to know how strong young Master Fan was. I've also heard a lot about you, Di Tian. Lin Fei didn't believe that young Master Fan would have heard a lot about him. Maybe he had wanted to fight him for a long time. Young Master Fan, you came to see me early in the morning. What's the matter? I'm very busy. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure from young Master Fan. The more it was like this, the more mysterious young Master Fan was. You're a straightforward person. Young Master Fan had a pair of peach blossom eyes. I know about your past. Your strength has increased very quickly. But in my eyes, you're very weak. You're just an ant among the countless others. I've decided that I'll give you 10 years to cultivate. After 10 years, I'll personally take your life. I want you to live in fear. After 10 years, I'll slowly kill you. This was young Master Fan's intention. At the same time, it was also young Master Fan's domineering way. Recently, young Master Fan had killed several celestial venerables. It was rumored that he could instantly kill high-level celestial venerables. He was the #1 young master of the celestial court, and even the #1 young master of the myriad of worlds. Young Master Fan's strength was unfathomable. This was the common thought of all the celestial venerables. Facing young Master Fan, they didn't have the courage to attack. Because if they did, they would die. What bullsh** t young master. You dare to say that you'll kill my master in 10 years. Extermination and the others were unconvinced. In their eyes, their master was the greatest and the strongest. I'll beat you up right now. Extermination and the others cultivated battle formations. It could be said that their minds were very detailed. The 12 generals soared into the sky and formed a grand formation, bursting out with the combat strength of a high-level immortal venerable. A phantom of a giant dragon emerged, whipping its tail at lightning speed. At the same time, a claw pierced through the void. Dragon tail whip. Dragon probing claw. These were two powerful killing moves. When high-level celestial venerable strength was unleashed, the surrounding people were suppressed and couldn't move. Too scary. The rumors are true. Tian really has high-level celestial venerables by his side. They actually attacked young Master Fan. I wonder what the result will be. Many immortals outside the Immortal Palace were trembling. They wouldn't see this kind of attack many times in their lives. Lin Fei didn't stop extermination and the others. In fact, he wanted to see. This young Master Fan was so arrogant. He said that he would kill him in 10 years. Did he really think that he was invincible? Lin Fei didn't think that young Master Fan had the qualifications to kill him in 10 years. Not a bad attack. Unfortunately, it won't work. Young Master Fan shook his head and casually stretched out a finger. It was fairer than a woman's. With a light tap, it was like popping a bubble. All the attacks were quickly disintegrated by this finger. Ping ping ping, the 12 generals were all sent flying and smashed into the Immortal Palace courtyard, leaving behind a large area of ruins. Do you still doubt it? Young Master Fan said calmly as if he had done something. It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill them. High-level celestial venerables weren't that easy to resist. Even 50 mid-level celestial venerables couldn't stop them. Young Master Fan easily disintegrated them. Everyone was shocked. Many people were also excited. Tian had finally met his nemesis. Keep being arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Someone is here to take care of you. And it's the #1 sect, Immortal Court's young master. Extermination and the others were blasted away. They weren't injured, but their chi and blood were surging. They wanted to attack again but were stopped by Lin Fei. There's no need to attack. Hurry up and thank young Master Fan for his guidance. Extermination and the others weren't a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already prepared. If young Master Fan was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be young Master Fan. He wouldn't be such a mysterious guy. Lin Fei saw fear in Venerable Su Fang's eyes. My subordinates are always trying to show off and think that they are invincible. I still have to thank young Master Fan for his guidance. I'll let them know that there's always someone better out there. That way, they won't be at a disadvantage when they go out. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the other party. He chuckled and changed the topic. Your two maids have been dissatisfied with me since the beginning. This is a disgrace to your master. Let me discipline them on behalf of your master so that they know how to be maids. Courting death. The two beautiful venerables were furious. They were young Master Fan's maids. Who would dare to say anything bad about them? A sharp golden light flashed past. The two beautiful venerables were cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. Chapter 1485. Young Master Fan defeated the combined attack of the 12 generals. Who would have thought that Di Tian would not hold back and directly kill young Master Fan's two maids? This was tit for tat. You hit my maids, I'll kill your maids. Only then did everyone realize that Di Tian's dominance was not just for show. It was done with his strength. Whatever others dared to do, he dared to do too. What a good Di Tian, it looks like the rumors about you are true. Young Master Fan's aura was also not ordinary. It will be very interesting to have an opponent like you. Lin Fei also said, I also like an opponent like young Master Fan. I believe that I will personally kill you soon, perhaps even before the 10 years you said. Kill me in 10 years. Isn't he underestimating me too much? Only Lin Fei could say such words. Young Master Fan had originally planned to give Di Tian time to grow. Instead of being angry, he laughed. Good, this young master is really looking forward to this day. Let's see who will kill this young master, or this young master will kill you. Lin Fei and young Master Fan's first meeting was not pleasant. After exchanging a move, the two did not attack again, but left with their people. But everyone knew one thing. Celestial Court's number 1 young master and Di Tian had a huge conflict, and both wanted to kill the other. This news spread through the entire Holy Dynasty immediately. News of Di Tian having a high-level immortal venerable by his side also spread. On one hand, everyone was shocked by the strength of Di Tian's subordinates. On the other hand, they were shocked by young Master Fan's strength. A casual finger could break a high-level immortal venerable's attack. Young Master Fan was infinitely close to the ruler realm. All kinds of gossip quickly spread. Master, it will not be easy for that young Master Fan to kill us. The 12 generals were extremely unhappy that their attacks were broken. Lin Fei did not blame them. Go back and cultivate well. Try to break through to high-level immortal venerable battle power. At that time, you can combine your formations and crush him. Even though he did not know young Master Fan's true strength, Lin Fei was very clear that he had not reached the ruler realm. Not long from now, that might be the case. Young Master Fan personally wanted to kill him just for Venerable Su Feng. Lin Fei also realized that Venerable Su Feng was not an ordinary person. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei, so he did not want to care about it. We'll talk about it after we return and integrate the surrounding world. As for Huang Xiaolong, he would think about it after he broke through to the sovereign realm. After the people from all sides returned, the vigorous shuffling of the cards began. No one could defy the sacred venerate ruler's order. The process of receiving the order was not complicated and was relatively easy. The 12 generals went out to stand, and all their thoughts disappeared without a trace. In less than a month, the great metropolis world had advanced to the peak of a middle-grade world, controlling a large area. It had truly become a warlord. And it was perfectly justifiable. Lin Fei no longer worried about the matter of annexing the small world. Because there was one thing waiting for Lin Fei to do. A notification came from the system. It was about the demon world. Who would have thought that the appearance of the Holy Dynasty would indirectly help me? By annexing one small world after another, I've unknowingly completed the follow-up mission of annexing worlds. It turned out that the system had a follow-up mission to annex the world. Previously, Lin Fei did not pay attention to it until the system sent him a message. Lin Fei knew that the small world mission was completed. A huge amount of experience points was contributed. He was one step closer to leveling up. What excited Lin Fei the most was that he could finally create a demon army. This matter had been on Lin Fei's mind for a long time. Ding! Capture demon activated. A new instance dungeon opened, and Lin Fei once again entered the instance dungeon. This space was filled with the aura of killing. The aura of humans. I can smell the aura of humans. Delicious human flesh. The demons began to scream, and their eyes turned scarlet. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the space, he saw that he was on a blood-red plain. Suddenly, hundreds of powerful auras grabbed at him. The sky was filled with attacks of blood shadows. So many demons, ha ha ha. The attacks of these demons were very strong, but to Lin Fei, they were all his subordinates. Get down. The huge hand formed by the power of an immortal slammed down on them from the sky. Boom. This slap was like a mountain pressing down on them. The ground shook. The hundreds of demons that were clamoring earlier were all pressed to the ground, and a huge pit appeared below. As expected of demons with powerful bodies. Even a low-level immortal venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the power of my slap, but they managed to withstand it. Lin Fei liked these powerful demons, and the more, the better. It's a pity that the system only gave me the qualification to capture an army of 100,000 demons. Lin Fei took out the demon summoning flag from last time and waved it at them. One after another, the demons were sucked into it. This was an array flag used to control them. As long as they entered, they would leave a mark. Moreover, this flagpole had another advantage. If the demons were injured, they could return to the space in the flagpole to recover. During this time, Lin Fei used his divine senses to check inside and saw a funny scene. The demons that entered were originally very arrogant, and there was even a rank 1 demon living inside. The rank 1 demon didn't have the combat strength of a juggernaut, and it couldn't withstand the aura of a juggernaut. It grabbed and ate a dozen demons, and the remaining demons all became obedient. There were many demons on the plain. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to capture them wantonly, and the number of demons in the array flag space started to increase. It quickly broke through 10,000, followed by 20,000, and then 30,000. The number kept rising. I'm still short 30,000 demons. With 70,000 demons in hand, Lin Fei could imagine how great the influence of this force was. It wouldn't be a problem to sweep through the current middle-level world. You're the one who captured this king's subordinates. A roar came from under the blood-red sky. It was a black mass of demons, and there were no less than 100,000 of them. The leader was a 300 feet tall demon. When it saw Lin Fei, who was capturing demons, its huge wings turned into 2 long black blades that slashed through the air. Boom 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 everywhere the black blades passed, the plains collapsed. Not a single place was left intact. Juggernaut demon. Lin Fei's reaction was also very fast. He punched the black wings with both fists, and sparks flew everywhere. Sparks flew, and everyone retreated. This was a big boss. It was even stronger than the demons from before. The power of Lin Fei's 2 fists didn't stop the black wings' attack. At least, it slowed them down a little. They attacked again, and Lin Fei was sent flying, smashing into the plains. Even a juggernaut's attack isn't that strong. Lin Fei's physical body was unbelievably strong. The opponent's attack only caused Lin Fei's blood to surge, and he suppressed it with a light pressure. Now, Lin Fei wasn't that weak anymore. Black-armored demon, come out. Lin Fei directly released the black-armored demon from the devil's summoning flag. Fight for me. Although the black-armored demon's combat strength was only a high-level immortal venerable, Lin Fei wanted to stall the opposite rank 1 demon. A lot of blood. What was there to be afraid of? I/. Chapter 1486. Under the blood-red plains. 5 large sword energies turned into a huge sword energy storm that mercilessly attacked the Tier 1 demon. The 5 large sword energies were infinitely close to the ruler level. Naturally, this attack was not easy for the demon. The other black-armored demon attacked without any regard for its life. With its powerful defense, it dealt a lot of damage to the Tier 1 demon. The black-armored demon did not disappoint Lin Fei. It was like an unkillable cockroach. Lin Fei dealt the most damage. With his ruler weapon, each slash dealt tens of thousands of damage to the Tier 1 demon, sometimes even hundreds of thousands of HP. At the same time, Lin Fei activated his demon wings. His speed advantage did not fall behind. Awesome! Voila! Another large wound was left on the Tier 1 demon. With the ruler weapon, Lin Fei's advantage increased infinitely. The Tier 1 demon continuously lost HP, a ruler rank Tier 1 demon isn't much. At this time, Lin Fei slashed again. You shameless human, the Tier 1 demon was unwilling. Its huge body fell from the sky. Its dying counterattack sent the black-armored demon flying. The demon smashed into the plains, unable to move. Lin Fei remembered that Tier 1 demons had demon reincarnation. This time, without giving the other party a chance to use it, he finally killed the Tier 1 demon. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained 10 million experience points. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained 1 million demon hearts. Ding! Killed Tier 1 demon boss. Obtained demon wings. Lin Fei felt his experience bar increase rapidly. However, this was not what made him the happiest. What made him the happiest was the 1 million demon hearts and demon wings. These were all good items. Demon hearts could be used to exchange for other items. The demon wings were also good items. He already had a pair of them. Now that he had another pair, was he going to give them away? Master, you can use the demon wings to strengthen them. The demon elf appeared. Lin Fei was used to the demon elf's mysterious appearance. Ah, it can be used like that. After listening to the demon elf's explanation, Lin Fei understood that the demon wings could be used to strengthen. Wasn't this the same as strengthening equipment? Right now, the wings of demon were at 80 times the maximum speed of the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't it be faster to strengthen it? When speed reached a certain limit, it would become an advantage. When Lin Fei heard that he needed one of the 3 pairs of demons to strengthen it, he grumbled a little and put away the demon wings and demon heart. After putting away the items, Lin Fei still had one more important thing to do. He summoned a second Tier 1 demon. Compared to the first time, Lin Fei's speed was much faster and more proficient. His combat prowess was still that of a high-level immortal reverent. Most importantly, he was unkillable. This second rank 1 demon, Lin Fei named it Demon 2. The previous one was Demon 1, but now, Demon 1 was riddled with scars. He didn't have much combat power left. Lin Fei received the demon's summoning flag. After accidentally harvesting a Tier 1 demon, Lin Fei recovered his strength and began capturing demons once more. Without a powerful Tier 1 demon, Lin Fei had an easy time. Ding! Congratulations player for capturing 100,000 demons. Lin Fei was teleported out. Originally, he had planned to hunt demons and harvest some demon hearts. Now, it seemed like there was no hope. If he had known this would happen, Lin Fei would not have gone to the market to capture demons. Since I can't capture demons, I can only level up. Lin Fei leveled up for half a month. Other than leveling up, he spent most of his time accompanying his wife and daughter. Everything outside was handled by Immortal Reverend Infinite Evil or Immortal Reverend Demon Sealing. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Other than that, Lin Fei was also paying attention to the movements of the entire Holy Dynasty. The forces were more or less integrated. The 10 immortal sects and 108 great worlds were more or less settled. With this shuffle, the era of the Holy Dynasty had officially arrived. Everyone was a citizen of the Holy Dynasty. The area around Lin Fei was still very quiet. The surrounding middle-level worlds each had their own backers. They did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Didn't they see that young Master Fan Do did not gain any benefits? If they offended him, they were afraid that the backer behind them would be the first to deal with them. In fact, when they came and took over the middle-level worlds, someone told them that they could offend anyone but Di Tian. Lin Fei also hoped that the surrounding middle-level worlds would be obedient. If they angered him, Lin Fei did not mind changing their realm lord. Master, the Gu family is here. Immortal Reverend Demon Sealing came in to report. They're finally here. I thought he would continue to endure. Lin Fei sneered. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Gu family since they targeted his great metropolis world. Bring them in. Immortal Reverend Demon Sealing turned and left. Not long after, a group of 5 people was brought in. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked similar to Gu Tianren. I am the patriarch of the Gu family's 3rd branch, Gu Xiantao. Greetings, Realm Lord Di Tian. During this period of time, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He arranged for people to go to 3rd Sage Lu's place and specifically learned about the Gu family situation. He learned that the Gu family currently had 7 branches, which together supported the huge Gu family. These 7 branches had direct descendants and collateral forces. So it's the patriarch of the Gu family. I have long heard of your name. Lin Fei said indifferently. The 4 people behind Gu Xiantao did not look good. What kind of force was their Gu family? It was far from what Di Tian could compare with. They actually dared to not give him face. It was just that when the patriarch greeted them seriously, they did not say anything. Realm Lord Di Tian must be joking. Gu Xiantao said, Men, bring the things up. They just met and they were already preparing to give him gifts. Lin Fei thought that the Gu family wanted to threaten him. If the other party dared to speak, he did not mind making them stay here today. Although the few young people were angry, they did not say anything. With a wave of their hands, the aura of immortal reverent treasures spread out. It turned out that there were 30 immortal reverent treasures on the ground. This is a small token of our Gu family. Gu Xiantao said. Celestial is a member of our 3 branches. Since he did such a thing, I, as the clan leader, have to bear some responsibility. I hope that Realm Lord Di Tian can give face to our Gu clan and release Gu Tianren. I guarantee that he will never dare to find trouble with Lord Realm Lord again. What kind of situation was this? The immortal reverent treasures on the ground did not attract Lin Fei's attention. After continuously leveling up and killing monsters, it would only take a few days for him to become a sovereign realm expert. Once he became a sovereign realm expert, he would be able to harvest a large number of devil's hearts. Whatever high-level immortal reverent treasures were already within his reach. Wait. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, Gu Tian is one of your people. Do you think that you can take him away with just 30 immortal reverent treasures? You are looking at things too simply. Gu Xiantao actually did not want to come. Whether Gu Tian was dead or alive, there was no loss to the Gu family. However, if they did not take him away, it would affect their Gu family. If the dignified Gu family was afraid of a realm lord, what face would they have in the primal chaos ancient kingdom? Taking out 30 immortal reverend treasures was already a great deal of face for the Gu family. Gu Tian is a member of our Gu family. Could it be that Sir Realm Lord still wants to detain him? Gu Xiantao said sinisterly, our Gu family is already giving Realm Lord face. This was called peaceful measures before resorting to force. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at Gu Xiantao. Who do you think you are? Is the Gu family that amazing? With 100,000 devil army, Lin Fei's confidence increased. The primal chaos ancient kingdom did not take it to heart. Di Tian, our Gu family is giving you face. Don't take it too far. If you know what's good for you, then immediately release Gu Tian. Otherwise, prepare to suffer. A disciple behind Gu Xiantao shouted. As a member of the primal chaos ancient kingdom, the Gu family's disciples were not afraid of anything. Otherwise, Gu Tian would not have run to the wind and rain palace and finally fell into the hands of Lin Fei. Your Gu family has guts. Two Jingguang rays shot out from Lin Fei's eyes, and the young man who spoke immediately exploded. The ground was filled with fragments. I'll kill him right now. What can you do to me? The remaining 3 disciples were furious, but they were stopped by Gu Xuantao's gaze. I understand Sir Realm Lord's words. This one will go back and tell the Patriarch. I hope Sir Realm Lord won't regret this. It wasn't as if Lin Fei hadn't seen arrogance before. The Gu family was not just arrogant, they even threatened him before leaving. I was going to let you guys go, but now, all of you can stay. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He raised his hand and an endless pressure directly pressed down. Bang bang bang, the 3 disciples behind him exploded like glass bottles, shattering into pieces. Di Tian, you will regret this sooner or later. Gu Xiantao did not change. After leaving behind these words, he disappeared, leaving behind a broken leaf on the ground. Substitute divine leaf. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he recognized what the leaf on the ground was. This kind of leaf was a special existence that grew in the land of extreme negative energy. After it grew, it could become a special substitute existence after refining. The aura on the body would be exactly the same, making it impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Lin Fei was very displeased that he had killed several of his followers. It seems that I have to break through to the ruler realm as soon as possible. At that time, with Hairball, I can easily deal with the Battle Wolf group. Lin Fei sneered. If I don't make a trip to your Gu family after dealing with the Battle Wolf group, then I'm not Lin Fei. At this time, on the other side. The other leaf in Gu Xuantao's hand shattered. This Di Tian really wants to go against our Gu family. This person was the patriarch of the 7th branch, Gu Xiantao. His voice was cold, and he did not even look at the 2 leaves that were wasted. In the room, apart from Gu Xiantao, several elders of the 7th branch were present. Where did the Battle Wolf group go? How long will it take to reach the great metropolis world? Gu Xiantao asked. He wanted Di Tian to know the consequences of offending the Gu family. It will take another 5 years. The 2 territories were too far away, and the Battle Wolf group had been fighting outside, so it would take some time to reach the great metropolis world. Chapter 1487. Ding. Killed low-level demon. Ding. Killed low-level demon. On a blood-red plain, demons roamed around. With a slash of a blade, countless heads flew, leaving corpses behind. Ding. Obtain demon's heart. Ding. Obtain demon's heart. Ding. Obtain demon's heart. This blood-red plain was connected to an endless mountain range. At this time, a black-robed man was carrying a huge blade, laughing as he flew past. No one could stop this young man. As the young man flew past, he left behind a sea of demons. Soon. Soon. The black-robed man slashed with his blade, and all the demons with strong defense fell to the ground. Ding! Killed low-level demon. After killing for an unknown period of time, the black-robed man's body shook, and he stabbed his blade into the ground, causing the ground to crack. His experience bar was finally full. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through Celestial Lord Realm and entering Sovereign Realm. Boom! Lin Fei only felt a jingguang flash past his body. The Celestial Lord power in his body started to change again. An invisible sovereign pressure rippled out like the setting sun. Everywhere the sovereign pressure passed, immortal beasts and low-level fiends alike, all fell to the ground. Millions of miles, billions of miles this aura kept spreading out. I finally broke through. Lin Fei sighed. After walking such a long way, he had finally reached this step. The massive Celestial Lord power in his body was completely changing. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. There was no heavenly tribulation like he had imagined. As Lin Fei killed another low-level demon, his experience bar finally broke through from Celestial Lord Realm to Sovereign Realm. In such a large area, only the aura of a sovereign was left. His Celestial Lord power was changing, and so were his secret techniques and abilities. Great Sword Chi's secret technique directly advanced to Sovereign level secret technique. World Storm also advanced to Sovereign level Storm. Everything was undergoing a perfect transformation. The whole process lasted for an hour, not too long nor too short. Ha ha ha, I am a sovereign now. Lin Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His roar spread far and wide. Destroy! A huge golden sword chi slashed through the air. All the evil demons in its path were killed. This was the power of one of the sword chi of the Great Sword Chi's secret technique. A ruler's attack power is indeed stronger than an immortal venerates. No matter how tyrannical he had been in the past, after becoming a ruler, Lin Fei realized that the gap between a ruler and an immortal venerate was not easily bridged. Ding! Congratulations! You have entered the ruler realm. The system congratulated him. This time, Lin Fei was in a good mood and didn't find the system's voice unpleasant. Now that he was a hegemon, Lin Fei could truly sense how powerful he had become. Even if he were to fight against Hegemon Skyend or Hegemon Windrain right now, Lin Fei wouldn't have anything to worry about. Lin Fei knew that he was not inferior to them. The great metropolis Heaven also had a true ruler. As for the battle wolf group that the Gu family had arranged, Lin Fei was no longer worried. Instead, he wanted to teach them a huge lesson. Demon, come out. Lin Fei summoned the demon. Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is a very immoral thing to do? The demon seemed to have not slept well and waved its trident. You actually broke through to the ruler realm. I just broke through. The demon circled around him. I barely made it. Lin Fei didn't want to fight with the demon. He couldn't win against the demon. I want to know if I will face a heavenly tribulation outside if I break through to the ruler realm here. This was what Lin Fei wanted to ask. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so quickly. He had to save his trump card for last. He was prepared to use it against the Gu family. Yes. The demon was straightforward. This is the demon dimension. Everything is shielded. Even the heavenly Tao can't enter. If you go outside, the heavenly Tao will be the first to find you. Could this demon dimension be created by a god? Lin Fei had never been able to figure out who had the ability to create a demonic space. You don't have the right to know. The demon said. When you become the strongest person in the weave, you will have the right to know about the demon dimension. I will tell you everything. The time limit. Lin Fei felt that it was quite long. The strongest person in the weave. How long would it take? If you don't want to say it, just say it. Lin Fei wouldn't be so stupid as to say it out loud. He only cursed in his heart. Lin Fei was still confident in becoming the strongest person in the weave. Let's change the topic. Do you know how the ruler realm is divided? 100,000 demon hearts. The demon stretched out a finger. Lin Fei was already used to the demon's extortion. So expensive. The demon chuckled with a hint of slyness. This is already very cheap. You will know in the future that this answer is the cheapest. Here. 100,000 demon hearts fell into the demon's pocket. There are a total of 9 minor stages in the ruler realm. They start from 1-star ruler to 9 stars ruler. Each star's combat power increases exponentially. Right now, you look like a 1-star ruler, but your overall combat power is equivalent to that of a 2-star ruler. Lin Fei was just asking casually. He didn't expect the demon to really answer him. The ruler realm was divided in such a way. What's above 9 stars? Plus 50,000 demon hearts. The demon stretched out another finger. This time, Lin Fei was depressed. Can you not be so greedy? Giving out 150,000 demon hearts in one go also made Lin Fei's heart ache. It wasn't easy to earn demon hearts. Who would have thought that this guy would ask for 150,000 demon hearts in one go? I'm also poor. The demon blinked. Anyway, you can get demon hearts by killing demons every day. Did he really think he was a free fighter? Lin Fei wasn't interested in asking about the ruler realm after 9 stars ruler. He couldn't spend 50,000 demon hearts in vain. If you give me 50,000 demon hearts, I'll help you with a small matter. The demon said. It's totally worth it for you. This is called buy one get one free. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This was called buy one get one free. Tell me, how can you help me? After you go out, I'll use a secret technique to help you block the heavenly axiom. I can protect you for half an hour. The demon said proudly. How about it? 50,000 demon hearts is not a loss, right? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could seal the ruler aura. Once he went in, the heavenly axiom would definitely target him, and the rulers in the sacred dynasty would definitely know. This wasn't a good thing. Here you go. Another 50,000 demon hearts were taken out. Above the ruler realm of 9 stars is actually a true god. You can transform your immortal body into a true god and become one of the true gods. The demon gave a simple introduction. With the time you have, you should be able to become a true god soon. However, you won't have easy days in the future, hee. Chapter 1488. He really needed the little devil to help him now. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll put a seal on you once you're outside. The heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you, the little devil said nonchalantly. Take advantage of the time you have to find a place to undergo tribulation. All right. Lin Fei didn't waste time. He still trusted the little devil. His guide wouldn't trick him. He left the demonic dimension. Lin Fei did his best to restrain his aura, afraid that it would be discovered by the heavenly Tao. In the end, the little devil looked down on his actions. People say you're audacious, but look at you now. Seal. The little devil produced a seal, which landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei instantly felt like he was wrapped up by something, completely isolating his aura. The ruler's divine sense covered the entire great metropolis heaven, and he could see more clearly than before. The heavenly Tao hadn't discovered him. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The little devil's seal was quite useful. Let's go. Lin Fei left the great metropolis heaven. He released his demonic wings, which boosted his ruler's speed. Lin Fei passed through one world after another. Apart from the ruler, no one could discover him. Lin Fei was very carefree. Lin Fei didn't care about the tribulation brought by the heavenly Tao. With the current strength of his physical body, he was confident that he could easily withstand the attacks of the heavenly tribulation without feeling threatened. You'd better find a safe place as soon as possible. Lin Fei agreed. The sacred dynasty was huge, and choosing a place to stay was not a small problem. Lin Fei kept flying until he entered a world filled with death energy. This was a desolate world called the Death World. There were no signs of human habitation. In the past, the Death World was full of ambition. After being surrounded, it became a desolate world. Over the years, the death energy accumulated, and even immortal kings didn't dare to enter. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the death energy filled the air, and all sorts of emotions washed over him. Now that Lin Fei was a sovereign, he could unleash his aura and crush a huge area. He flew deeper and saw a huge stretch of ruins. Lin Fei slapped down with a single hand, sending it all the way to the bottom of the ruins, where an underground palace appeared. This is it. The world of death was located in a remote area of the sacred dynasty. Of the 108 worlds and 72 intermediate worlds, the death world was a place that no one wanted. It had been abandoned for a long time, and its name had almost been forgotten. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The death chi in the palace was directly crushed by the pressure. Time passed quickly. Lin Fei was very excited. I advise you to change your aura and divine sense fluctuations. The little demoness giggled, as long as you are willing to pay 10,000 demon hearts, I can help you. This fellow was truly cunning. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so early. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything fun to do. The Gu family had yet to seek revenge. 10,000 devil's hearts, so be it. Lin Fei gave it without hesitation. You are quite capable. The little demoness wasn't modest, of course. I know many things. As long as you give me devil's hearts, there is nothing I can't do. You must know that I am your guide, an omnipotent guide. Lin Fei had never seen such a despicable person like the little demoness. It's here. When the seal on his body was released, the entire world of death trembled. A heavenly Tao pressure even more terrifying than a sovereign descended upon the world of death. The moment this pressure descended, the entire sacred dynasty was alarmed. Within the sacred dynasty's palace, the four sovereigns immediately opened their eyes and appeared in the air above the palace. I can sense the terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Someone is about to become a sovereign. Sovereign Skyen stared in a certain direction. Who is about to become a sovereign? Is it someone from your immortal court? Sovereign Windrain looked at Sovereign Extermination suspiciously. Sovereign Extermination was puzzled and immediately denied. Daoist Windrain must be mistaken. Why would someone from our immortal court attempt to become a sovereign? Perhaps it is your heavenly rain palace. Right now, aside from the immortal court, only heavenly rain palace could become a sovereign. Do you think that's possible? The appearance of any sovereign was enough to change the situation in the sacred dynasty. They didn't wish for this to happen. Let's just go and take a look. Sovereign Boundless acted as a mediator. Be it Heavenly Rain Palace or Immortal Court, Sovereign Boundless didn't wish for another sovereign to appear. Sovereign Boundless words received approval. The four sovereigns transformed into streaks of light and shot through the air. The terrifying pressure continued to spread out. The nearby worlds all felt the immense pressure. Everyone was in danger. As for the onlookers, none of them could fly. Your world's sovereign is here. The little demoness smiled merrily. What does that have to do with me? Lin Fei smirked. He looked up and saw the terrifying heavenly lightning crashing down. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk this was a red bolt of heavenly lightning. Wherever the heavenly lightning passed, everything was smashed into nothingness. Just in time. Lin Fei put away his sovereign weapon and soared into the sky, punching the red heavenly lightning. Break! Asterisk rumble asterisk the punch smashed into the red heavenly lightning, causing arcs of light to explode. Lin Fei's body was instantly covered in lightning, and his flesh suffered a huge blow. So strong. The red heavenly lightning shattered with this punch. Lin Fei didn't feel good either. And this was just the physical strength of a sovereign. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if he had been an immortal sovereign, he would have died. Again. Someone really is trying to break through to sovereign. Sovereign Skyend and the other two sovereigns appeared outside the world of death. The world of death was sealed by the heavenly Tao's pressure. Even the four of them didn't dare to enter. On the way here, they had learned that no one in their sect was trying to break through to sovereign. Then who was the person inside? At first, they suspected that it was young Lord Fan. Right now, young Lord Fan had the highest chance of breaking through to sovereign. This was what all the sovereigns thought. I can't see through him. Sovereign Skyen tried to use his divine sense to see who it was. Unfortunately, he could only sense a blurry face and aura. He had never seen such an aura before. Perhaps an outsider immortal is trying to break through to sovereign. Hegeman Windrain frowned. As long as it wasn't young Lord Fan breaking through, Hegeman Windrain actually suspected that it was Tion breaking through. This person can actually resist the heavenly lightning. The Sovereign of Annihilation had hoped that it was young Lord Fan, but alas, it wasn't young Lord Fan. His excitement had been for nothing. He has a high chance of breaking through to sovereign. That's hard to say. Next up are the 5 deadly formations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Hegeman Boundless' attempt to break through to sovereign was full of danger. The 4 sovereigns stood there beneath the starry sky, watching intently. The person inside was breaking through to sovereign, causing the 4 sovereigns to stare with wide eyes. Iron fist shattering heavenly lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Not a single one of the 5 deadly formations could trap this person. Normally, it would have taken 7 days, but this person had succeeded in less than a day. Finally, the final earth formation was broken. The terrifying aura vanished without a trace. The 4 sovereigns were once more stupefied. What was going on? The heavenly Tao had vanished, just like that. This was different from when they were breaking through to sovereign. They simply couldn't understand it. Right now, their focus was on this black-robed sovereign. Breaking through to sovereign in a single day was a heaven-defying genius. Probably not even one of them could be found in the countless territories. In truth, they hadn't realized that Lin Fei had been breaking through as a sovereign from the very beginning. There naturally wouldn't be any rewards for breaking through as a sovereign. This was just a test of the heavenly Tao. You've got guts. Before they could speak, a harsh voice rang out from the realm of death. The black-robed sovereign walked out, step by step. Sovereign Skyen's expression changed, and he hurriedly clasped his hands. Congratulations on becoming a sovereign, fellow Daoist. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. The 4 sovereigns didn't recognize this person, which meant that he was an outsider. As a sovereign, he was naturally a fellow Daoist. Furthermore, this sovereign before them was a freakishly talented genius. The 4 sovereigns didn't dare to underestimate him. Strength is the true Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had been very strong, but he hadn't truly caught the sovereign's attention. Now, things were different. Your world really is poor. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Right now, he was pretending to be an outsider immortal. A hint of discomfort flashed across the 4 sovereigns' faces. Poor. Only someone from a truly great weave would say such a thing. It's our fortune that fellow Daoist has come to the Holy Dynasty. Sovereign Skyen smiled. Why don't you come to my humble abode and have a drink with me? This was an invitation. To Sovereign Skyend and the other sovereigns, there was no harm in befriending one more sovereign. There was no harm in making friends with another ruler. Perhaps he would be of help in the future. Lin Fei had been prepared to leave after blocking the Heavenly Dao's test. When he saw that they hadn't recognized him, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the little fiend's ability. He was truly amazing. Even at such a close distance, he couldn't see through him. What do you think? 10,000 fiend hearts is worth it, right? The little fiend flew out. At this moment, Lin Fei was really worried that he would be discovered. In the end, they acted as if they hadn't seen him. Do they think they have the right to see me? They're just 4 one-star sovereigns. The little fiend said disdainfully. Lin Fei didn't speak. The 4 sovereigns thought that he didn't think much of the Holy Dynasty, so they didn't say anything else. That's fine, Lin Fei said indifferently. It's all those guys' fault. They insisted on breaking through outside. A bunch of bastards. The 4 sovereigns' eyes lit up. This guy really came from a great family. They had heard that many disciples of the great clans trained outside without any protection. Those who could break through were the geniuses of the great clans. This guy in front of them had broken through in a single day in the Holy Dynasty. He must be from a great family. They had to be on good terms with this kind of person. Fellow Daoist, please. At this moment, the 4 sovereigns were very united. They returned to the Holy Palace. Sovereign Skyend ordered people to prepare a banquet. In a short while, a banquet was prepared. All of them were delicacies from all over the world. A toast to fellow Daoist. Chapter 1489. After becoming a ruler, Lin Fei was even bolder. 4 one-star rulers. Lin Fei now had the combat strength of a 2-star ruler. If he really fought against them, 1 or even 2 of them would be in trouble. Moreover, after becoming a ruler, Lin Fei could better understand that battles between rulers, unless it was a life-and-death feud, would usually stop and not go on forever. Lin Fei swaggered his way through their hospitality. If they knew that the person sitting in front of them was Di Tian, what kind of expression would they have? Lin Fei guessed. He really wanted to know. I heard that your dynasty has a young master fan who has a strong background. After a few drinks, Lin Fei asked with a smile. This question made the Destruction Dominator's expression turn ugly. Could young Master Fan have offended this ruler? This was not good news. A ruler had appeared out of nowhere. No matter how strong young Master Fan was, if he really met a ruler, he would probably have to use all his means. There is such a person. A person. The Destruction Dominator felt the need to say something. Young Master Fan is from our Heavenly Rain Palace. If young Master has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Successfully breaking through to ruler in a short time. His potential was unimaginable. The Destruction Dominator did not dare to offend this mysterious ruler. The other 3 rulers had to leave a bad impression on young Master Fan so that he could pressure the Heavenly Rain Palace and suppress them. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. I just heard that this young Master Fan has an extraordinary background and is known as the first person to break through to ruler. Such a genius is rare. Lin Fei actually wanted to know about young Master Fan's background. He did not expect his words to make the other party's expression turn serious. Was there a need to be like this? As long as it's not against young Master Fan. The Destruction Dominator was really worried that he would be hated, especially by a ruler expert. Fellow Daoist, you flatter me. The Destruction Dominator smiled. Young Master Fan is indeed talented. As for his background, it is not a secret. Young Master Fan was brought back by our immortal court patriarch. It is said that he came from a mysterious place. As for the details, I do not know. Lin Fei thought about where this mysterious place was. It sounded like a very impressive place. So it's that place. No wonder. Lin Fei said casually. As soon as the four hegemons heard this, they knew that this hegemon was no ordinary person. He knew of this place, but ordinary people didn't. Lin Fei did not stay in the palace for long. During this period of time, the four sovereigns tried to probe his background, but Lin Fei easily avoided them, leaving them scratching their heads in confusion. They only revealed that he was a disciple of a great clan. This was enough. This wine is almost finished, I should also leave. Lin Fei stood up. Even though they did not manage to get the specifics, they were still able to learn a few things. The four sovereigns were not disappointed. The other party's background was not small, and he was far from someone they could spy on. Even though they were one-star dominators, they had been stuck at this realm for far too long. Even a single hegemon would be enough to suppress them. When he heard that the other party was leaving, he didn't dare to say anything. As for asking his clan to stay, he didn't have the guts to do so. Lin Fei had swaggered in, swaggered out, and left under the watchful eyes of the four sovereigns. After the other party left, Hegemon Skyen said, "Even I can't see through this mysterious person's strength. This person is extremely powerful. He must be from a great clan." Hegemon Windrain said. "He has such combat prowess at such a young age. No wonder he's from a great clan. The young masters of our world, Brahma and Di Tian, are far weaker than this person. Fortunately, he didn't have any intentions. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have any hope of reaching the Divine General Platform 100 years from now." Hegemon Annihilation said. When the words Divine General Platform came out, everyone fell silent. "Did you say the Divine General Platform?" Lin Fei left the sacred palace, but Little Fiend didn't leave. Instead, he stayed behind until he was out of the sacred palace and no one was spying on him. Then, he summoned Little Fiend back. Little Fiend repeated what they had said. Lin Fei memorized the words Divine General Platform. He could tell that this place had an extraordinary background. The change in the four sovereigns was the best proof. This seemed to have something to do with him. Lin Fei had no impression of the Divine General Platform. At least, this place was not within the sacred dynasty, but somewhere else. In fact, it had an even greater background than the battlefield he had entered. Perhaps they will understand. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he soared into the sky. Far away, under the starry sky, a black warship sailed past at high speed. This black warship had an extremely impressive name. It was called a border warship. It was a top-notch flying treasure that could traverse the starry sky. This kind of border warship was extremely expensive. Ordinary clans couldn't even afford it. In the endless territories, it had always been a rare commodity. However, at this time, the border warship was filled with murderous black-armored men. There were more than 10,000 of them, and even the weakest among them was a first-step immortal emperor. "Big brother, we're not far from the endless realms." A black-haired wolf was tearing at the raw meat with great relish. This was one of the 3 lords of the Battle Wolf Squad. "Hee, I heard that the Endless Realms have established an emperor dynasty. What kind of rubbish is this? A country bumpkin dares to establish an emperor dynasty." The nearby second Lord White Wolf said disdainfully. If there weren't any profits to be had, they wouldn't have borrowed the border warship. This was a territory with few sovereigns. It was the most suitable place for them to act. "Second brother, don't underestimate the Endless Realms. It's such a small territory, but it produced an incredible emperor dynasty in the past." Boss Black Wolf laughed. "If it wasn't for the deterrence of that emperor dynasty, do you think a small territory like this would be able to last until now without being disturbed?" "I'll believe whatever you say, big brother." Lord Black Wolf continued to eat. Also, if we complete this mission, we can sell the Goo family a favor. Big Brother, the Endless Realms established an Emperor dynasty probably to participate in the Divine General platform. Lord White Wolf said, "It's a pity that we can't enter." That's a great place. Nonsense, we're here to find an opportunity. Lord Black Wolf revealed a look of greed. The Divine General platform. Haven't we been stuck at this realm for this day? Who asked us to be unable to afford the slaughter breakthrough pill? As long as we can obtain a spot, we'll definitely become true sovereigns. I understand. I'm finally back. Lin Fei stealthily entered the great metropolis heaven. Master, you've broken through. Hairball appeared out of nowhere. This fellow had been living quite comfortably recently. With several celestial sovereigns serving him, he had to make delicious food every day. When Lin Fei thought about it, he felt that it was really difficult for those celestial sovereigns. That was a group of big men. You reacted so quickly. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hairball revealed a simple and honest smile. Hee, I thought I was improving the fastest. I didn't expect Master to be even more awesome than me. You came just in time. We have something to do. What is it? Chapter 1490. Inside a secret room in the headquarters of Tianyun Tower. Father, D. Tian just sent me a message. He wants to buy the Goo family's information. Lu Ziyue pushed open the door and walked in. She was very surprised when she received the message. Third Saint Lu sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. D. Tian's experience pill is indeed a good thing. It allowed me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation method that I haven't broken through for many years. I really don't know who can refine such a pill. Congratulations, Father. What information does he want? Third Saint Lu asked. Father, look at it yourself. Lu Ziyue handed the item over. Third Saint Lu took it and checked it with his divine sense. He frowned slightly and relaxed. He's probably going to make a move. Di Tian wants to make a move against the Goo family. Lu Ziyue knew better than anyone else how powerful the Goo family was. If Di Tian really wanted to make a move, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If the Goo family was so easy to bully, they wouldn't be the Goo family. Therefore, Lu Ziyue knocked on the door of the secret room the moment she received the message. Yes, Di Tian is very courageous. Maybe he has a helper. Don't forget, there is a mysterious expert behind him. Third Saint Lu nodded. Go and send him the location of the Battle Wolf Group. Battle Wolf Group. Is it suitable? There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Battle Wolf Group is the Goo family's partner. Many things are solved by them. If Di Tian's people get rid of them, the Goo family won't feel good. Third Saint Lu smiled. I really want to see if Di Tian can do it. Alright, I'll go collect it right away. Oh right, send him the locations of the nearby worlds controlled by the Goo family as well. Lin Fei was going to beat someone up. His target was naturally the Goo family. Lin Fei was not in a good mood since the Goo family was not going to take care of them. When he left the Saint Palace, he wanted to deal with young Master Fan. However, he couldn't find him with his divine sense. He also didn't know where he ran off to. He could only make a move next time. Lin Fei didn't know where the Goo family was. However, there was someone who knew and sent a message to Lu Ziyue immediately. He believed that she would give him a satisfactory answer. So fast. When the message came through the message talisman, Lin Fei knew that his guess was correct. The Tianyun Tower was happy to serve him. No, it should be Third Sage Lu. A position in the Battle Wolf Regiment. This is what I want. Right now, the people Lin Fei wanted to deal with the most were the Battle Wolf Group. They were the biggest threat to the great metropolis world. As for the others, he didn't have to worry about them for now. After all, they weren't the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The Battle Wolf Regiment would have to defend themselves. What Lin Fei wanted to do the most now was to wipe out Battle Wolf in one fell swoop. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Lu Ziyue's message. Hairball, let's go. Under the endless starry sky, Lin Fei followed the map that Lu Ziyue had given him and headed in the direction of the Battle Wolf group. Lin Fei was sitting on Hairball's back. Hairball's greatest ability was to travel through the void. This was an innate ability. After reaching the mature stage, void travel would become a void jump, and its speed would be many times faster. Even with his fiend wings, Lin Fei wasn't Hairball's match. He put away his fiend wings and sat on Hairball's back, shuttling through the void. This was also the first time Lin Fei left the Holy Dynasty's territory. In the eyes of a sovereign expert, moving under the starry sky was a kind of wandering. But at this time, Lin Fei didn't feel like he was wandering. Master. This feeling is amazing. In the great metropolis world, Hairball was only eating. She had never used her full speed. Now, she finally had a chance. Hairball's huge body was fully displayed. Even if there was no one in front of her, Hairball would smash it into pieces. Hairball's body was terrifyingly strong. Lin Fei saved himself a lot of trouble. The Holy Dynasty is really a backwater place. I've been out for 2 years, but I haven't met a single immortal. Lin Fei sat on Hairball's back and tore off a piece of venison, mumbling unintelligibly. For the past 2 years, Furball had been constantly flying. Logically speaking, she should have met an immortal, but she hadn't. Only now did Lin Fei realize how remote the Holy Dynasty was. It was probably no different from the great metropolis world. Lin Fei could go out and kill monsters to level up. After 2 years, he had harvested millions of fiend hearts. Now, he had 10 million fiend hearts. If he traded them, he could get a lot of top-grade items. Master, I feel something is about to appear. Hairball licked her lips. Could it be the Battle Wolf Regiment? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Calculating the time, they were about to meet. The Battle Wolf Regiment's warship was getting closer and closer to the great metropolis world. A few years of travel was too short. With a flick of a finger. Master, we found a wandering void immortal beast ahead. Someone rushed in from outside. The 3 wolf lords were all there. Are you sure? Lord Green Wolf asked hurriedly. Yes, it's a void immortal beast. It's huge, and it's coming towards us. We're so lucky to encounter a void immortal beast. Lord White Wolf's eyes widened. If it's true, we're rich. They were all in the business of robbing and robbing. Void immortal beasts were good stuff. It all depended on their level. This is good news. Let's go take a look. Lord Black Wolf smiled. If it's an immortal prime void immortal beast, we'll take it down immediately. A group of people appeared on the deck. 3 divine senses, which were almost at the sovereign realm, were released. They saw a massive creature coming towards them, just as they had said. So big. It's actually an immortal prime void immortal beast. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered void immortal beasts while flying in the void, but they hadn't encountered them often. The void seemed safe, but it was actually the most dangerous. Ferocious beasts often appeared in the void, and it wasn't easy to deal with them. Capture it, we must capture it. After seeing that it was an immortal prime void immortal beast, they relaxed. Such a good thing was delivered to their doorstep. If they didn't capture it, who would? It should be the Battle Wolf group. Lin Fei saw the word battle on the border warship, and with the black border warship, it was hard not to recognize it. Lu Ziyue's information introduced the Battle Wolf group in detail, and it was clear at a glance. Three fellows who are almost sovereigns. Lin Fei scanned with his divine senses and immediately knew the situation inside the warship. As for the other first-step immortal emperors and immortal primes, he chose to ignore them. Master, actually, you can send out the evil demon army to fight later. A little demon appeared. Lin Fei was already used to such a situation. What's in it? Evil demon warriors like to devour flesh and blood to increase their strength. These people can be used to increase their strength. Don't you like your evil demon warriors to become stronger? That's possible. Just like what Lu Ziyue said, who didn't want their own people to become stronger. With 100,000 evil demon warriors around, Lin Fei could use them as a powerful weapon. If he encountered a strong opponent, he could release them and block for a while. Hairball, ram them. Lin Fei didn't plan to say anything to the Battle Wolf group. He would kill them first. Ha 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 ha, I like it. Hairball raised her head and laughed. Her original speed suddenly increased, leaving only a black shadow. Boom! Hairball rammed into the border warship. With this collision, the border warship raised its defensive barrier, but the entire warship was sent flying. There were tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers inside, and a few first-step immortal emperors died on the spot. It didn't shatter. Furball was in a very bad mood. She grabbed with her huge claws, and the border warship rumbled again as it was blocked by a ray of light. This warship's defense is so terrifying. It actually blocked 2 attacks in a row. Lin Fei was shocked. He immediately thought of taking the warship for himself. The 3 wolf lords were the strongest in the warship, but even they felt their blood churning. Damn it, it's a void ruler immortal beast. Lord Green Wolf's expression changed. He didn't believe that a ruler immortal beast would attack them. Moreover, at such a close distance, they could clearly tell that this was a ruler immortal beast that they didn't recognize. They had been trying to capture this immortal beast, but before they could react, they were attacked and lost many people. Look, there's someone up there. Lord White Wolf saw the person on the back of the ruler immortal beast. Lord Black Wolf's expression sank. Activate the warship and avoid this ruler immortal beast. Being targeted by a ruler immortal beast wasn't a good thing. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Battle Wolf group? Lord Black Wolf's voice sounded out. Furball was even more displeased that his attack had missed. His dragon tail and claws turned into blurs as they slammed into the border warship, sending it flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The massive border warship then disappeared with a crash. You still dare to run? They had overlooked how powerful Hairball was. Furball could also make big leaps. Bang! They thought that they had dodged the attack, but they were still hit. The warship fell out of the warship and appeared in the starry sky. Come out! Furball's huge body coiled around the border warship, and its claws pounded on the warship like a drum, thumping non-stop. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The people in the warship kept vomiting blood. This was a ruler's attack. At least a few hundred immortal emperors in the warship were killed. The warship was powerful, but it couldn't withstand this kind of attack. The people inside were either vomiting blood or dying from the shock. Hairball attacked wildly. The 3 wolf lords didn't even understand what was going on. They had already lost 1/10 of their subordinates. Attack! Kill them! Although they didn't know who was coming, if they didn't kill them, they would be the ones dying. The 3 of them were comparable to rulers. No matter how powerful this person was, he wasn't their match. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1491. The 3 wolf lords had finally attacked. If they didn't attack, all of their subordinates would die, and they would be left without an army. In a short period of time, they had lost 10% of their subordinates. The situation was not looking good. Hairball continued to attack furiously. If it weren't for the border warship's defenses, everyone on the warship would have died long ago. Third brother, go deal with that human brat. Black Wolf ordered his third brother to deal with the human brat. No matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be something wrong with this human brat. He had been attacked for no reason. There was definitely something fishy going on. All right. Lord Green Wolf roared. Human brat, die. Celestial sovereign power surged forth, transforming into a howling azure wolf that opened its bloody mouth and bit down. The starry sky turned dark. This was one of Lord Green Wolf's unique divine abilities. This attack already had the power of a ruler's attack. Lin Fei didn't move at all, completely disdainful of this attack. Scram! He didn't have a good impression of the outsiders, especially when they were targeting his great metropolis realm. Boom boom boom, the gigantic green wolf's head exploded from the roar, and its body trembled as blood blossomed from its chest. You're a ruler. Only a ruler could cause his attack to explode with a single roar. The three wolf lords had seen many things in their lives, but they had never imagined that they would encounter two rulers in a situation like this. This was the wilderness. Since when did they have the right to attack rulers? Lord Ruler, is there a misunderstanding between us? Lord Green Wolf's expression was one of fear. You'll know once you die. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything else. The Gu clan's members should all be dead. Not a single one should be left. Bang! Lin Fei charged forward and slapped Lord Green Wolf. Kakaka kakaka, this slap was so fast that it was impossible to block it. Lord Green Wolf was sent flying, tumbling through the starry sky before exploding. A Jingguang beam shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he slashed at the starry sky. The scream stopped. Lord Green Wolf was dead. Third brother. White Wolf Master and Black Wolf Master, who were attacking Hairball, howled in grief and indignation. Who are you? We have no enmity with you. Although Lord White Wolf was furious, he could only suppress the boundless hatred in his heart. Originally, they thought that the two of them wouldn't have any problems dealing with this sovereign realm immortal beast. Who would have thought that the opponent's physical body would be so terrifyingly strong? It was practically indestructible, and they were unable to cause any damage to it. Their hearts sank. They had encountered a powerful opponent. Not long after this thought appeared in his mind, his third brother was slapped to death. Because you have offended me, and the Gu family behind you. Lin Fei said lightly, now, you will accompany your brother. So it was the Gu family. The two seemed to understand everything in an instant. Go. Neither of them had the courage to make a move. As long as they could leave today, the Gu family would definitely go all out. Eternal moment. The starry sky stopped at this moment. Now that he had become a sovereign, Lin Fei's eternal instinct had naturally risen to the level of a sovereign. Bang! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword intent, and Lord White Wolf's head flew into the air. Soul-searching art. Lord White Wolf felt a tyrannical and terrifying divine sense burrowing into his mind like a ferocious beast, breaking into the depths of his sea of consciousness and entering the river of memories. Another sword flew over, and Lord White Wolf's head was also cut off. This was a one-sided battle. Without using much strength, Lin Fei had killed them. Hairball opened her mouth, and two corpses fell into Hairball's stomach. These were foreign races that were comparable to sovereigns. Their blood energy was dense, and it was very satisfying to eat. Lord White Wolf is dead. Cries could be heard in the warship. Open. After searching Lord White Wolf's soul, Lin Fei grasped the method to control the warship. He easily opened the warship and removed the defensive formation. Devour to your heart's content. The devil's summoning flag flew out. Large swaths of devil warriors rushed out, turning into a sea of blood as they pounced toward the battle wolves. Master, they are so weak. It's not fun at all. Hairball was very displeased. There's no rush. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The battle wolves struggled, but in less than a moment, they were all slaughtered and devoured. They did not lose many devil warriors. Only a few dozen devil warriors had died. This kind of consumption was negligible. A territory warship. That's a good thing. Lin Fei stood inside the warship. The entire warship had been cleaned up. The Gu family really spent a lot of money to nurture the battle wolves. In the outside world, a border warship's value was equivalent to a 1-star sovereign. This was also why Hairball could not break it. Border warships had extremely strong defenses. It was a must-have item when traveling. The Gu family lost a border warship in one go. I wonder what expression the 3 foreign race experts will have. Hee hee. Master, should we go back now? Hairball asked. No, let's go to another place. Lin Fei took out a border map. This was a perfect border map that he had found on Lord White Wolf's body. Let's go here. Lin Fei's finger landed on a spot. Moluo Weave. This was the closest border territory to the Sacred Dynasty. Wind Luo City was the most remote place in the Moluo Weave. After more than a year, Lin Fei arrived at Wind Luo City and entered the Moluo Weave. Master, I smell a lot of delicious food. Lin Fei disguised himself as a black-robed man and Hairball disguised herself as a man appeared in Wind Luo City. As expected of a large border territory. The Sacred Dynasty can't compare. It's really a rural place. Lin Fei nodded. With his powerful divine sense, he could vaguely sense that there were a few sovereigns in the vicinity of Wind Luo City. That's right, sovereigns. Wind Luo City was astonishingly huge. It was equivalent to 10 great worlds combined. Moreover, this was a remote city in the border territory. This made the Sacred Dynasty feel ashamed. Master, are we not entering the city? Hairball wanted to enter the city. Today, Lin Fei did not intend to enter the city. Instead, he wanted to go to a mountain range near Wind Luo City. That was a mining area of the Gu family. A very large mining area. It produced ores suitable for trading in the border territory, holy stones. Let's go kill some people. Following Lord White Wolf's memory, Lin Fei concealed himself and flew all the way. Not long after, he appeared in a huge mountain range. The entire mountain range was filled with warships. It was very lively. The Gu family is really huge. Lin Fei stood in the sky and carefully scanned the area with his divine sense. 1-star sovereign, 8 pseudo-sovereigns, and hundreds of immortal supremacies. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He knew the strength of the Gu family in this mining area. Their foundation is really strong. Lin Fei felt that he had still underestimated the Gu family. As expected of the 3 aristocratic families of the ancient chaotic country. They had arranged so many experts to guard a single mining area. From Lord White Wolf's memory, Lin Fei also knew that there were a total of 4 mining areas in Wind Luo City. The Gu family was not the strongest among them. Chapter 1492. The Gu family's mining area. This was one of the Gu family's mining areas, and they had spent a lot of effort to get it. It could be said that this place was heavily guarded. Normal forces could not interfere in matters here. A 1-star ruler and 8 pseudo-rulers were enough to make people tremble in fear. Most importantly, this was Wind Luo City, and it was the Moluo territory. At the center of the mining area was a senfu. This was a portable senfu. As long as one wanted to use it, one could take it out. Brother Tianyuan, congratulations. You will leave this damned place in another 10 years. Inside the senfu sat 3 pseudo-rulers. They were called pseudo-rulers, but in reality, their battle strength was already at the level of a ruler. They were just one step away from being able to crush peak Immortal Supremes. You guys don't have to be envious. You can go back in 30 years. I'm just one step ahead of you. Tianyuan Immortal Supremacy said with a smile, looking very proud. In a place like this, they had to control the safety of the mining area every day. Life was very boring. Fortunately, every 100 years, the Gu family would summon people back and replace them with new people. When you go back this time, Brother Tianyuan should be able to break through to the ruler realm. That's hard to say. We've been stuck at this step for tens of thousands of years. Tianyuan Immortal Supremacy said. Who knows when we will break through? Unless we can get a slaughter breakthrough pill and break through the current barrier, reaching the heavens in one step. To the pseudo-rulers, breaking through the last step was the most important thing. Rumble, however, before they could speak, the ground shook, and a terrifying pressure swept over. The entire mining area was shaken. The three pseudo-rulers' faces changed. Someone was breaking into the mining area. Following that, they were all furious. Who didn't know that this was the Gu family's territory? Someone actually dared to break into the Gu family's mining area. Wasn't that just seeking death? Kill, kill, kill. The immortal guards outside the mining area also attacked. The Gu family's sign was not hung for nothing. The immortals here were also very savage. The Gu family's troops are indeed savage. Standing in the sky, Lin Fei watched quietly. Below them, a chaotic battle ensued. The black mass of demon warriors had all made their moves. Lin Fei did not personally take action. Even Hairball was by his side and did not let him take action. With the demon army of 100,000 plus Devil 1 and Devil 2, it was enough. The battle in the Gu clan's mining area was completely one-sided. No one could withstand the attack of the army. Devil 1 and Devil 2 were fighting at the very front. The Immortals' attacks couldn't even break through their defenses. More than 100 Immortal Supremacies rushed over from all directions and joined the battle. No, their defense is too strong. Damn it, where did these people come from? Great, Lord Immortal Prime is here. The Gu clan's subordinates were all in a state of panic. The enemy's troops were simply too powerful. Killing them was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Since when did the Gu clan's people become so weak? Who are you people? How dare you act so impudently in the Gu clan? The 10 immortal venerables who came first shouted at the newcomer. Die! Devil 1 rushed forward and transformed into a bloody mist that enveloped the 10 immortal venerables. When the bloody mist dissipated, corpses fell from the sky. These corpses had already become shriveled. Lord Immortal Prime. The Gu clan's people were all dumbfounded. This was too powerful. Those were all immortal supremacies. With such a huge commotion, the 3 nearby clans immediately heard about it. The commotion was too huge. It was difficult for them to not know. Whoosh, the first to arrive, was an old man with a cold glint in his eyes. He stood in the sky just like that. What a powerful army. Aren't these the demons of the Abyss world? The old man frowned. Could it be that the demons of the Abyss world have come to wipe us out? Daoist myriad layers, do you know whose troops these demons belong to? At this time, another ruler arrived. He was relatively young. The old man from before was called Myriad Layers ruler. The first to know about the commotion here was a ruler. I'm not too sure. Myriad Layers ruler said, however, I can't see through the strength of those two. These demons are very powerful. All of them have the strength of first step immortal emperors. I wonder when the Gu clan offended them. Not long after the two appeared, another female ruler appeared. The battle between the 3 clans had never stopped. Seeing the Gu clan being attacked, they immediately stayed on the sidelines. The Gu clan was one of the 3 great clans of the Primal Chaos ancient country. They did not want to offend any enemies. The 3 rulers watched silently. More than half of the 100 immortal sovereigns were instantly killed or injured. Almost all of them died at the hands of the 2 pseudo-rulers. This terrifying strength gave the 3 rulers a headache. They actually did not know about their grandiose appearance. Tianyuan immortal supremacy and the others appeared together. Seeing the one-sided battle, they felt like they had lost their lives. When they saw that more than half of the immortal supremacies were left, their eyes almost spurted blood. Kill them all. They did not know that the Gu clan was besieged. This was a serious dereliction of duty. If the Gu clan was enraged, they might not be able to withstand it. Deal with them first. The 8 pseudo-rulers stared at the 2 at the front. All sorts of divine abilities were used to kill the 2 powerful demons, rescuing the remaining immortal supremes. If they allowed this to continue, the Gu family would suffer a great loss in this mining area. How would they be able to face the 3 major families of Wind Luo City then? Devil 1 and Devil 2 were both at the Sovereign Realm. Previously, they had been at the Pseudo-Sovereign Realm. When the 8 Pseudo-Sovereign Realm experts arrived, they turned into a blood mist once more, trapping the 8 Pseudo-Sovereign Realm experts. Just like before, withered corpses fell to the ground. The 8 pseudo-rulers died in an instant. The Gu clan's ruler is unlucky. Ruler Wanchong sucked in a cold breath. 8 pseudo-rulers. They did not even have time to use their treasures and were instantly killed. With the death of the 8 pseudo-rulers, the Gu clan's subordinates fell into chaos again. They lost the confidence to fight and fled in all directions. People from the Abyss world, who allowed you to attack the Gu clan? Boom! A terrifying pressure appeared above the Gu clan's mining area. This terrifying pressure crushed the demon warriors that came forward and crushed them to death on the spot. Then, an energy beam shot out from the mining area, covering almost the entire mining area. It was filled with terrifying danger. Damn it! Lin Fei thought to himself. He activated the Devil's summoning flag and recalled the demon army, including Devil 1 and Devil 2. Just as they were all recalled, the terrifying light wave surged over like flowing water. Wherever the light wave passed, nothing was left intact. The Gu clan's ruler is really tyrannical. He directly used the ruler's destruction cannon. The terrifying light wave energy and the 3 rulers in the distance had defensive ruler treasures on them, blocking the attack. The Gu clan is really rich and overbearing. They even used the ruler's destruction cannon. I wonder how the people from the Abyss world are doing. I'm afraid they are going to suffer, said the female ruler. They feared the Gu clan not only because of their strength, but also because of this treasure. This was a treasure that even rulers feared. After the light wave passed, the Gu clan's mining area was in a mess. A black-clothed ruler stood in the sky with a long black cannon in his hand. The terrifying attack just now came from this cannon. Look at what kind of place the Gu clan is. Ruler Gu Yuan let out a cold snort. However, Ruler Gu Yuan felt a pain in his heart. The cost of this cannon alone was 1,000,000 holy stones. The holy stones contain terrifying energy, even more terrifying than a true spirit. Only high-level celestial venerables could barely use them. In order to deal with the demons of the Abyss world, he had used 1,000,000 low-grade holy stones. It seemed that the effect was not bad. As long as he severely injured those 2 demons, victory would always belong to his side. As for manpower, the Gu clan did not care. I thought the Gu clan was something amazing. So it turns out that they only rely on this kind of treasure. A disdainful voice came from behind Ruler Gu Yuan. He cursed inwardly and was about to escape. A black shadow flashed on his left, and a huge fist smashed onto Ruler Gu Yuan's body. This power was too strong. He Gemin Guyu and watched as his teeth flew out. He lost his balance and slammed into a mountain below him, causing the treasure in his hand to fly out of his grasp. Come back. The huge hand appeared again and grabbed the black treasure. Then, two more black shadows pounced over and turned into a sky full of blood mist. They wrapped around each other. You guys are actually fine. Ruler Guyuan struggled with all his might, but he could not break free. He saw a black-robed man not far away. He could not see the man's face, and his whole body was blocked by a force. Do you think this little trick will work? Even Lin Fei's strong body felt like it was about to break. An attack no weaker than a peak one-star ruler. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and put away the demon warriors. Otherwise, the two demons would have been injured and would have had to spend a lot of demon hearts. Ruler Guyuan was a one-star ruler, but no attack could break through the blood mist. He could only feel his blood essence being devoured, and his strength constantly weakening. He knew that today was not going to be a good day. Who are you? I am the ruler of the Gu clan. As soon as I die, the Gu clan's army will come personally. There will be no place for you in our territory, not even the Abyss world. Ruler Guyuan began to threaten. 8 pseudo-rulers and 100 immortal venerables were mostly dead. The Gu clan's mining area was completely finished. Threats are useless against me. We of the Abyss world fear threats the least. Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's your Gu clan's fault for killing my people. This is just the beginning. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. Ruler Guyuan had long ago heard that the demons of the Abyss world had violent tempers. From the looks of it, he had destroyed one of the Gu clan's mining areas for the sake of a subordinate. This was an enormous loss to the Gu clan. Ruler Guyuan wanted to say that this had nothing to do with him. But before Guyuan could say these words, the blood mist broke through his defenses and burrowed into his body. His pale face instantly lost all color and began to shrivel up. Ruler Guyuan could only watch as he sank into endless darkness. Chapter 1493. Guyuan Juggernaut died just like that. Luckily we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have died too. This is too scary. What is this young man's background in the Abyss world? He has 2 juggernauts by his side. The 3 juggernauts not far away secretly gasped. The Gu family had been mining here for more than 10 chaos years. They had been occupying this mining area and sending the mined holy stones to the Gu family. It wasn't that no one had come to cause trouble during this period, but they were easily dealt with every time. From then on, no one dared to come to this mining area. They didn't expect to be uprooted today. Even the Supreme Juggernaut Destroyer couldn't take it down. Guyuan Juggernaut's strength was similar to theirs. They didn't expect him to be killed in an instant under the joint attack of the 2. Their attack power was too strong. Who would be so generous to send out 2 juggernauts? Ding! Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 2 billion experience points. A large amount of experience points. Ding! Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 1 divinity point. Ding! Killed 1-star juggernaut. Obtained 1000 invincibility points. Activate invincible defense. The system suddenly sent a message. Lin Fei smiled immediately. He didn't care about the experience points. 2 billion experience points wasn't much at all. It wouldn't be worth it even if he went to the demonic dimension for a few hours. What he cared about was the divinity mentioned later. This was what Lin Fei was curious about. Unfortunately, no matter how Lin Fei looked, there was no introduction to divinity at all. Lin Fei could only put it down. Perhaps he would know the use of divinity when his divinity points reached a certain level. Invincibility points. Invincible defense. This was also what Lin Fei cared about. It seemed very awesome. This was also Lin Fei's first time killing a juggernaut. Although he didn't do it himself, Devil 1 and Devil 2 were his. Of course, the system counted them as his. Lin Fei checked and a description appeared immediately. Invincible defense, a juggernaut's secret technique. Once used, it will consume invincibility points. After using it, the user will be in an invincible defense. No attack can break through the defense. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. With this unparalleled defense, even if a 3-star ruler attacks me, I can easily escape. I can even teach him a lesson. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile at the rewards of killing a sovereign. 1,000 invincibility points can only last for 50 breaths at most. Does that mean we're not going to hunt down the Dominator? Invincible defense for 50 breaths was actually quite long, and he could leave calmly. Lin Fei was very satisfied, but this invincible point seemed to be difficult to obtain. We'll talk about this later. Now that he had 3 sovereigns by his side, and Hairball was barely one of them, surrounding and killing sovereigns seemed to be an easy task. Should I kill them as well? Lin Fei's gaze fell on the 3 dominators not far away. Killing them might give him 3,000 invincibility points, and then he would have another 150 breaths of invincibility defense. Where else could he find such a good deal? Fellow cultivator, we are not from the Gu family, and we have no enmity towards you. The Myriad Layers sovereign spoke for the first time. His back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as his gaze swept over him. Killing Sovereign Gu Yuan in less than 10 breaths of time, the Myriad Layers sovereign knew that he was no match for him. The Gu family's mining area was destroyed, and the Myriad Layers sovereign wished for that to happen. We are not enemies, and we won't attack fellow cultivator. We are purely here to watch the show. The 3 sovereigns hurriedly expressed their stance. If they thought that they were from the Gu family, they might attack, and if they died, it would be a huge loss. They couldn't afford to offend such an expert, especially when his gaze swept over, their hair stood on end. So I misunderstood. Lin Fei chuckled, I thought you were from the Gu family. I knew that this fellow didn't have any good intentions. He was preparing to attack them. Fortunately, he stood his ground in time. Lin Fei chopped off Gu Yuan's head with a sword, took out the heads of the other 3 wolf lords, and put them in a jade box. The Gu family is my enemy. I believe that fellow cultivators should know the nearest branch of the Gu family. I would like to trouble fellow cultivators to deliver something for me, that shouldn't be a problem. The Myriad Layers sovereign felt that he had underestimated this fellow. Other people would have fled long ago after killing someone, but you killed someone and put the head in a box, and even wanted to deliver it to me. Normal people wouldn't do such a thing. It's just a small matter, we will arrange it immediately. Facing Lin Fei's gaze, none of them dared to say no. Even if they were the 3 families of Wind Luo City, they still had to think for their families. Just like that, they took the box away, and the people left. They were worried that if they didn't leave, there might be more things waiting for them. I didn't expect them to be so afraid of death. Watching them leave, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. If they didn't agree, it would be exactly what he wanted, and he would have to kill a sovereign. For invincibility points, everything was worth it. Lin Fei descended from the sky and took the long black tube treasure from Hairball's hands. It was the sovereign destruction cannon used by Sovereign Gu Yuan. After looking at it, he understood the principle. It was activated using holy stones. Every time it was activated, it would need to be replaced with holy stones, which was equivalent to a one-time consumption. Hairball, it's yours. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in this thing. I like this. Hairball couldn't bear to part with it. Whoever goes against me, I will rush up and give them a shot. Let's see who can stop me. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. This move was vicious. Enter the mine. Mine holy stones. With a single word from Lin Fei, the army of 100,000 demons entered the mine below to mine holy stones. This was good stuff. It was a hard currency in the territory. This was also the reason why Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. As long as it wasn't a few 3-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Even if he met a 3-star sovereign, he would activate his invincible defense. He wouldn't be afraid. With 100,000 demons mining, Lin Fei walked into a senfa not far away. This senfa also belonged to Lin Fei now. Lin Fei took out He Gemin Guyuan's interspatial ring, then poured out all of its contents. What was poured out was actually holy stones, which were piled up like a small mountain. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense. There were a total of 3 million low-grade holy stones. Among them, there were 100,000 mid-grade holy stones. As for high-grade holy stones, there wasn't a single one. I wonder if these holy stones are for Bao Mia and the others to cultivate. Lin Fei tried to refine a piece. It was indeed a high-purity energy, violent and pure. No wonder only a high-level immortal venerable could withstand it. With this thing, cultivation would indeed be much faster. Lin Fei didn't have any use for holy stones, unless it was used to replenish his sovereign power. Hairball couldn't use it,